Welcome back to the fourth and final day of the world's first HEX Conference, HEXchange.live. I'm your host, Maddie Allin, a mental health and programmable money advocate. HEX was invented by Richard Hart and is a Nobel Prize-worthy breakthrough in economics due to its game theoretical advantages over other financial products, such as the facts that HEX pays trustless interest and that HEX can allow investors protection from their own impulsivity or short-term thinking. Decentralized programmable money savings accounts have never existed before HEX. HEX is a high-interest time deposit that lets you send money to your future self by running the time locking function, which not only pays you interest, but also limits interference from your own poor decision-making or the cycle of market emotions. Locking programmable money for your future has never existed. This is a new invention, locking money without counterparty risk. In HEX, we create real savings that are outside of the money printing system that creates money ad infinitum or at political whim at the expense of others. HEX allows you to pay forward your economic energy from today to your future self through the fourth dimension of time. It works more like a law of physics and math than it does a depreciating reserve note. There are 4 quick lessons from economics that are relevant to HEX that we can go over here. Exter's pyramid, when some currencies inflate more than others, people hold the hardest money the longest, spending only the less scarce money first, proving what people value the most. For example, if you held Zimbabwe dollars, US dollars, and Bitcoin in 2009, then you would have spent your savings in Zimbabwe dollars first, and then in US dollars, and then in Bitcoin, the asset that you valued the most. And in economics, this is called Exter's pyramid, and we can rename it Hexter's pyramid for all you economists watching. And I went ahead and I ran an experiment yesterday, and I asked people to go ahead and see if they could donate to the conference. And you all were super, super generous and donated over $1,700 worth of Ethereum. But not a single person donated HEX. Out of thousands of people watching who all obviously hold HEX, this helps prove this economic law that people hold on to the hardest money when they have the chance, and they spend or tip with the money that is the least valuable to them, that doesn't have value moving forward. And so thank you all for your donations. The second economic lesson is that the value of money, once it has adoption, increases as the velocity of money decreases, because it's being used as a store of value and savings. No other currency is decentralized and or time locked as much as HEX, which has an average holding length of 4 years into the future. The third lesson is that trusted and predictable future economic policy is highly valuable. And in HEX, it is with verifiable math and code that we prove the future supply and scarcity. The fourth lesson is that HEX as digital money and as a bearer asset introduces a fourth real function to physical money besides being a store of value, unit of account, or medium of exchange. Digital money enables immutable savings or paying your future self and attaching any rule to this you want, such as a time dimension, but possibly even a behavioral health dimension. We will explore this in the self-help panel today. Beyond breakthrough economics, this community has heart. And today we will see with our talks about price, mental health testimonials, discussion between myself and the founder, Richard Hart, about self-health, which is the intersection of self-help and mental health. And then we will hear a keynote from Richard himself. After this, we'll have a social for the speakers and for you, the audience. The next price panel builds on what we had to say yesterday. Yesterday, we heard from the staker panel and game theory panels. which included announcements from the visionaries behind the Staker app, which the Staker app builds on the incentives coded into HEX by creating socially rewarding ranks to see how you compare to others who are busy saving for their future. It appears that they plan to integrate Gnosis safe technology to not only make buying and staking HEX easier, but to also eliminate user error and the risk of losing funds in extremely sophisticated ways. Furthermore, they'll launch a referral system that pays not only perpetually, but also based on how long the referee stakes their coins, from 20% profit sharing all the way to 50% for referrals that stake for 15 years. Now we will watch a video that reviews the basics of HEX and then start the price payment.
HEX is the first certificate of deposit on the blockchain. It's an immutable smart contract that rewards those who lock up their coins when they stake. In other words, HEX was designed to be like a long-term savings account, but with far greater yield than anything the bank has to offer. If you're new to cryptocurrencies, here's how all of this works. When you purchase HEX, it behaves just like any other cryptocurrency. They vary in price as people trade them, just like Bitcoin. However, unlike other crypto assets, HEX pays you interest in the form of more HEX for locking up your monetary value for a selective period of time. The longer you time lock your HEX, the higher your interest rate will be. This is not unlike a traditional banking certificate of deposit. The key difference is, HEX was designed to yield extraordinarily high rates of return versus typical banking products, and puts you in complete control over your finances. But what does this really look like? Some people get into HEX without understanding enough about the product. They immediately make a large investment and throw out a few random stakes between 1 to 2 years. While this is great, HEX was designed to produce significant returns in both interest and fiat value over the course of several years, not just 1 or 2. If you properly understand its design, you can set yourself up to earn a perpetual passive income from HEX. This is like planting an orchard of apple trees. Apple trees are designed to take time to fully mature before they yield significant amounts of produce. HEX was designed in much the same way. Could you imagine trying to live on 2-year-old fruit trees that only just started producing a fraction of their full potential? Sure, you may see significant growth and even yield a little produce, but it would be impossible to enjoy the fruits of your labor for years to come. But what if you employed a longer-term plan in the development of your apple orchard? What if you planted a new crop each year from years 1 to 15? And what if you continued this process every year thereafter? If you did this, you would essentially have a never-ending supply of apples for generations. Can you imagine how much produce you'd receive from your 10 to 15-year-old apple trees? You could supply enough apples to feed a small country. This is exactly how HEX Savings works. It's a long-term savings account. Now, I'm not saying you should lock up all of your HEX for 15 years and forget about it, although some have, and they seem to be quite happy with their decision. I'm saying if you build a proper staking ladder, one that sets stakes to mature up to 10 or 15 years from today, you can enjoy the maximum yield on your investment for years to come. Having stakes set to mature between years 1 through 15 allows you to enjoy the fruits of your investment early, while also giving you the patience and discipline to reap potentially life-changing rewards in the longer term. It's the same as enjoying the abundant fruits of a 15-year-old apple tree versus a 1-year-old tree. Imagine if Bitcoin was designed this way. All of those who bought Bitcoin for $1 in the early years maybe wouldn't have sold all of their holdings at $10 and missed out on an additional 600,000% ROI in less than 7 years. Not to mention where the price is today. Maybe if Bitcoin earned more Bitcoin in the form of interest for holding, more investors would hold long-term and be less likely to sell. These supply and demand economics cause the price to soar with very little sell pressure. It's a model that allows everyone the opportunity to succeed. What happens if the global HEX network only sells their interest monthly, quarterly, or yearly and restakes their remaining principal? Theoretically, it allows for the most stable price appreciation to the upside over time. Climbing prices, coupled with unparalleled interest rates for HEX stakers, creates a positive feedback loop that ultimately leads to one thing: freedom for all. Learn more and get started today at HEX.com.
Welcome, everyone.
Hello, good evening, everybody.
Hello, hello.
Hello, everyone.
I know everybody's super excited to hear this panel to discuss the price of HEX. So without any further ado, I'll let you guys take it away.
Yes, perfect. Thanks, Maddie. Maddie, thanks for the great introduction. And before we start, please, guys, take the time and share the link, click the subscribe button, click the like button and the bell and so on, that we get the message out there, because sharing is caring, as Silver the Antidote is, likes to say. And if you want, I would like to give you a quick overview where we went through the last 405 days of HEX. So Maddie, if you can put on the screen share, would be perfect. So here we are at uniswap.hex.vision, also a site from our community, from Fireban, who also made the stake app together with Steph. You really check it out. And what we are seeing here is December of 2019, right when HEX launched. And as you can see, we have here the 16th of December. So you may ask, where are the first 2 weeks? It's because in the first 2 weeks, there was no HEX on the Uniswap version 1. So what you can see in HEX is also what Matti mentioned in his introduction. HEX did have demand before it had a US dollar value, because in the first time it was only possible to purchase HEX with ETH or with Bitcoin. So it was not possible to purchase this with US dollars directly, but there was already demand, because if you're asking the money question, it's like, why does money have value? The answer is because it has demand. And if you ask, but why does this money have demand? The answer is because it has value. And you only solve this if you go back in time, and then the real money is only a money where there was demand before there was value. And then let's jump right into the small price history. What you see here is the first huge bear market within the first months. A lot of FUD in the markets, a lot of pressure that HEX might not be it, that it is a full scam and so on. So within the first months, over 80% in the minus. We reached the button right here in the beginning of the last year. Had some time here where it is considered to be the best time right now. Back in the days, it was so hard to put some money in there. You cannot imagine that. If you did not do your own research back then, like watch a lot of Richard Hart content and so on. If you did not read like the layman's contract or something like that, it was so hard to put money in there. Let's move on. So right after that, it already started to climb, and just 1 month later, 31 days, 750% up. So first people thought, oh, now I can get out, because I don't see the future of HEX, and they started to sell their bags again. We went down in the next month, like another 37 days. I need to zoom out here a little bit. Until this dip here, right here, you see it 13th of March. It is to be considered the so-called COVID dip, and where all markets dropped, but HEX started to drop and immediately got some buy support. So this movement right here, I know it's the daily chart, but this movement right here was within 15 minutes or something like that. So you can go watch it yourself and go to the 50-minute chart. You will see the same picture here. And because all other cryptos went down significantly from here, HEX was an anti-correlated asset and went further up. You see it right on this line, made new all-time high already. Some small drawback, new all-time highs. And here, this candle doubled the HEX price in a single order. It is the God Whale candle who put a 10,000 ETH in a direct market buy on Uniswap, doubled the price in a single order, and the price did not really retrace as you might imagine. It kept going, it kept going. And then right here, we reached 0.3 of a cent, and some people thought, oh no, it's too high, need to sell, and we got 40% with minus within 2 days, and then look what the price did. Another 2 days and new all-time highs. And another 5 days, new all-time highs, and it kept going until right here, 65 65 cents. No, 0.65 cents. Right here on this high point, there was like a copycat of HEX on the market, and the founders of this copycat were tried to get some of the Hexicans money into their bags, at first they sold HEX down. So just 1 week right here, a drawdown of about 50%. You see 0.65. Right here, it's the 0.03 mark. So 50% in just 1 week. And we continued this trend. But you saw here, buy support, and dropped under the buy support, immediately got again support level, again 32 days, just another month, another 100%. Right here, this is also very interesting. It was a single guy who made this local all-time high here, this local high here, and it was the same guy who dropped it again just 4 days afterwards. Yeah, it was like bam. The thing is, it's funny because you see DCC already laughing because this guy lost about $20,000 to $30,000 within his trades here, and what is also pretty interesting here, you see the month of August. August was considered to be the DeFi hype, the decentralized finance hype in the crypto market. HEX did not do with it, and here in the end of August, the fees reached its high. Nobody wanted to trade on smart contracts, things, and so on because it was a bit high. But it was the best time to invest during the summer, because right here, nearly the 0.2 line, and this was hilarious as well. In the beer chat, there were like 1,000 people waiting for a dip under the 0.2 line, and it never came. Hilarious, really. And from this local bottom, it was the starting point of the pre-big payday rally. We see here again 0.5 of a cent, and the price started to fly just a bit around the 1 cent mark. And let's go. Oh, okay, I lost the auto. So yeah, and we moved until 1.5 cents. It was the pre-big payday mark, and from there we got some front runners because they did not believe that HEX might have a future after the big payday. And you see it also right here and right there. A lot of Bitcoin free claimers sold their free HEX because they thought, it might die after the big payday. We got a dip until 0.2 exactly, and this whole not how do you call it, this how do you call this thing of the candle? in English?
Congratulations, Wick.
Scam
The
Wick?
Wick, yeah. So this whole Wick
Congratulations.
was like
Yeah.
was bought up within 2 hours or something like that. So lots of people were watching that day to buy up the dip, and we started a new upwards channel from there, and great zone right here to buy back in. We reached half a cent again, and boom, new all-time high. 2 cents only 41 days after the big payday, and right now we are at 1.2 cents, and you saw it immediately came down again 56%, and we are nearly at that level now. The uptrend is still intact, and yes, guys, I hope you like the short history of the price, and maybe you have something to say about it.
All the more reason to buy the dips.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And one important thing that you said there is when we're in August and in this end of the summer, that people were waiting for us to hit 20% of a penny, and it just never came, right? So this is the important part of what I keep stressing: dollar cost averaging, right? I mean, you don't obviously if there's a collapse in the price or something like that, obviously go into it, cool, make to secure that hex, but if the price is, if you feel if the price is really doing nothing for the whole week, just buy. I mean, just buy. Obviously, you don't want, you don't have to waste all your dry powder, but just being able to have been able to purchase some every week, or however you purchase, whenever you however you make money, that would have really played out really well for you, because there's a lot of opportunities to acquire quite a lot of cheap hex, especially around that 25% of a penny zone and stuff, because it was there for a while. I mean, what do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Go ahead, Big Pep.
I was going to say that's spot on dollar cost, and really in any investment class, dollar cost averaging almost always outflanks even people that buy in at the bottoms, because it depends on how much powder you have in the keg going at the bottom, and your timing has to be extremely lucky and critical for that to outpace or outflank the dollar cost average investment plan. I mean, even Buffett's philosophy has been proven time and again with that, and he's one of the best investors in all time. So yeah, that's a fundamental sound. And the good thing with that too, just to add, is the fundamentals of the product are really important here. This isn't a promise coin. It's got good function. It's got uptime. It's got everything we need. It delivers constantly, and it's got a bright future. It's got a lot of headroom. It's not one of these where you're speculating that it's going to fall off the cliff or run out of gas. So yeah, I think there's a lot of things to factor into that as well.
And one of the things that gives price stability is that if there's a very big staker class, there's billions of dollars tied up for an average of about 5 years. It's like 4.8, and it's steadily increasing. And so if you think about, what is good for price, well, if your money's locked up, you're earning interest while it's locked up, you're less likely to sell because you're going to get penalized if you try to early end stake. And that gives support for the newcomers to say, and you don't get this in Bitcoin. You don't see this anywhere else in crypto. And even legacy markets, you don't see this anymore, where you're incentivized to stake your money, and that helps the newcomers. It gives them a sense of security,
Right.
a sense of, like a safety net, if you would imagine, because the staker class is supporting the newcomers to come in and say, hey, it's safe. And anytime that there's going to be an end stake, you can almost anticipate it, because we have the most transparent market available. You can see all of the stakes when they're expiring, how long they're lasting, how big they are. And so you can quite easily make very educated decisions on what is really good for you.
And something like Hex is also, benefiting a lot from something like called the Lindy effect, where the longer we are around, the more we get more trust. So it's kind of a beautiful thing. And like day and night, there's more and more YouTubers popping up and people doing podcasts, everyone live streaming. So it's a beautiful thing. And then thank you to Maddie for actually creating this whole thing. I mean,
This is awesome. Thanks, Maddie.
Yeah, thanks, Maddie. But I think people want to hear the moon talk.
Go for it. That's your bread and butter. Go for it.
Well, of course, I got to start this off by saying, of course, no financial advice, right? And all that jargon, right? But I mean, me personally, I mean, just from what this is something I've discussed with Sabi and a couple of the other guys privately, is, just looking at what's going on with the T-shares, right? I mean, we're trending right now towards one T-share being equal to one Ethereum. So basically when we launched, our T-share rate was essentially about 1% of an Ethereum when we launched, and it went below 1% of an Ethereum.
Yeah.
And now we're over, I think we should be somewhere around maybe 11% of an Ethereum to about 12% of an Ethereum right now. And what's going on is every time over a certain span of time, we're doing almost like a 10x and then stopping, consolidating, and then another 10x. So during this next little hype wave, we end up getting more than likely, I think we're going to get probably a run up pretty shortly to about 3 to 5 cents, a cool off period. And then we're probably going to launch all the way somewhere between from 3 cents, probably all the way up to 20 to 25 cents, another cool off period. And then we're doing a rip up to, I think, before the end of the year, somewhere probably in August, actually, to about 55 to about 80 cents. So there's quite a lot of gains. Obviously, when you have a bigger market cap, it takes more economic energy also to push that up. But as we've seen with the numbers that we've gotten and stuff, it's not that much more Ethereum, right? It's like $1 million to 4x the price or something like that in Ethereum. So, I mean, there's $1 million everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, to 4x the price right now, it's about 3,500.
Oh, it's even less. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but actually 3,500 ETH is still about $4 million because ETH went up that much in the last couple of weeks, you know.
But we're not talking about like something like hundreds of millions or billions of dollars. You know what I mean?
No.
Right.
It's like
Yeah.
what did I calculate it today? Like to 40x the price, like 48 cents. It would be under $40 million.
Which is beautiful, because like one of the main things that's attributing to why I'm like I'm always bullish on the hex price, but I mean, obviously, but our main trading pair is Ethereum. Okay, so right now, if you just look at Ethereum in a macro sense, in terms compared to Bitcoin, Bitcoin right now is sitting about roughly a 2x from its all-time highs of its 2017 all-time highs, and Ethereum is still a couple $100 away from its all-time highs. So if the balance was just to be corrected again, Ethereum should be roughly 28 to about $3,000 per Ethereum. And when you have such a price increase in Ethereum, it just makes people get a little more confident with their Ethereum. Like, wow, I have a little bit more money, so they may decide to, you know what, I'll throw half an Ethereum into Hex. This person goes. It just creates this whole paper gains effect where everyone just feels richer. So everyone just essentially, you know what, let me diversify it, because they're not, a lot of investors don't think in just Ethereum. They think in USD value. So like, let me make a $1,000 allocation to this. Let me do a 1,000 allocation to that. And let me put a little bit here, and then I'll put this in my savings here. So people are always looking at the USD value when they should be looking at the Ethereum value. But this is what really kind of does like a trickle down effect, where like Bitcoin rises, the money starts flowing to Ethereum, and then the money starts flowing into the altcoins. But the great thing about Hex is if Ethereum starts outperforming Bitcoin, and Ethereum is our main trading pair, which we use for Uniswap, this is really price positive for Hex and stuff. So we're in a really, really bubbly zone right now. And if you look, I think if I remember right, between March to about August, there's a lot less staking, staked Hex that is coming out. Still a good amount, but nothing too crazy. Like I mean,
you will still see like some people are moving short-term stakes as well. So you will still see like a wall of stakes. If you are looking at the 4-week chart at HEX.vision, then you see like this wall moving forward. So this will still be there, but you're right that in the upcoming months there is less and less old stakes ending. Yeah. Most was like from big payday till the last few days. Yeah,
right. Because the true believers right now, I mean, we're like, I'm end staking stakes. I'm taking my principal, putting it past like 10 years just to get maximum amount of shares. And then what I've done is, I mean, this is me personally. I obviously, I know everyone else has their own strategy, and I throw about half of my interest out somewhere between 5 to 10, somewhere in there, just to have a little bit more Hex come out at a certain point. But I think a lot of OGs are kind of doing that right now, because I'm seeing like if obviously, because you guys have been noticing yourselves in the staker app, most people, I think when they're getting stakes, they're staking it out. So you're kind of like 1 week you go up a couple of steps, and then the next guy goes, you end up right back where you started, almost in a sense, depending if you have a lot of stakes coming out or the size of your stake, obviously. But I mean, this entire thing is so beautiful, because I mean, I'll talk about this a little bit later in terms of like some of the income generating properties that, I mean, HEX obviously does with like the dividend multiplication number.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't really need that much of a large increase in the HEX price to make that interest payment very sizable. I mean, I'll let you guys talk right now, just because I'll I've already got the math already set up already, but I just would like to hear what your guys' thoughts on terms of the HEX price.
Well, I could ask.
Yeah, so my prediction for this year is around yours. I mean, in the after show after the first day, I also asked that question, and everybody was so bullish that I thought maybe I should put my expectation a bit higher, and I said 15 to 30 cents, but actually. It might be 5 cents, so like my lowest expectation for this year is 5 cents, and I'm thinking about 15 to 20, like as a reasonable thing, because what you need to keep in mind is that there are people, so nobody went all in on the 5th of January. So nobody in HEX is up really 352x, so some of us are like, if they are just taking this single trade out of their portfolio, because some of us were DCAing in, like dollar cost averaging in, also during January, if we got the dip at day 33 or day 43, and if you bought those E's like a couple of weeks before, you are up on this single trade, this 350x or something like that, but nobody in his entire portfolio is up that much amount of money. And what I wanted to say is that you need to look also about selling pressure. And if HEX goes up to 3 cents, to 4 cents, to 5 cents, to 10 cents, to 15 cents, there will always be somebody who thinks, okay, right now I need to take my profit and I will sell this thing a bit more down. And what it offers you is a high volatility coin, and high volatility is pretty good if you're dollar cost averaging in and also dollar cost averaging out. So in this two scenarios, it's pretty good to have a volatile coin. And also, what are traders looking for? So Richard is saying don't trade. I'm also not trading. I'm looking at the HEX price every day, but it's more because I'm running the German community and people are coming towards me and say, Patrick, how do I get started? And if I don't know the current price, I may not be able to give them a good advice. So that's why I am staring at this chart,
No, definitely.
Price-wise,
Yeah,
I see all the same things as you guys do. But I think if we've noticed that the liquidity is roughly around 4 million, regardless of if ETH is pumping, I think we're still undervaluing what the price might be, because let's say, that 4 million is consistent dollar value. Even if it's 20 cents or 50 cents or 70 cents, what does that do to the price? It's more likely to pump, it gives it more volatility. So it's the higher highs and higher lows, right? But or lower lows. But I'm very bullish on price, and if everything's staked, then you really don't have to worry about price. I love to look at my staker app because my mind is just blown at my gains this year, but really it doesn't matter. So I have no problem saying like crazy outrageous numbers like $10 HEX in the future, $100 HEX in the future, because I'm staked. This is a long-term solution, so it doesn't matter to me.
This next price increase is so beautiful, because this next 10x, when it does happen, even if it happens over like a 3x and then a 5x and then going upwards, this next 10x that eventually will happen this year will turn a lot of people in the HEX community into millionaires. A lot.
Right.
because
Yeah.
there's a lot of people that are, you know, high-end squids, dolphins that are already at the $100,000 mark in terms of the total price of all their tokens. Obviously,
It would be over 1,000 people if I
got the math right. Yeah, so that's quite a lot of millionaires.
Millionaires, hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's still life-changing money that you have at a young age. If you're 20, 30, 40 years old, you know, if you get $100,000, $200,000,
like
and that's
also at that price, Also at that price, we have over 100 millionaires already, or like around 100 millionaires already.
Yeah, I often get asked two big questions: how high can Hex go, and when will it get there? And you know, that's always the magic math. But I mean, how high Hex can go really just there's no limit. It's just more of a human thing where it just becomes a point that's either too expensive, like Berkshire Hathaway A stock, which is like 100+ grand a share, or the market cap becomes so huge that people become leery of, you know, the validity of it. Market cap being the vanity metric, I think, is less prohibitive when we have small price points like today, and we've already discussed there's enough economic energy in crypto as it stands right now to 10 to 100x the price without breaking a sweat too much. I mean, there's a lot of money without even new coiners and funds and you know, the big masses rushing in. I think for me, I've always predicted the price for this year at 10.25 cents, a little conservative. I would gladly adjust that up based on some other things that are playing out with the real world markets. The news in crypto is more upbeat right now. That's very good for the sector. The dollar cost point, there is this waterfall effect. You know, Bitcoin is so expensive, flows into Ethereum, flows into other alts. Once Hex gets the press, I mean, it's really going to hit the ground running like crazy. And I do agree that we'll have a lot of sell-off, probably at lower price points than higher price points, because people having strong hands with 10 million Hex in a bag at 50 cents, 10 cents is tough. You know, to not pull the trigger on some of that when it's, you know, to be realized, when you can realize that. But just like the lessons from the old Bitcoin days, people dumping that $1,000 even in the video intro here, you know, there'll be a lot of regrets for those folks. There'll be less people with huge bags at Hex at $1, $10. And that's still a very affordable price for people. I mean, think about Amazon at $100 today with $1 trillion market cap. A lot easier to get into that than at $3,500 a share with $1 trillion market cap. So all that factors in. I could see that what I would suspect is that if we run up too fast and hard, we saw this on New Year's Eve to that 2 cent price point, it instantly wick down. You're going to see some, you know, sell pressure at any big increments up. So if we wick up to 50 cents, a dollar too rapidly, yeah, we'll have some massive sell-off. But we always see a fast recovery. And we have that upward trend and that long time horizon. And also dollar cost was mentioning too, people I don't think quite understand the true value of shares. It's discussed a lot. The price is thrown around a lot. And I think people understand the concept of the interest, but I don't think they realize how powerful that is over time. And I know one thing also I want to bring up here, because we mentioned this on the staking. It was brought to my attention today too. The March stake, that's this 1 billion stake that's coming out that everybody's kind of looking around because it's that last big one for this year. That individual has a little over 10-year stake of about 3 billion out there. So there's suspicion that this may be a bluff of sorts to try to flush the price down, because he also has a substantial amount of ETH traced to that account that could be trying to, you know, have people front run him thinking he's going to dump and absorb a lot of Hex at a much lower price. Because I don't think they're going to wash out entirely with that bag. That's just my opinion, and from some external discussions.
It's too early in the cycle right now. I mean, really, if this is truly like the beginning of the bull market, right? Why would anyone with that much economic mass do that to themselves? I mean, obviously we've had some pretty dumb people. I don't want to say any names, but like we've had some dummies in the. I never thought it was possible in the Hex community, but we had some dummies in the Hex community that like didn't have the foresight, and now their dumping bags are quite empty now. And you want to buy back in, man? Buy back in, please. Make my day.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm also reading some comments here, and the most interesting comment was more likes, guys. So, you know, today is the last day of the conference. Richard Hart will come on to have his keynote panel as well. So please share, like, subscribe, and please spread out the message that we can give him a really large conference audience in a few hours. Just, a few shout outs in between, because yesterday I was following through and like 700-800 people watching, only 250 likes, and yeah, like do a little bit more for your hex bag, because I'm sure that 2/3 of the audience is a Hexicon, so a bit more for everybody pumps also your bags.
Right.
One other thing on price is the payouts Hex per T-share right now, because Hex is such a low price, and even when it was below a penny, even more so. People didn't really realize the gains there. But imagine Hex at $1 with the T-shares as they stand, and that Hex payout. I mean, look, yeah, see, dollar cost. I mean, envision that. Right now, you're talking about a full-time career salary or more in interest alone. Hex is the golden goose scenario. I mean, your principal is the golden goose. Too many people are thinking to shoot the golden goose. You don't want to do that. And as time goes on, I think more people realize that. But right now, the people that are washing out, trying to get a quick buck on Hex, will realize that at a later point and have the regrets on it, I'm sure.
Right.
Yeah. Also, one point about a ladder you mentioned before. So I also had, for example, my staking ladder before the big payday. And what I do right now for the restaking, I don't restake a specific amount of Hex. I restake a specific amount of T-shares for maximum time lengths.
Interesting. That's a good way to look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would love to see an update on GoHexCom where I can put something in the T-share thing, and then it calculates backwards how much Hex I would need to put for this time length that I get this amount of T-shares,
That's a really good idea. Yeah, because I'm trying to explain to a lot of people how valuable shares are, and sometimes it just kind of goes over people's heads. But when they do start to get in, they realize that the shares are what earns you your Hex per share. Like once they start understanding that concept, and then they start seeing the gains, and then you show them, hey, it's similar to a compounding interest. Then they start to really okay, maybe I need to shift my focus. I need to stake this out longer, because longer pays better is by far and away the best thing about Hex as far as my opinion goes. Because it incentivizes people that have potentially less money to enter the market and earn a lot more. So if you don't have that much money and you're young, or maybe you have some hard times, but whatever you have, you can stake it out 10, 15 years, you are going to be able to set yourself up in a very big way. And that's what I try to share with people.
Yeah, we also tried to address exactly that on the first day keynote I gave together with ABIT, where we made our assumptions and showed the audience how the pool of total T-shares may look like in the next 15 years, that it is definitely going down. And if you lock in these T-shares right now, your personal APY will go up and up and up over time.
Yeah,
only if much more stakes are made, increasing the overall staking ratio, then in the short term your APY might go down, but as you're staked for 10-15 years, in the long run it will go up, and in the last third it will go up significantly, definitely.
Yeah, and Richard always says the most important thing is price. But to take that one step further, I would say the most important thing is your ROI. And the way to get the best ROI for yourself is to stake it longer. Mm-hmm. And so if that's what your end game is to optimize your opportunity, then that's what you really need to look at. And so most important thing is your ROI. And if that's how you're focused, you're oriented on building wealth, not just money, then that's something you really need to look into, and you need to really think about what's a strategy for what's optimal for me. Some people have just once a year stakes come out. Some people have every month, every couple weeks. It's really something to look into, but then also factor in what are the costs for doing those transaction fees, because we talked about earlier, they're going up and up. And so, really try to plan it out. Dollar Cost Crypto, he's got, great ideas there. So reach out to him if you have questions, because he's got ideas for days.
Yeah, definitely. And I would like to add something, because you mentioned fees. A good tip here: if you don't have like the huge money to invest, then invest it on the weekends, because on the weekends all the retail traders are out, especially during this time around and in the next few hours. So like Saturday or Sunday night in the States, it's like middle of the night in Europe. The fees are mostly down. I saw today 40 guys as a low, 40, 50 guay. And for doing your stakes and your end stakes, use those weekends from Friday to Saturday, from Saturday to Sunday, or from Sunday to Monday. And when your stake comes out, then you have 2 weeks of grace period where you don't get any penalty, so you can wait till the next weekend, put your fees down, and then you should be fine if you are not too low, so like for this weekend, because we are at a pretty high level, I would recommend putting it on 40 to 50 guay. Some weeks ago it was way better. You could put it on 20 guay as well, for example. So yes, just if you don't want to lose too much money because of fees, go for the weekends.
Yeah, when the states go to sleep, that's usually when that's a good time. But DC, you said you had some moon math or some math you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, so there's something who was it? I think I had talked about it. It was called the dividend multiplication number, but I really hadn't applied it too much to HEX, right? But HEX is really one of the perfect ones. Obviously, this math is not perfect, but it's just a general guideline just to give you some just some head math, essentially, just sort of what kind of interest payments you can essentially earn off of HEX. Obviously, with the T-shares, if less people are staking or something happens with the T-shares, your T-shares become more valuable and your payout can go up higher. So this could actually be a much higher number. But let's just to keep it simple, right? Imagine I have $1,000 and I do a 1-year stake. And let's just say I'm going to be very bearish. Let's just say more people stake and the APY goes down to 30%. I'm trying to give us the most conservative numbers, right? I'll say it's a penny per hex or 1.1 pennies, whatever it is today. And in order for so all you do at that point is take 100 divided by 30 and you get 3.3. So that number right there, 3.3, is the number of X's your asset has to multiply up for the interest payment to equal up the principal that you originally put in. So once HEX goes up 3.3x, let's just say today I stake $1,000, whatever that amount that is, 83,000 HEX or whatever it is. Boom, I staked that out for just 1 year. Cool. If the price of HEX goes up and stays above that 3.3x, which is about almost 4 pennies, almost roughly around there, maybe 3.5 pennies. Mm-hmm. If it stays above that point, what will end up happening is when I end stake, my interest will be equal, will pay me out $1,000 in USD value.
Sorry, that's not true. That's not true.
Okay.
That's not true, because you are calculating it with the interest amount of the average waiting staking length. And if you are just staking for 1 year right now, you will end up about 14 to 15%, and not with 35 or 40% where you calculated it.
No, but I know, but I lowered it down too and stuff. So I'm just trying to give like a rough math in terms of just if you can calculate it out with whatever the lower the number is, then from there the multiple of X's has to be higher then. So if it is 14%, like you said, right? Let me just see. Divided by 14. So it'd have to do a 7.1x for that to be true. Yeah. So whatever it ends up being. Because obviously I know it varies depending on who's staking and all this other stuff and everything like that. But just as a general, just to give some simple math on it, right? I'm just trying to give some simple, pretty numbers and everything. So what ends up happening is that the original HEX, just in my original one, let's just say it was 30, right? Let's just say it was 30% APY, right, for that stake. Your principal would be worth $3,960, and your interest would be $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of the thing you can get with like staking. Obviously, things move around. I personally think it's going to be more than 3.3x that we go up in a year, but you know, things. I mean, there's also there's a lot of other things too, at least macro wise, right? So let's just say we do hit these really crazy prices. That I personally think we do. What I think is going to happen is, let's just say we get to that 55, or we hit $1 because, you know, we're waking up for some reason, right, towards that. What's going to happen is you're going to have a lot of people emergency end staking 1 year and 2 year stakes, because that 50 cent in dollar range is a temptress. And a lot of that money's, you know, some people may have 100,000 or 1 million hex stake out there, and they're like, wow, that's $500,000 and like $1 million. Like, and obviously when people start selling into that, the price will go down. But what'll end up happening is that'll kind of dry up. Other than the people who can hold on, you know, who don't care or just had a lot of liquid at the time, it will dry up a lot of the stakes between 1 and 2 years. They're 1 and 2 year stakes. And when we start going, once we kind of break past that kind of a trough period, I think we can hit a very, very higher price on Hex because you have less resistance, because there's less coins to emergency unstake. But of course, as we advance on, the stakes that are 3 year stakes become a little sooner. So some people might decide to start emergency unstaking 3 year stakes from this period. And it's just the constant stuff where like people are always emergency unstaking stuff from the future to try to, like, because the prices is going up. So that's why if you are able to kind of hold on to your stakes and let them mature, they can be quite a lot of hex. I mean, a lot of hex. Obviously, I know that it is kind of hard sometimes, I mean, to calculate what it could actually be, because we also don't know when we get these giant price hikes and the price of hex goes up and we get more visibility, and at a certain point the gatekeeping is just going to stop, because there's just going to be a flood of people into hex that people are like, you won't be able to go anywhere without seeing hex this or hex that eventually the bigger YouTube channels, whether we like it or not, will start talking about us, and we'll be more in the lexicon of crypto. And at that point,
it's already happening.
We'll be the big YouTube channels by then.
Yeah, it's already starting to happen, right? But this is just the beginning. This just
Right.
we
You know what? Dollar cost, to kind of add on to what you're saying there too, and this is, I did this for a lot of people who feel that they're too late. In my T-share spreadsheet that I've talked about in my videos before, I put in 100,000 hex, 15 years. This was about a week or so ago. Gave me about 18 T-shares. Stake it for 15 years with I did 5 hex per T-share all the way through. I understand that's going to fluctuate, but just for easy calculation, put that in there. 15 years later, if you just let it sit there and mature, at hex at $2, you're a millionaire. You got $1 million in value, including your principal. But I mean, you've staked and earned all that. And now.
But you calculated with 5 hex per T-share, right?
Yeah, now I have rows where you can adjust that down all the way through. So that's probably going to go a little lower. At times might go higher.
No.
I didn't factor in emergency end stakes.
What I want to add is that actually, because the payout per T-share will increase on a 15-year stake, it will increase. Yeah, no matter what, it will increase over the long term, and that's why we will only need to reach $1. Because you calculated it with just 5 T-shares, but in the last third, it will have like 15, 20, 30 hex per T-share for each and every day.
Right, I kept it very conservative, so you can see the gains just with that. Now factor in those other things, and it really goes up. Yeah.
Does it grow exponentially?
Our model showed that 15-year stake might end up with 20x ROI.
Yeah. Yeah, well, but these are just examples, Hex Lion. We're just like, it's not supposed to be perfect. We're trying to be bearish as well. Like, obviously, maybe I was like a little bullish on my example, and maybe Pep was a little bearish on his. But it's just to show you. I mean, that's how crazy this thing could go. I mean, the gains are astronomical.
Well, speaking of bearish, what I want to talk about is what happens in a bear market. So in a bull market, everyone's a genius. You can pick almost any coin, and 2017 as a perfect example of that, and you'll probably make money, right? Even if it's a very bad coin, you'll probably make money. But what happens when Bitcoin hit 20,000 and then it entered into a 3-year bear market? Right. What happens to Hex then? Because Hex is unlike any of these other coins out there. We have billions of dollars at stake for about 5 years or more, That's a weighted average. So there's actually a lot of stakes that are much further out and a lot of stakes that are much shorter in. So what happens to the price? Like, what are people going to do that are in the Bitcoin, that are in Ethereum, that are in these other coins that, they're going to try to find a place to put their money. And we've seen, like you showed earlier today, we've seen 75, 80% drops, 50% drops in HEX. So it's not like it's not going to drop, and there's probably very much high volatility coming up in the future. But what I can see is during a bear market, people will see something like HEX. Not something like they will see HEX, and they will see the value in the staking class not selling their bags, and that the price being more stable than the rest. And I think that might even start its own little bull market just for HEX, because everything else is dumping. It's got to go somewhere, and a lot of people are going to go into cash. A lot of people, cash is king.
As we saw back in March, right?
Right, exactly. And yeah, so this has already happened when we had, COVID hit and we had a lot of economic turmoil. We didn't know what was going to happen, a lot of uncertainty. HEX was pumping. It was uncorrelated at that time. And we've seen other moments throughout HEX's price history where it's very seemingly seemed uncorrelated. And so I think that trend could continue. There's obviously data to support it. And that's what I'm most looking forward to.
Definitely. I mean, so HEX Lion, what is your price prediction? Where do you feel like we can end up going?
End up like in the next 35, 50 years or what? Because most of the people are just looking for what might be the HEX price in 15 years. But I see this system very dynamic. As I said, I just restake like towards the maximum a fixed amount of T-shares to keep up my passive income there, and I see a couple of dollars for the HEX price in the long run, but really in the long run. So I don't see HEX at $1 in 5 years or something like that. I see that we reached the so-called 10,000 X, which would be at 56 cents or 57 cents. But how long will all crypto or all markets hype? So I guess we see a bull run in this year and maybe next year, and then we go to the other cycle again. And I also think that in a bear market, HEX might hold his place, but don't move up that significantly as in a bull market, because in a general bear market, a lot of people don't want to invest in anything, not in crypto, not in stocks, because they are thinking everything will crash down to zero next week. So they just keep their money liquid, and that's so in general in a bear market, not so much new people are joining. And that's why I don't think that in a bear market HEX might be that correlated, but like more anti-correlated, as Bitcoin and ETH may go down more than HEX in those market terms when HEX is more mature in the future, because of the staking feature. Because not all the people also want to sell, like in Bitcoin or in Ethereum, because they have their coins liquid in their wallets or liquid on their exchanges, even worse, But there is a network effect when it comes to a bear market in cryptocurrency. It's like, oh, let's sell all our bags, That's why ETH dropped to 95%, minus 95% is a lot, So
we just got to push out the marketing machine, man. I mean, obviously, I think a lot of us are probably going to have some big profits and stuff. So, I mean, it's not going to be that hard to be talking about HEX in the bear market, having a bear market.
We will still be there. We will still be streaming even in the bear market, because we will still have this HEX per T-share per day, It's not that HEX will be worthless or something like that. It's also not that I think HEX will go under 1 penny in a bear market or something like that. It might go down from $1 to 50 cents, during the course of 18 months or something like that. 50% drawback, less than Bitcoin, all fine. Let's go up again 10x.
Yeah. I mean, do you think I would say, I mean, in terms of like the beer market and everything like that, do you think it's going to be like a real light sort of like market and stuff, or you think it's actually going to be like a more extended, like kind of a bear market?
It's hard to say. The more it pumps in the bull market, the longer it takes to fud it out, or how do you call it?
Right. Because I mean, like, dude, Bitcoin's running a lot hotter than, I mean, I thought maybe we'd be hitting these prices, you know, February or March and stuff. So I was a little surprised. I mean, it's nice having all the extra gains and everything, but I was a little surprised how hot it ran actually, because I mean, it's like Bitcoin's done it. I mean, I'm just telling you, the money is coming because everybody gets obviously not everyone who holds Bitcoin is a maximalist, right? And what's going to happen is that they're like, a Bitcoin's 40 grand. So they're like, shit.
I think a lot of that depends on the real world markets as well. If there's a big bubble burst in finance 1.0, that could drag on a little longer. If it's specific to crypto, it might be a little bit more like a flash crash type of thing.
Yeah, and everybody out there who talks about a cryptocurrency and might say to you, yeah, but I can't afford a whole Bitcoin. You can say you can afford a whole HEX, you know. So HEX is designed for a lot of units, that we don't run into the issue that in 10 years we are like 0.00 of a HEX, you know. So we will count in normal, usual numbers, you know. So it's also a plus point for the future, you know.
Maddie.
Hello, Maddie.
Hey guys.
Back to our panel.
You've done an awesome job, and I know that the price is definitely something, you know, like you said, it's one of the most important things in HEX, and people can afford a whole HEX, unlike Bitcoin, and there's a lot of money coming to the space. So thank you all. You guys did an amazing job.
Yeah, thanks, Maddie. So I guess some of us will be here in the after show talk as well on one of the panels, and great talk to all of you. I'm looking forward to maybe interview some of you in the Crypto Sparbuch show as well. And let's go on with the conference. And for everybody who is new right now, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this link, that we get a lot of attention when the master is giving his keynote tonight.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, no problem.
Thanks.
We'll see you in the social tonight.
Yep, we'll be there.
For sure.
We'll be in the back having a beer, thinking about the beer market. All right, you guys.
We will have the beer market after show.
Can you?
Okay. We had a shuffling around of people there, so I was clicking the button and it popped up the wrong person. Hey, Randy.
Hey, guys. I'm so happy to be here.
Well, we're super excited to hear your talk tonight. And you were on the game theory panel yesterday.
Yeah, that was outstanding.
You know, you guys did a great job there. And I know you're going to do a great job tonight, because you know the most about the game theory of making crypto go viral and the social aspects of marketing. So can't wait to hear your talk.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Thanks.
Hey, everybody. I'm here down in Acapulco and loving life. We've got our freedom back. And I just want to talk about a subject that's near and dear to me. It's delayed gratification. There's been an absolute struggle in my life of finding what I want to do and where I want to go and how to succeed. And it started when I was a child, you know, growing up and never being satisfied and trying to decide what am I going to do? You know, how do I satisfy everybody around me? You know, I was in a gifted school. I did very well in school. I was one of those people that never had to study. And then, you know, I wanted to go to the Coast Guard Academy, and I just didn't have the math grades for it. I had the rest, everything else worked out perfect, but I just didn't have the math grades. So, you know, I asked my father, what do I do? My dad said to me, kid, I'm not paying for your college. I said, all right, that sucks. All right, so what do I do now? So I ended up joining the Navy, and I spent 7 years in the U.S. Navy as a hospital corpsman. For those of you who don't know what that is, it's just a nice word for a nurse. And I had a great time. And you know, when I wasn't working, but I absolutely hated my life when I was in actually doing my job. I didn't like being told what to do. So I was one of those guys that was always in front of the man. I went to not captain's mast, but XOI is what we call it in the Navy for multiple things. I was always in trouble, right? So I got out of the Navy after 7 years. I still had no clue what direction to go with my life. So I worked job to job. I must have had 30 jobs in a 10-year span. I was just confused. All I knew is that there was this something inside of me that was pushing for freedom, and I wanted to be out of the system that I was stuck in. So I was in Tampa at the time, and Ron Paul ran for president. And I don't remember if you guys remember what happened with that, where he got shunned and put to the side, but that sparked something in me. You know, I realized that there was a possibility that the world around me could change, and that there was other alternatives than what we were being spoon-fed. So I went down that road of libertarianism, and that lasted a little while. I read books by Peter Schiff called The Dollar Collapse. That really put me down the road of silver and gold. I did the deep dive. I was buying silver and gold every paycheck. You know, I had a nice little stack, and I moved back to New York and bought a house. You know, thankfully my parents, they helped me buy a foreclosed house. We rebuilt it, and I flipped it 3 years later. We did a great job, right? It was just that whole theme of delayed gratification. So you go in, you do something, and then a couple of years later, I got the rewards. So I grew lonely. I did not like where my life was going in the United States. I was just absolutely fed up. So I took a trip to Panama, where I had been stationed when I was in the Navy. I love fishing. I just like the warm weather. I like the ladies. So I said, you know what? I'm going to go visit. So I came down, and I spent about 10 days. And I said to myself, you know what? I got to get out of the U.S. So I came home. I told my parents my plan. They thought I was nuts. And they said, what, you just bought a house. Why would you do such a thing? And I said, you know what? I need to change. I need to make a change. I need to do something that's really going to break it open. That's really going to be a hard change. Not something that's, oh, I'm just going to do this for a couple of days, like a New Year's resolution type of change. I needed something hardcore. So I said, I'm getting out of the country. I'm going somewhere where I'm not going to be comfortable. I'm going somewhere where I don't know anybody, and I'm going to start all over again. And that's what I did. So I moved to Panama. I took a sales position at a gold and silver company. I started writing articles about gold and silver. I was selling gold and silver for a while. I was doing really good. They said to me, Randy, what are you doing? Can you do this for all of our companies? I said, yeah, sure, because I was using Facebook. I was using Google. I was doing running ads. I was doing all this stuff on my own. And they said, can you do this for our companies? I said, sure. So that's how I got into the social media thing. And one day I was in the car with my first partner, Mike, South African gentleman, and we were going to work, and he said to me, Randy, have you heard about this Bitcoin thing? And I said, yeah, I just read an article about it the other day. It sounds pretty cool. It's like all my libertarian friends are into it. And he said, no, it's like $7 right now. Maybe we should take our checks and buy some Bitcoin. And we said, yeah, let's do it. But guess what? We forgot about it. Like 6 months later, Bitcoin was, I think it was $1,000. It went up to 1,000. Absolutely nuts. We were so disappointed. We were like, dude, we knew. We started learning. We dove into it, and then we forgot. So I made a big mistake there. So I kept going, kept learning about Bitcoin, and then it all hit me, man. I lost my position with a gold and silver company. I was in Panama. I was by myself. I was living in a very nice condo. And I said, I have to survive. I am not going back with my tail between my legs back to the US. I'm going to make this work. So I contacted my buddy at goldseek.com. I started writing articles for him. I started doing social media for him. And I started writing articles, travel articles for expats. And I found a way to make a nice living to continue paying my rent. And then Annabelle and I got married. That's when Annabelle and I had known each other for about 1.5 years. We got married. And that's how our life started, and that's how our business started. And crypto came in, and we started buying Bitcoin in 2014, and it just, you know, those first couple of years, it was painful. We didn't have anything, guys. I wish you guys, I know there's many out there that understand what I'm saying, but when we first started our business, we didn't go out. We didn't have the money to go out to eat at a nice restaurant. We couldn't afford to buy a nice car. We were taking taxis around town. You know, we really sacrificed those first 3 years of our business. It was tough. You know, we had lots of fights, and then that's, you know, typical money fights everybody has. But we knew that we wanted to succeed. So slowly but surely, we built up our business, and we got to the point where we could start doing social media for crypto companies, and we started getting paid in crypto. That was late 2014, 2015. And over the time, we did crypto social media for about 40 different companies. I'm not going to name names here. I don't want to do that, but we did great. And I got to meet a lot of the people in the crypto space. You know, I like to tell you guys stories on Discord Syndicate all the time, the people I know and the conversations that we've had. But it took a lot of time to get to that point. I have people messaging me all the time and say, Randy, I want to move to Mexico. Mandy, I want to move to Costa Rica or Colombia, those kind of things, but I don't have any money. And I say to them, look, start building a business, start making yourself an income, or find a job in one of these countries, and you know that's going to pay you enough to survive. Or if you can find a way to have a nice income like we can make with HEX, maybe you can have the income to pay for your bills to then build a business and do the whole thing like we did. So the delayed gratification is a skill that they talked about the marshmallow test the other night. You know, not choosing to eat that marshmallow, waiting and then getting the second one. Well, that's how I feel about life. You know, if you can just hold on and wait, if you could just step back and say, I don't want to eat the first marshmallow, then you possibly have a second one. So we're going to talk about HEX. You know, this whole event is about HEX. And you know, when you make your stakes, it's so tempting to do an early on stake when you do a 3, 4, 5, 10, 15x. But if you can just step back, take a deep breath, and realize that that stake might be worth 10, 20x more, if you could just wait till the end of that stake, I think that you're going to be a much happier person. You're going to feel better about yourself. You know, the whole truth engine of HEX, when you make a decision, you put that stake in, you are making a commitment to follow through and go through the whole year, the whole 2 years. You know, yes, I tested the early end stake. I did it in the first month of HEX. I staked something, I early end staked it. I wanted to see how it worked. I don't ever want to do that again. So unless you can afford to go for those 5, 5, 5, 5 stakes, don't just jump into those. Be wise, be smart about your stakes. Make a staking ladder, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, just go 5 years out. Be smart. I know Hexo always talks about it. He shows on his graph, he does the lines with his little dog and that when you do your staking ladder, make sure that it's set up properly where you're not tempted to go and do an early on stake. Because delayed gratification is hard. Society has taught us that when you make something, that you take it right away. You know, we're always fearful that we're gonna lose. And we saw that in the crypto space at the end of 2017, the beginning of 2018. Everyone just started selling. They said, oh my God, Bitcoin's 20,000. And then, 10% of people started selling, then another 20% sold, and it just crashed the market. And then by December of that year, Bitcoin was back to 3,000. You don't want to have to deal with that. So with HEX, we are forced to sit through our stakes. And if you can just do it, you'll benefit not just yourself, you'll benefit our whole community. Think about that for a second. Delayed gratification, when you make a commitment, you're not just benefiting yourself, you're benefiting the whole community of HEX. because we can see when we, Silver the antidote, when he looks at the graphs, he knows exactly when the large stakes are coming out. And you can know exactly when the large stakes are coming out as well. So if you see that there's a big one coming out, 1 million hex, 2 million hex, and maybe you don't want to sell at that exact moment. So delay your unstake for a couple weeks. If you're in the US, so you don't want a taxable event, delay it and then unstake and then sell your hex a little bit, or sell your interest, then restake out 10 years or something like that. If you can do that, you're going to be a very wealthy person. People need to learn and need to educate themselves about having patience. It took me a long time to get to that point. I was a hot-headed person when I was a kid, when I was young. I'm getting old now. So God has taught me to be patient, to take things in kind. I don't need to go buy an expensive house. I don't need to drive a Ferrari. I don't need any of those kind of things. All I need is a basic house to live in and enough money to live off of. And then my son will be taken care of his whole life if we do this thing correctly. And I'm asking for all of your help to not do the early unstake, for your benefit and for my benefit and for everyone in the whole community. I think that we all made a good choice. We're here very early. Guys, we haven't even touched the beginning of HEX. I can't even tell you how many people I've had the conversation with that are now starting to talk about HEX. Like, Randy, should I get in now? And in my spirit, I'm like, oh man, dude, you missed this huge run already this year. But I know that if I would have gotten in Bitcoin when it was $7, it's equivalent to where I am right now with HEX. And those people are going to be very happy 2 years from now, 5 years from now, and 10 years from now. So start learning about delayed gratification, start learning to be patient. So thank you, Maddie.
Awesome talk. Thank you, Randy.
No problem.
Take care. Hey, John.
Hey, Maddie. How's it going?
Great to see you. You've been a guest on Discourse Syndicate, and you were so awesome and professional, and so that's why we wanted to invite you on here to the first HEX conference and hear what you have to say for your talk for the next 10 minutes here.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate the time, and shout out to all my Hexicans. Love you guys.
Thanks.
All right, guys. So what I wanted to talk about today was the analogy that Peter Thiel talks about in his book 0 to 1. And I want to tie it back to how HEX is a 0 to 1 technology in the crypto space. So in Peter's book, he talks about how when you start a new business or a venture, such as a cryptocurrency, that actually competition is for losers, and you don't want competition. You actually want to create a monopoly around your product or service. And this is counterintuitive to a lot of people, because in school we're taught that monopolies are bad, and in the past they've been outlawed and they're deemed illegal. But Peter also mentions that the product or service you create should provide 10x the value to your customers than your competitors. So what is the competition that HEX is currently competing with? Well, the first one would be obviously the legacy bank CD, which currently pays about 1% for jumbo CDs. Meanwhile, CPI inflation is about 2%. So you're effectively losing money by putting in your US dollars into CDs in the bank due to inflation. And the same goes with cash, of course, because cash is paying you 0% interest on your money. And then yields and bonds are paying very low rates historically, compared to historical numbers across the globe, and even some countries that a lot of the hexing community is involved in. There's actually some negative interest rates, believe it or not. So we live in a world where yield is starved, and people are looking for yield and want income. So my argument today is that HEX is trying to go 10x better, or even more better than its competition in regards to the legacy markets. And then also within cryptocurrency itself, it's trying to be a 10x improvement upon what's currently available. So I want to go through some of the innovations that HEX has delivered so far, and it's 1 year of existence. So number one being the trustless interest. It's a brand new DeFi technology, high yield blockchain CD. And again, banks are paying 1%, and on a 1-year stake for HEX, it's paying a little bit over 10% plus, depending on some of the global behaviors. I think it's safe to say that you're earning over 10% on a 1-year stake. So that alone is a 10x improvement over the legacy markets. And in the legacy markets, a safe withdrawal rate for a traditional portfolio is going to be about 4 to 5%, depending on who you ask. So HEX could be a way for traditional investors to get a yield on their portfolio that they plan on living on throughout their longer years and into their retirement, as a way to get that higher yield and put less capital into HEX, but still get that high yield. So I see that as an opportunity. Number two would be the time locking. Of course, the consequences that it makes you honor your word, and basically what you said to the contract, you have to live up to, and if not, you're going to be severely punished. And the fact that this is all run decentralized on a smart contract is one of the great innovations that HEX has done. Also, the fact that it's fully decentralized, 100% uptime, no humans involved, no admin keys, and also the development of the 100% decentralized exchange in Uniswap. So when HEX launched, I don't think a lot of people really understood or believed that Uniswap was going to be around when it launched, but here it is. And the fact that Uniswap is a decentralized exchange and it uses an automated market maker actually creates a hidden fundamental for HEX, because the way the trade execution works is it allows for more volatile price movements and explosive price movements up and down, compared to a traditional order book or in a traditional centralized exchange. So that's one of the things that I find interesting in HEX. The third innovation in HEX is the idea of the perpetual income machine through CD laddering or bond laddering. So other staking projects, they pay you yield. However, with HEX and the share price being a unique feature, you're actually able to create CD ladders similar to the legacy markets and get paid for staking longer, so that your longer stakes are paying you more, your shorter stakes are paying you less, but you keep rolling out your stakes continually into the future, yielding you more interest over time and flexibility every time each stake comes undone. So it's great to see. I'm seeing a lot of Hexicans do that and utilize that strategy, and it's a way to perpetually pay yourself and use that as an income stream to supplement some of your other things that you're going on in your finances, in your portfolio. The last one I wanted to touch on was the referral program inside of cryptocurrency. As far as I know, I don't know any other legitimate projects or products that had a legit referral program within the launch phase. And I've seen a lot of Hexicans benefit from the referral program that was going on for the first year of the launch. And one community member the other day mentioned that he earned over $500,000 from staking his referral coins earned during the launch phase, which is obviously an astronomical amount. The gains obviously boosted what he currently got as far as the referrals go, but still, if you get those referrals and then you continue to build a network effect and build more people and have more people stake 555, you're creating a raving fans. You're creating a system where everyone builds upon each other and wants to support each other, and everyone can win. So what we're currently in as far as HEX, as after the big payday, we're basically in the phase where it's the war for longer stakes, and by staking longer you get more shares. So right now everyone is competing for that share price to get those shares of the system to participate in the inflation. And since the big payday, the OA has been harmonious and unstaked its coins and really improved the yield for everyone else involved. So based on the global statistics and what's going on in HEX as a whole, I see it as a no-brainer to stake, considering that we have less than 10% of the global HEX stakes in the entire system. So less than 10% of all HEX is being staked, greatly rewarding all of the holders. So the focus that most people should be concerned with is the APY. And the APY right now is on average about 37, 38, 39% for the average staker. So if that continues, which I do see continuing, I'm sure the APY will go down over time as more people enter the system and decide to stake and lock up their coins. So that won't be around forever, but currently, as it stands right now, it's a great opportunity. And my call to action for most Hexicans is to actually stake and stake long, because not only are you benefiting the system, you're benefiting yourself, and you're building the ecosystem as a whole and making it stronger so that it is going to be around for the long term. And you are going to be able to reap those rewards because it's going to have more users and more adoption. And that's what we really need to move Hex forward, is adoption now. So I'm very excited about the future of Hex, and I just wanted to include a quick numbers as far as the price per T-share goes. So in 2020, the price per T-share went up over 300x from the lows to the highs in 2020. So, of course, nothing's guaranteed in crypto. Do your own research. But if we replicate that performance and the price per T-share in US dollars in 2021, we have the potential for the price per T-share to go over 15,000 in this next year. Of course, that would require a lot of upside price potential and price performance, but it also require the share price to increase, which I anticipate it will, since we still have a lot of big payday stakes coming unlocked. So that is basically what I'm looking for in this next year, is how is the price per T-share going to perform? And that's the thing that I like to look at, because it basically is a mathematical formula to how to replicate how much your stakes are worth currently. So if someone was new to Hex and wanted to come in and replicate your stakes, they would have to, buy that many shares, buy that many T-shares to get that same amount of income or APY on a daily basis or an annual basis. So my call to action for Hexicans is to stake long, benefit the system, benefit everyone else around you, and tell everyone else that you know about it, and keep that financial literacy strong and keep everyone educated as much as possible.
John, that was an excellent talk. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks, Maddie.
Take care.
Take care, guys.
Now our next guest here, you've seen him perform your favorite song of all time in Hex, and we've got Freddie Quotes, and he's here to give a Hex talk, which I'm looking forward to a lot.
How are you today, Maddie?
I'm doing really well.
Awesome, awesome. All right, well, let me jump in. I know I got 10 minutes. I'll try to get it all done and wrapped up pretty quickly.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, brother. As most of you know, I go by Freddie Quotes. I wrote the Hexican Anthem. I'm a proud Hexican, father, husband, and follower of Christ. My crypto journey began in 2009. I had a few libertarian friends, like most of us who got into the industry here. They introduced me to Bitcoin. They were big in the Ron Paul movement, the End the Fed movement, and they had read about Bitcoin, and we talked about it a couple times. I didn't have much of a technical understanding or how to buy it at the time. So it wasn't until 2013 or 2014 that I actually bought my first crypto, some Bitcoin, Litecoin, and actually some Feathercoin, believe it or not. I didn't dive headfirst into crypto until 2017. And in 2017 is when I found Richard Hart, probably laying in bed at night, going through all the countless YouTube influencers into cryptos, just trying to learn as much as I possibly could, which obviously led me to investing my thoughts, time, and energy into Hex. Tonight, I want to talk about investments and how to maximize your gains in your investments. Probably not the type of investments that you're thinking, but we are all investors. What are some things that we invest in? We invest in relationships. We invest time and energy to grow or destroy relationships. We have positive results in healthy relationships, or we can have negative return on our investment, which yield unhealthy relationships. Relationships are like bank accounts. If you make too many withdrawals without making any deposits, that relationship and that account will run dry. Some other investments that we make are real estate, precious metals. Some of us invest into currencies and different types of currencies. We have a fiat currency. Most of us in the crypto game are hedging against fiat and the funny money system by investing into cryptocurrencies. Another currency is time. A lot of people don't think of time as a currency, but time is God's currency. It's the most valuable because we never know how much we have. Every moment is precious and every moment is valuable. This is one of the many reasons Hex is an incredible product. It monetizes time. There's so many ways to invest, and there are so many different types of investments. Today, I want to focus on investing in your thoughts. Everything is created twice. Everything started with a thought. Everything that you have, your computer, your mouse, your car, your TV, everything that we touch or can have was started as an idea. Alongside HEX, one of the greatest investments in your life that you can make are those investments into your thoughts and ideas. Throughout my life, I knew I had potential, but I didn't have much direction. I didn't know where I was going, what I was doing. My attention wasn't focused on what it needed to be focused on. It was focused mostly on what I did not want to happen. I was literally working against myself, and it showed. I had a terrible return on my investment. I had crappy relationships. I had no career. I wasn't where I wanted to be. Occasionally, I would get lucky and hit a home run, but it was really just a flash of my true potential. I didn't have very many consistent results. And it wasn't until I started investing in my thoughts that I started to see mad gains in my life, happy relationships, a successful career, all the stuff that everyone expects that they should have in life. Specifically, there are a few things that I started to do, and it wasn't easy. It was a struggle. I kept falling back into my old habits, but I had to work hard, and it took a lot of practice, but eventually I developed the skills that I still use to this day. And I have to practice these skills even today, because it's like if you don't practice, you get rusty. So you practice like you play, right? The first thing that you need to do is get comfortable being uncomfortable. Challenge everything that you know. You must open your mind to new ideas and new ways of thinking. You have to create new habits and develop a student mentality. I've been learning about HEX for over a year and a half, and I still don't know everything. There's things that I learn every single day in our group chat. There's like 9 of us in this group chat, and we all talk about it. Those who call HEX a scam likely haven't developed the skill set of having a student mentality and challenging everything that they already know. You must remove limits and open yourself to limitless possibilities. Anything and everything is possible in life. The universe is fluid. When you create an idea and focus your time and energy into that thought, the universe will literally rearrange itself to help you accomplish your goal. So many years I regretted not getting into Bitcoin earlier or to take a bigger position when I finally did get in. But I told myself there will be another opportunity. I literally believed HEX into my existence, which is one reason I'm so passionate about HEX. It's literally a second chance for me to buy Bitcoin at $1. It allows me to reverse the clock and go back to when Bitcoin was $1 and get in on that type of opportunity. When you believe anything is possible and live a limitless mentality, new doors are always opening. Removing limits allows you to see and recognize these doors when they open. This is really where the fun begins. We have free will to create any type of life that we want. At this point, your life is literally a blank canvas. You are the artist in your own life. This is where you need to think incredibly big. When Richard decided to create a cryptocurrency, he didn't just think, oh, I'm going to create some mediocre token, no purpose to it. He knew he wanted to create the biggest and best crypto ever created. None of us would be here today had Richard not thought big, which brings me to my next point. You must set goals. There are a few things to remember when setting goals. Your goal should be so big that when you tell them to people, they laugh at you. I have my favorite goal to tell people is that one day I'm going to own the Redskins. And everyone's like, oh, yeah, you'll never do that. Most people will try to discourage you simply because they don't think that it's possible. They might be lacking that limitless mentality. They probably also have your best interest in mind, but don't allow that to shift your focus. Like Gary says, you need to have a meaningful, specific purpose. Make your goals meaningful and make them specific. The fastest way to accomplish your goals is by helping others accomplish theirs. You'll hear that over and over and over in this community. And that's what makes this community so amazing is everyone works together to accomplish the greater goal. It's awesome. So it's good to have short-term goals, 1 to 5 years. And then you obviously want to have some long-term goals, 10 to 15.2 years, somewhere in that range. Take time every day to think and speak about your goals with your friends and your family. While you're at it, ask them what their goals are. Visualize yourself accomplishing the goals that you set. Visualization is a huge tool that will help you accomplish your goals when you set them. Some people create a vision board. I have a vision board. I haven't updated it much recently. Most of my visualization is mentally, but you can take a cork board, hang up pictures of things that you may want, a car, a picture of your significant other to signify a healthy relationship. But this will help you materialize those goals that you set. If you focus on them and see them in real time, it will help you accomplish them. It's important to remember you won't hit every single goal that you set, which is okay. It allows you to recognize areas of improvement and the opportunity to develop and master the shortcomings that you had. Another reason that I can tie, or another way to tie this into HEX, is that when the HEX launch was delayed and there were multiple audits and there were issues with the code, Richard and the developers didn't give up. They worked hard to find solutions and continued forward. Everyone faces roadblocks in life. The most successful people in life are those that overcome the roadblocks and keep moving forward. I call it failing forward. I'm sure you've heard people say that before. It boils down to this: success is a mentality. Rich get richer, poor get poorer. You develop a mindset of excellence. If you think you can or you think you can't, you're absolutely right. You have the ability to manifest your own destiny. Over the last 10 years, I've had countless friends and family tell me, Fred, you're so lucky. You did this, you have that, you went there, you met this person, you experienced this. Every single time I give them the same response. I create my own luck. Luck is when preparation meets opportunity. I've had countless opportunities present themselves over the years, including the opportunity to buy Bitcoin at 25 cents. The problem was I wasn't prepared. Investing in my thoughts has prepared me to recognize the opportunity HEX presents and how to maximize the return on my investment in HEX and every other investment in my life. That's pretty much it. I think I got it all in. I think I'm under 10 minutes. Am I there, Maddie? Was that 10 minutes?
That was awesome. Yeah.
Good, brother. Good.
You're an eloquent speaker, and I was well prepared. You brought a lot of thoughts.
Absolutely. I appreciate the time here today.
Thank you so much, Freddie.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
You too. Hey, David.
Hey, Maddie.
Look at you. You're looking so sharp.
Thank you. And first thing, I just wanted to say thank you to you and to Joe for putting on this amazing conference. I can't even imagine the amount of work it's been, and I'm sure it's kind of like herding cats, but this has been absolutely amazing. So thank you so much for doing this.
Well, it's our pleasure. Thank you for being here, and looking forward to your talk now.
Yes, thank you. It's my pleasure. Hey, good evening, ladies, gentlemen, and my fellow Hexicans. It's an honor to be here, and I'm here to tell my success story with HEX, and how Richard Hart has changed my life for the better in more ways than one. If you actually go to hex.com/testimonials, the first video at the top there you'll see is a video I made for Richard thanking him. And I'll talk more about that in a moment. My crypto story started back in about 2012. I don't remember exactly where I heard about Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. I've been an IT guy for years after college. I remember hearing about it online. It was a digital currency. And then I remember getting into mining with my video card in the pools way back in the day. And I thought, wow, this is amazing. I've never seen anything like this. This is truly some very interesting technology. Back then, I don't think anybody had any idea where this would go. I don't think any of us would ever expect to be here today or for things to unfold the way they did. I think we're all surprised by that. Over those years, I've seen many coins come and go. I was there for the first block of Zcash being mined. I remember that on YouTube. I remember the troll box on Poloniex when you could actually trade and chat with people before they took that away. I've watched Max Kaiser for years. I remember Amanda B. Johnson talking about Dash. And this is all back in 2016, before 2017. I've even made the classic crypto mistake that even Hexo has, of spending your crypto on food. I've done it. I'm guilty as charged. I bought a sandwich for $7 for a coin years ago, gave it to a coworker, and then that particular coin ended up going over $2,000. So there's a little lesson there for everybody. Don't spend your crypto on food. I also was into Ethereum back in 2016 and 2017, and I was also part of the ICO craze. I bought a lot of coins. Promise coins is what they really were. I didn't know back then. Didn't have a clue, and got wrecked over and over on a number of projects that just went to zero or lost 99% of their value. So I've been there. I can relate to that. I found Richard Hart in early 2017. I don't remember exactly when or which video it was specifically, but I do remember watching his video about how to stop playing video games. And I've always been a big gamer. I'm an IT guy, I'm into crypto, and I've been a gamer. And I remember that video really hitting home, and how he talked about how it was not a productive use of your time. And that really inspired me back then. Now, did I take that advice immediately? No, I didn't. It took some time for it to really kick in. But now I can say that has. So right there, that video from Richard really changed my life. And back then I knew Richard was a very special guy, very intelligent guy, and he was giving out some great information. I even remember in later 2017 when Richard Hart, he interviewed a gentleman named Rhett Crichton, and he basically gave him the idea for Bitcoin Private live on the stream. If I remember correctly, there was a moment where Richard is telling Rhett, hey, you know who gets rich in crypto? Founders and holders. And you could see in Rhett's eyes, the light bulb went off. And I remember that moment. And then I remember shortly thereafter, Richard himself coming out and saying, hey, everybody, I'm going to make a coin, a revolutionary cryptocurrency. And I remember it was just a thought in his mind on one of those first streams. And then we waited for 2 years. It was in development, and it felt like forever. And Richard pushed it back because it wasn't ready, and he pushed it back, which was 100% the right thing to do. And oh man, those were exciting times. And ever since then, I've seen every Richard Hart video. Now HEX has been around it's already been over a year. So we've only done half the time that we've waited. But before this, I FOMO'd into HEX on day one, like a lot of folks did. Despite hearing Richard discuss that it was a bad idea, it didn't matter. I was too excited. Could not wait to get in there. Thankfully, I did listen though, and I did dollar cost average over the next few weeks in 2020. That December and January, I was fortunate enough to have some Ethereum, and I did dollar cost in, and it was amazing. So that's kind of how things went over the last year and years ago. So now, flash forward to this last October, which it's been 2 months, 3 months, already feels like a lifetime ago, right? It's only been 90 days, not even. On October 28th, I believe that's the night it was, I believe HEX hit a penny. And for me, in my mind, after all this time, that was like a legendary target for HEX. That was going to be something really special, especially after seeing the discount prices we got all year and our march toward a penny. Well, that night, I was overcome. I could not believe it. I set aside way back $750, and I put it into HEX, and I set that aside, and I said, I want this to pay my student loans. I went to college for computer networking, and I had over 35 grand worth of student loan debt that I've been paying for almost 10 years. And that night when it hit a penny, I was able to pay it off. I was able to actually take $750, turn it into $35,000, and then pay off all my student loans. That would not have been possible without Richard Hart. That was huge. That really changed my life because I thought I was going to be paying for that for decades. It was a game changer. Makes me emotional. You know, I have children and mouths to feed, and you know, I work 9 to 5 to take care of my family, and to be able to have that gift of not having that debt was amazing, and it's already changed my life. Now I'm able to dollar cost average still to this day. I take a little bit of my paycheck and I put it into HEX, and I'm saving for my future. You know, that wasn't the only HEX I had. I was fortunate enough to be here, and I've been investing for this past year, and now I've built myself a staking ladder that goes all the way out to the 15 years. And now going forward, I only make 5 stakes for my future, and I can build a perpetual income machine now. Tomorrow is actually my 35th birthday, and my 555s, any ones that I make around now, they'll be coming out on my 50th birthday. And I want to quote Kareem here, because he really put this into perspective a couple months ago, and it really stuck with me. Is you know, if I was in a 401k, which I don't have a 401k, I knew it wasn't a good investment, and a 555 stake, that's only halfway there for me. Normally, I wouldn't be able to pull out a 401k until I was 65 anyway. Well, I'll be able to do 2 555 clubs in that time. So now that's what I reach for. I'm just doing long stakes, and I'll have that income forever. And I also wanted to say thank you to Richard. This is all because of him. You're my hero. You saved my life and my family's life, and I'll be forever grateful for that. And now HEX has inspired me to eat better, stop drinking, and to really think about my future. Because before I didn't really have any savings. I didn't have any plan for the future. And now I do. Now I have something to look forward to. And I even have something to pass on to my children. And that's amazing. You know, so thank you, Richard. You're a real hero. And you've saved a lot of lives. And you know, you're putting food on the table for a lot of children out there. So you know, just thank you so much. And I also want to say thank you to the community. Like, I'm just going to name a couple Hexicans. There's Hexologist, RG3, which also the night I made my video and I sent it to Richard privately on Telegram, he messaged me back and he says, "Hey, that was amazing. Can I share this with the world?" I did not expect that at all. Of course I said yes. I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. And then it happened to be Wednesday night. It was the 28th. And he said, "Hey, Discourse Syndicate is live right now. Here's the link. Go on there and tell your story." And I got onto the show with RG3 and dollar cost, and also told my story that night. And it was amazing. So I want to thank all of them as well. And all the other content producers out there. You've inspired me. I've started streaming a little bit, and I've even shown my Dream Wallet online so that I can help inspire others now, because I know that it's not too late. This is just the beginning for HEX. This is going to be around for generations, and this is going to save a lot of lives. So I want to do everything I can to spread the message of HEX to the world and share this with everybody, because this is a gift for humanity that Richard's given everybody. And I want to spend my time spreading that word and helping other people be saved as well. And this is just truly amazing. So, you know, thank you again to Richard Hart. Thank you to all the Hexicans out there. And I can't wait for this amazing journey over the next 15 years and beyond while we let our stakes mature and while we all grow together. I think this is an amazing community, and I know that we're going to help change the world. And it's only a matter of time until everybody hears our message. Yeah. So I just want to say thank you. And this is a privilege and an honor to be here. And I hope that my story can help inspire others, that anybody can do this. You know, this is everybody's chance to invest for their futures now and take care of yourselves and your families.
Such an amazing story. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Matt. It's my pleasure to share it.
We'll see you at the social.
Absolutely. Can't wait. Thanks again. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Hey, Joe.
What's going on, Matty? Good to see you, brother.
It's so good to see you.
Absolutely. Happy to be here. Thank you. Looking forward to it.
So I've got a couple-minute thing planned for after your talk for you and I. So
Okay.
I'm going to let you go ahead, and then I'll be back.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, welcome, everybody. I am Joe Hexotic, and I just wanted to go over a quick story about two men. The first man is heavily medicated, alcoholic, drug user, obese, selfish, depressed, egotistical, angry, miserable, alone, and even suicidal. And the second man is sober, healthy, selfless, happy, motivated, creative, and faithful. And if you're asking what do these two men have in common, well, they're both me. The first man was my past self, and the second man is my current and, God willing, my future self. And it's because of Richard Hart. It's because of HEX. It's because of Matty Allin. It's because of my friend HEX Live and our Hexican community, everybody that's out there watching right now. You've all taught me positive behavior change, mentally, spiritually, and even physically. And I'm paying my future self monetarily. I'm building wealth. I'm also building health and social capital as well. So this has been a long journey for me. Those of you that know my story know that I've been through a lot in the past year, even actually overdosing and dying, being revived, woken up with a brain injury, a TBI. I found HEX, shortly after COVID, the lockdown. I found it through Richard Hart's videos. My friend HEX Live asked me if I had ever heard of HEX. Had I ever heard of Richard Hart? And I went home and I started doing some research. I got into HEX right away, made my first Quattro Cinco steak, and started watching videos to teach myself the things that I didn't know. And I was so blown away by Richard, by his intellect, by his passion, and his ability to just really believe in the product and then teach everybody like myself that just really had no idea. I was a complete no coiner, had no foundation in cryptocurrency. And today I have my own stream, with Matty Allin. We co-host HEX Therapy Live on Thursday nights. And I've even had the motivation to create my own stream where I welcome the inspiring Hexicans that are going through different struggles, have overcome obstacles, and we share our experience, strength, and hope through the faith in general that we've overcome, and we keep pursuing excellence. It's progress, not perfection. And I really just want to thank this community, starting with Richard Hart, for building HEX, the most unbelievable product I've ever come across. It's certainly Nobel Prize winning material. And then the next person I'd like to thank is the hexologist, our general in the Hexican community, for illustrating such a strong work ethic, his consistency, and how to build trust and build our community. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for hexologists being here every day, 20 minutes before the hour ticks over UTC time. I can't thank him enough for getting me through some very difficult days where I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know where I was even going to sleep that night, but I could count on one thing. The hexologist would be on, and he'd be presenting the HEX news, and I'd get to see all my friends, my great family in those chats. The next person I'd like to thank is RG3, our captain, for starting Discourse Syndicate. That's where I met Matty Allin, was in the chat room for Discourse Syndicate. We have an excellent relationship right now. I'll get to that in a second, but because of Discourse Syndicate, I also would not be here if it wasn't for their consistency, for them providing a platform for me to be totally absorbed on a Monday, Wednesday, Friday night. No matter what was going on in my world, again, I knew I could count on those guys, the Cutthroats. They would actually even welcome Maddie and I into the Cutthroats. So RG3, thank you so much. I can't tell you what an honor it is to be included in such an incredible group of men and women. And it's a dream come true. For you helping build our community, RG3, I just want to say thank you. And to Maddie Allin, my best friend in crypto, for being you, Maddie, for pushing me to be my best, for creating such powerful content together, and for helping us both build platforms that we can jump off of. You've been a great friend, Maddie. I can't thank you enough. This conference has been absolutely outstanding. I've had so much fun in the green room, getting to meet all the different presenters, getting to hang with everybody, get to know each other better. Jumping back in when my time is over in the green room and getting in the chats and being a part of my Hexican family in there. And I'm looking forward to doing that in a few minutes when Richard Hart comes on to go live with you, Maddie. I can't wait to see that. I know how much work that you've put into this, and thank you for including me in this process. And it's been a blessing, brother. Thank you. And lastly, to my Hexican family, everybody that's out here watching right now, everyone that's tuned in, whether it's live or whether you're watching this on a recording, thank you for continuing to inspire me, for pushing me to be creative, and most of all, for all the love that you've given me. I feel a sense of community that I've never felt before. I love my service to this community. It's a unified community built around Hex, its founder, Richard Hart, and every single one of us Hexicans brings something to the table. And what an incredible family we have. I love this community, and I love Hex. So thank you, everybody, for your time. Maddie, if you want to join me, I'm ready for you, brother.
Hey.
How's it going?
It's so inspiring working with you, and it's so much fun. I love that we're best friends in crypto and that Hex really brought us together, and that you and I are working together in order to try to help other people have better mental health. And part of that is through teaching people that they can delay gratification, that they can save for the future, and that there are so many rewards in place for living a healthier life. And you're an amazing example of that. Your recovery story is amazing. And I believe that today is a special day for you. Is that right?
It is. It just so happens to be my 1-year sobriety date anniversary. So 1 year ago today was the day I made the decision to become sober, to reach out and ask for help, to be willing to do anything that I needed to recover from my disease of alcoholism. And I was set on a path that I've continued to be on to this day, that includes my family, my friends, and God, the Hexican community. And I am so proud, so grateful, so thankful to be here with you right now. This is a full circle from where I was a year ago. This is really, truly, as the person sitting here, kind of hard to believe,
And it's a coincidence that it just so happened that we scheduled the conference for this day.
That's right.
And so I think it's really special. And so I wanted to do something special for you. I hope this isn't too cheesy or something, but just listen to it and you'll see what it is here.
Thank you. Thank you, Maddie.
Hey, all you cool cats and kittens. It's Carol Baskin from Big Cat Rescue. Joe Hexo, I am told that you are such a cool cat. Oh my gosh. Yes. Maddie tells me that you are BFF and that you are celebrating 1 year of sobriety. Congratulations. I know how hard that is. Oh my gosh. Do I know how hard that is? I was a drunk up until 1979. And that's when I got pregnant and decided I was not going to do that to my baby. And so I have been abstaining since 1979. It's more you crave the idea of being catatonic. Yeah, that was fun. But you don't need it now, because I understand that your YouTube show is about struggle and recovery and helping others to improve. and that you are involved in the crypto community. And the crypto community has got to be doing really amazing right now. You know, the only part of the crypto community that I ever got involved in was crypto kitties. I thought that was so fun. I love those crypto kitties. Oh, just love them. But, you know, I could be a little addictive, I think. And I never did purchase the first one. I almost did. I tried lining up all of the ether and everything you got to do and decided that was too much hassle. I could never remember my PIN numbers for all of that stuff. And so never did actually buy a crypto kitty. Probably should have. I don't know how that fits into all of the crypto stuff that's going on right now, but it looks like people who have invested in crypto really made some smart ideas or investments in that. I wish that I had. But it sounds like you are investing in yourself and in others by helping everyone improve their mental health through experience and strength and hope. All of those are great things. You are just the cat's meow. Oh, absolutely. I hope 2021 is your most tigerific year ever. Stay cool, cats. Mwah.
Wow, Maddie. I don't know what to say. That was extremely touching. That was beautiful that you did that. Thank you so much. That brought tears to my eyes. I was hoping I could get my composure back before we started speaking again. And thankfully, when I realized that Carol Baskins is my nemesis, and you know, no, she's that was very nice of her to do that. Thank you so much, Maddie, for making that happen. And I appreciate the love, brother. That was beautiful. Thank you.
Well, thank you for all you're doing for everybody else and for yourself. And happy 1 year sober anniversary today. And I'm looking forward next year to do this conference on the same days, January 6th through 9th, 2022. And we'll be able to celebrate that every year.
That's incredible. Thank you so much, Maddie. That was really beautiful. That was a surprise.
Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to having you back for the social after these next 2 talks.
I'll be back, and I'm certainly looking forward to what's about to happen right now. This is a really big deal, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen in the next hour. And then Richard's keynote, I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you, Maddie. Thank you,
Awesome.
everybody.
Thank you. Hey, Richard.
Hey, how's it going?
Really good. How are you?
Nice cameo there from Carol Baskin. That was hilarious. In fact, you should not have bought CryptoKitties. I don't believe in overpaying for JPEG pictures. Seems silly to me.
So I was wanting to introduce you, if that's okay.
Please.
You are the founder of HEX and a serial entrepreneur. All you do is win. HEX is a multi-billion-dollar crypto designed to do much better than Bitcoin. In my opinion, you're much better than the average billion-dollar founder in many ways, including you wrote a 572-page self-help book. Thank you so much for speaking at the first HEX conference.
I tell you, there's a second book called Fix the World, which you could chuck in there as well if you wanted to. There's so many pages. It's crazy. So much content there. It would be, one of the best things that happened to me recently, just yesterday, was a school teacher let me know that he was reading to his kids from SciVive, and that they were really shocked to discover that a 40% discount is a better deal than getting 50% more free. And I was like, man, that's amazing. Like I'm making, like, it's working. And then, I was watching David Feeder speak just, 30 minutes ago, and you can't receive better compliments than he's giving. I mean, he's saying things like, you saved my family, you're putting food on the table, you changed my life, you got me to stop playing video games, you got me, I can spend more time with my kids now, I don't have student loans to pay off anymore. You're just like, God damn, like, yeah, that's amazing. Like, you cannot as a human being receive better feedback and compliments, and there is no better validation of being a human than to heal somebody else. And I think, that's kind of the industry that you're in. is helping people feel better. You know, like what of what merit or value is life without the feelings? That's kind of the point, you know?
Well, and being in mental health, I really am lucky because I think it's something that's extremely rewarding, more than just money, and I got to experience that early on. I've also taken more of a critical angle with things because I always want to make things better, and that's something that I admire about you, and so that's one of the things of many that drew me to HEX and drew me to really be a huge fan of you and the many areas of your genius. So it's a huge honor to be here with you tonight.
Nice, man. I got to tell you, some of the things that make me really love this community are the things that have nothing to do with me. So I was invited to this conference. I have absolutely nothing to do with it. It wasn't my idea. I didn't do any organization. I didn't do anything. I was literally yesterday like, hey, Maddie, what's up, man? When's my talk? You know, it's that type of community engagement and involvement means, in my opinion, that virality is around the corner. Because I was there when Bitcoin started. It didn't look anywhere near as good as this. Nothing, no part of it looked anywhere near as good as this. We have more videos, we have more memes, we have more liquidity, we have more volume, we've traded more places, we have more features, we have a better price performance. You're just like, oh my God, it's so good. It's so good. And it's good for reasons apart, even aside from the code. You know, it's great because of the community. It's great because of the messaging. It's great because of, you know, all these other things that aren't even the thing. Right. So we have the code, and the code is the most important thing. And then everything around the code is just, it really impresses me.
Yeah, the community, the other thing about the people in HEX is that they cross promote each other, and they kind of incentivize healthier behaviors, and there's all this social capital that people have built. And it's just
I learn things all the time. I've been working on the rebuttals list, the like master. You said this, well, right? And because I don't think anyone else could do as good a job at it. Mm-hmm. And I'm making good progress on it. I'm proud of it. And I still am able to tune in and catch some of the content. And I'm always learning new things from the Hexicans. So, you know, somebody's talking about, when I introduce HEX to somebody new, first thing I do is start them out with a 555 stake. 5,555 days, 5,555 stake. And then that sets the shelling point. It extends their idea of what acceptable timeframes are. And then they fill in the rest. And instead of just start with a day. And that never occurred to me because I am not setting people up one-on-one. I'm not, in person pitching. Thanks, COVID. And so you guys have more practice and more experience actually setting people up, actually getting people onboarded and stuff. And it's like, I learned from you guys a lot of different things, and it's cool. I love learning about something that I invented. Welcome to emergent properties, but I mean, it's tangential, right? Like presenting things in the right manner. When you advertise the sizzle is not the steak. They're different things, and they're both very important.
Did you create SciVive before HEX, and what is that?
Long before. So my whole life, I knew I wanted to make the world a better place because I retired when I was 23. I mean, I retired in 2003. So I guess it was 25. So I retired at 25. And I started traveling the world and thinking, what matters? What do I want to do with my life? And I had already trained to be a life coach and done all the self-help stuff. And I was like, well, I had this big outline. Of things I wanted to do. And I wasn't getting enough done on the outline. So I thought, maybe my plans just aren't good enough. And so I paid $8,000 to go get brainwashed by a guy named Tad James in Hawaii, who invented something called timeline therapy, which is, a tactic in NLP, neuro-linguistic programming. And, I presented him all these plans that I had. And he's like, man, you don't have like a planning problem. What you have is a doing problem. I was like, oh, shit. So you find that when you're trying to help people, what you discover is what they think their problem isn't actually their problem. Usually their problem is something else, and they've just misidentified it. So that was fun. He also wasn't able to get me into trance. So like when he was giving me all the commands to like get me to zone out, to go into trance, it was too hard for me to follow the orders because I was just one meta layer removed thinking about him doing it. So it's hard for me to do it because I was thinking about him doing it. Mm. And it's like the difference between directing a movie and watching a movie, and I was stuck in like director mode. So I wasn't able to like get that particular, I wasn't actually able to do the timeline therapy the way that you would want to do it. Right. Yeah, it was, I've got so many things I could talk about that people just don't know about because they only hear about crypto all the time. Right. So in summary, my journey is to wanting, so we talked about SciVive. It's like, yeah, I started recording all the good ideas I had for decades. And then I had this collection of recordings of awesome content. And I was like, all right, we need to get this out there. So I uploaded it all to YouTube and then downloaded the auto transcriptions to do voice to text because I tried a bunch of other voice to text and it didn't work that well. And then you end up with something that's close to usable, but not totally. It's fixed a lot. So then I had a couple guys help me go through and turn the transcriptions into something useful. And then it's like, okay, here's all the knowledge of a lifetime. How do we categorize that? And I had to create a framework to categorize all of life. And I came up with something really unique and really special in SciVive, which is, and I think this is so great. If you look at the different ways that people organize life, you have like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's useless. You can't use it. You're like, oh, people need food. Okay, yeah. People need, emotional connection. Like, yeah. People need, shelter. You're like, okay. I can't use any of that shit. You can't. It's not. Yeah. It doesn't have utility. We know these things already. They need air too. Doesn't help me make decisions. So then you upgrade that to like another system, which is like Tony Robbins' 6 Human Needs. And then you're like, well, it's pretty good, but I think we could do better still. And I created something which involves a time component that it's never been seen before. And it consists of this. There's what you are today, which is your mind, your body, and your spirit. And what's the difference between mind and spirit? Well, mind is more like knowing, learning, and spirit is more like feeling and drive. So I made an analogy with a car. So like your intelligence is your horsepower. Your spirit is which way you turn the wheel. And then, maybe your body is the frame of the car, or the drive shaft, or the transmission. And so what you end up with is if you have a lot of power but no direction, you'd be going the wrong way. If you have a lot of power but no traction, you're just going to sit there and spin your tires. So you need both. You need all of it. So that's a snapshot of what you are now, mind, body, spirit. But what is your future mind, body, spirit going to look like? Well, that's going to be based on your behaviors. Okay. So what are your behaviors? Well, these are your power amplifiers. This is money, power, and respect. Money makes you more of what you already are. If you're an asshole, be a bigger asshole. Nice guy, bigger nice guy. Power is your skill sets. How fast can you type? How's your Google foo? If you want to find something on Google, can you find it? What can you do? Can you do martial arts? Or what are you good at? And then respect is your team. So your peer groups can influence you. Your employees are going to execute your will into the world. Your people that you associate with, you're going to learn from. They're going to learn from you. Super important. So what you've got is your snapshot of where you are, your mind, body, spirit, your money, power, respect, which amplifies what you are. And then there's your time, environment, and experience. So what do you become? You become what you schedule. That's it. Hey, are you physically fit? If so, it's because you've consistently done fitness. Period. Are you fat? Yeah. It's because you consistently ate the wrong way. That's it. So it's about consistency. It's about scheduling. It's about timing. So in your environment, right? Like your environment's always there. So why not just have the best stuff? This cabinet behind me, didn't pay much for it, but it's hundreds of years old, and it will gain value, not lose value. So it's a superior product that actually gains value instead of loses it and looks better the whole time. So optimize your environment, schedule the things that you want to have happen. And then we've got longevity, which is, hey, if this stuff is good, well, why don't we have it be good for a little bit longer? And even if it doesn't work out for you, it could work out for your kids or their kids. And so let's work on medical technology, because these things will be solved. It's just a question of they'll be solved while you're here or not. They're going to get solved. But will you be around to see that happen? So mind, body, spirit, money, power, respect, time, experience, and then there's different ways of putting it. So like space, time, events is one way you could put it. But there's other ways to put it. So I have to look at which way the editor decided on the last three. So yeah, I like making the world a better place. And the fact that I could put out a video a couple years ago that says you shouldn't play poker or gamble and here's why, or you should stop playing grinding video games and here's why. And then that really makes a difference in the world. And people really take that advice. It's just beautiful to me.
And that there are many things that can cause a person to live longer or shorter, depending on their health behaviors. And one of the things that so the sci-fi movement is surviving through science. Is that right?
Well, you can't. If I wrote a book and it was just like, hey guys, I don't want to die earlier and more painfully than necessary. I already watched my dog die. I already watched my grandparents die. So it'd be really cool if you guys could build some tech so that when I need it, I don't have to get, I don't have to do a Steve Jobs and just die from some stuff I could have predicted was going to happen. Could you guys work on that? And we'd be like, you know what? We'd rather watch reality TV. You can't just tell people what you want off the bat, right? You meet a girl in a bar, you're like, hey, let me tell you what I'm thinking about right now. I'm thinking about when we leave the bar. You just can't do that shit. You have to do things the way that works. And if you want to make people's lives better, you can only influence them from what already influences them. So if people are influenced by significance, connection, sex, drugs, rock and roll, you got to give them that stuff. Once you've given them those things, once you've filled up their cup and enriched them, then they might listen to you and like, hey, you know what? Medical research, the life you save might be your own, and tilt them towards that. So, worst case, if people don't support medical research, then at least they'll be richer, smarter, have better relationships, all those things. But if they're able to be pivoted towards the end into, hey, medical research is what makes this game last for longer. And that's the goal. It's like, if you live for a minute, would it be worth it? No. If you live for 1,000,000 years in constant pain, would it be worth it? No. Okay, well then it's health span. It's how long can you have an enjoyable time? That's the game. Like, what is the product of time times quality? We're already diminishing returns on quality. Food's not going to get much better. Perfumes aren't going to get much better. Organs aren't going to get much better, which leaves us with, all right, well, then we can have good stuff for a little longer. We could live as long as tortoises or clams or, name other long-lived animal. Like, let's start with that as a target and just, be 25 years old for an extra 10 or 20 years and then be 35 for an extra 10 or 20 years, something like that,
I've seen HEX perform almost as a life extension technology. In the case of Joe Hexotic from earlier, he found a meaningful community and went from having a suicidal mindset to a mindset of wanting to live for many, many more years. And even in my own behavior, I see that I'm increasing health behaviors more now that I've staked for so long and I've got rewards that are going to be coming to me in the future. I want to be healthy to enjoy those rewards. And I'm wondering, was HEX designed as a life extension technology itself?
It's crazy to me, all these emergent properties that you get. And it's like, I think HEX has had more of a positive impact on people's lives than my self-help material, which is weird. because the self-help material is designed specifically and directly to improve your lives. Like if you look at my oldest YouTube videos, I'll tell you how to get less drunk at the bar. I'll tell you how to, you know, talk about your politics better and stop, you know, polarizing and calling everything left or right. You know, I've got how to give better apologies. You name it, it's there in my oldest YouTube videos because I just want to make the world a better place. HEX has just reached more people and had effects that I didn't anticipate. I didn't realize, you know, I get messages like, hey, thanks for making crypto fun again. I'm like, is that what I did? Did I do that? Okay. Because I didn't work on doing that. We don't have a meme logo. We don't have like, I made this as like a super duper serious finance thing. So like emergent property is like fun. Didn't expect that one. And then the improvements in people's lives from shifting their time focus. I didn't anticipate that. So all the effects that the system is having that are beneficial for the participants, I really didn't expect. It's really wonderful to see them because in the end, it's all I care about. I mean, my life hasn't changed. Bitcoin went from, you know, 1,000. Well, I mean, I got in it. I mined it when it was 50 cents. I bought in when it was 30. I helped make that top. And then, you know, the price went up, what, to 41,000 now. So it's up like 80,000x from when I got in. My life hasn't changed. I've been retired since I was 25. So, you know, it's nothing. That's not what is going to do it for me. What's going to do it for me is having a positive impact on the world. And I'm not, so many people say that and they don't do anything. They're like, no, I've got multiple books and a community and people whose lives have changed. I get messaged every day, every single day with people telling me that I made their life better. You can't ask for more than that. I mean, I'm getting it done. And it's beautiful. It's just starting. So I'm very excited.
Absolutely. And now you've mentioned that longevity research may not be popular due to people
Terribly unpopular. This is another example of where like you don't want to tell people off the bat what you're talking about, because like, hey, I got a charity to cure kids cancer. Okay, you'll get funding. Hey, I got a charity to like prevent aging. Nope. What do you want? More old people? Old people suck. And that's what you get. You're like, no, we'll have less old people. People will just be younger longer. And you have to get into this long, stupid conversation of overcoming all these ideas. I don't want to turn 80 forever. It doesn't work like that. You can only make people younger for longer. Like once you're frail, you're fucked. Can't help you. But they don't get that. Like it sucks for them. So like, yeah, cure kids cancer, get money. Cure breast cancer, get money. And if you're going to do the same stuff anyway, so like if you have all these different positive outcomes from a specific medical intervention, you could advertise any of those positive outcomes. So like, yeah, we're curing kids cancer and we're just preventing cancer for everybody, which also helps old people or whatever. Like, you know, I would, if you're going to promote medical research, probably do not directly promote the longevity stuff because you're going to get so much like blowback. It's silly from people that don't know what they're talking about.
And there's a long list of things that you've come up with that are bad arguments that people believe, and a number of counterpoints you have to those about just being against living longer, that you know, that the world is already overpopulated and
lol. Get in an airplane, look out the window, show me the people stacked on top of each other. They're not. They choose. Whenever you see people stacked on top of each other, it's because they want it. It's not because they have to. They can just walk a little bit farther and, hey, look, it's empty.
Why do people believe that? I mean, with more humans comes more solutions. Why?
Well, much of our, oh yeah, that's another point you made, which is even more important probably than the overcrowding one, which is my point as well. So I forget all the stuff I generate. You know, people would always post, so threads would come up like, longevity tech, and then the noobs come in and they're like, dictators will live forever and I don't want to be 80 forever, and what if I get bored and The master class will control everything, and you have to go through the list. You're like, actually, dictators, as a dictator, you get killed all the time, and it's not age that gets you. So you don't have to worry about that one. It's one of the most dangerous jobs you can get. Two is, as far as like being bored, kill yourself. Like, okay, you don't want to fucking be around here anymore, fine. But that doesn't mean you have to like force everyone else to die. Like, no, I might get bored. So fuck everyone else. You guys all have to die early because I might get bored. And by the way, if you can cure all these other hard medical problems, maybe boredom isn't that hard to cure. And then you ask people like, are you bored really? What'd you eat for lunch 4 days ago? You don't remember? So what are you getting bored by? You don't even remember that the past happened. Like you're just randomly choosing to be bored. There's no actual reason to be bored. Have you done this? No. Have you done that? No. Have you done this? No. Okay, we'll go do those things. Like, and then what are other stupid things they say? They're like, oh, we're going to run out of resources. You're like, no, there's infinite energy out there. We could put a Dyson sphere around the sun. We could do all these different amazing things. Look at how big the universe is. I mean, do you want to be restricted to just this planet? Do you want to, we could have sky cities. We could have, seasteading where people live in the ocean. We could have so many things, right? We could have mole people living under the ground. We could have so many things. But these people just, what, do you not watch the Sci-Fi Channel? Do you not watch like Star Trek? Don't you have any imagination at all? Like, by the way, who do you think generates all the awesome stuff? People. Like, my parents aren't particularly smart. They're nice, they're awesome, but they're not geniuses. And I turned out, I don't know, smarter than most. Well, it was just luck, right? You throw enough shit at the wall, some of it sticks. So I got lucky. Well, guess what, man? That's what happened with everybody else too. Like, if you have more people that have more kids, you get these few diamonds in the rough that create new industries like the transistor or like, LCD screens or whatever. And then it just makes the world better for everybody. And if you have less people, then less opportunity for excellence, and you have less new industries. And then all the plebs, they don't have better stuff to do, So you need more people pointed in the right direction to make more progress. Like if Alexander Graham Bell and Albert Einstein and all of the best scientists and inventors of our time were still alive now, imagine how much better the world would be. But they just keep dying when they're at the top of their game. You're like, oh, well, that sucks, So I'm working on the right stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think HEX kind of changes people's environment in a way because it gives them a tool that allows them to kind of change their psychology when it comes to saving. I mean, if we look at the macroeconomics, there have been points in history where people had access to harder money, let's say, and there were more inventions, some argue, and people acted right, or in some cases they did, because they had that relationship with their future self, because they were able to transport value across time and to not have to FOMO into the next investment because they're trying to hold on to their purchasing power.
Oh, there's huge efficiency gains. So, in the end, money is just a proxy for finite and limited goods and services. And the reason the goods and services are limited is because human time is limited. So in the end, money is supposed to be a proxy for time, is what it is. And then I guess it increases in efficiency, amplify what you can do with your time, which lands you at goods and services. So when you see an exchange that has made billions of dollars, you have to ask yourself, where did those billions of dollars come from? Well, they were extracted from their users. Okay. Well, would the users have been better off had they not had that value extracted from them? Sometimes. Depends on what their marketing budget was. If the users never would have heard of the thing, then it's often better for the users to have some cost involved for onboarding them. Like, oh, you need to see some ads to get you in. But this, like, make billions and billions on regulatory arbitrage. Like, oh, look, banks won't give normal people crypto accounts, but they'll just give like a couple companies crypto accounts. So those are the golden boys that get to make all the money. Like rent seeking, you know?
Yeah.
That's not ideal. Like ideal would be anyone can sell their Bitcoin out of their front yard like they can their shoes. Oh, you tired of wearing those shoes? You want to sell them? Go ahead. Oh, you want to sell your Bitcoin? Go ahead. You know? And then people are afraid to do that because if you do it too much, they're like, unlicensed money transmitter.
Yeah.
But you're like, all right, well, where's the limit? Like, can I just sell this shit like my shoes or like, right? And then that gray area is why people are scared. So, and this concept of like, you're a money transmitter, you're like, what? Like one, this ain't money. You can't really spend it anywhere. So you can give up that shit right now. It's not money. You can't spend it anywhere. So give that up. You know, it's not. It hopes to be money one day. That would be nice. It ain't money yet. So when you're able to reduce the overhead that people have from flip-flopping out of different coins and being eaten up by market makers and exchange fees, that's efficiency in the system. When you're able to get people to delay gratification, then they're not worried about hopping in and hopping out and getting left behind the market. I mean, think about Bitcoin. How many people got in early and sold before they should have? Almost everyone. The majority of participants. Why? Because it's new all-time highs. Last couple days, new all-time highs. Everybody that sold for lower. Significantly lower, usually. So then it's like, unless you had a pressing need for money at a very specific time, most people would have been, you know, better off holding. Now, like for instance, people that got rid of their Bitcoin to get Ethereum to turn it into HEX have outperformed like everybody. So HEX went up 352x in 2020. The share price went up 517x. And Ethereum, even if you had just bought Ethereum and forgot to turn it into HEX, you're still beating Bitcoin because Bitcoin's up like 10x from its bottom. So it went from like 3,800 to 42,000. And then Ethereum went from 88 to now 1350. It just went up 50% more than Bitcoin did from the COVID bottom. So it's just outperforming it by about 50%. And I predicted these things.
Exactly what you predicted.
Yeah, like the stuff that I say tends to come true because it's well reasoned, and I guess I'm a thought leader and an expert and all these things. Why shouldn't the better product outperform? Like Ethereum murders Bitcoin in every single feature you could want except liquidity. And who cares about liquidity? Would you rather have more liquidity so you can easily sell $100 million at a time, which nobody listening has, right? Or would you rather have 50% more price performance? Well, I'd take the price performance because it pays me. Liquidity doesn't pay me. Market cap doesn't pay me. Price performance pays me. I care about the thing that benefits me. And these fantasy metrics of market cap and liquidity are fucking meaningless to normal humans. Meaningless. They're just some things that people see that they think they should care about, but in reality, you can't make money on them. So, yeah, like I love it when I'm right, and I'm right almost always, which is cool because I say a lot of things. Like if you barely ever say anything, being right is a lot easier. But if you say a lot of stuff, being right all the time is like a lot harder, linearly harder, I guess.
Well, that's another reason why people listen to you so much, I think, is because if you take any topic that you're talking about, if I have expertise in that area, then I hear what you're saying and I'm like, wow, most people don't understand something that deeply. And it allows me to kind of verify that myself. And so I think even though I'm not an expert in all the areas you are, even if I'm an expert in one area and I hear your expertise, then I recognize that.
Well, that's the other thing is like, if you listen to what I say, I tell you the thing, and then I tell you why I think the thing. Basically, you're as smart or as useful in regards to that thing as I am. If someone else asks you, you could issue the same thing that I just said and help them the same way that I would have, because we're saying the same words, you know? So if I tell you, you want to do a 13-second transaction on Bitcoin? You can't. The blocks are 10 minutes long. All you have to do to prove that Ethereum is better than Bitcoin is go to your exchange and click deposit, and then click and see how many confirmations you have to wait for. In Ethereum, you have to wait for 6 or 7 minutes until you can use your money. In Bitcoin, you have to wait for 30 minutes. That's it. It's over. Like, that's it. Like, it's obviously faster, obviously. And people are just like, what? Like, yeah, it's way, 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 way better. You want to speed up your transaction? There's a speed up button. You do a Bitcoin transaction? Hey, where's the speed up button? Ain't no speed up button. Oh, well. It's like, I should do a video one day. This is like, all right, everybody, we're going to do 2 transactions. We're going to do a Bitcoin transaction. We're going to do a Ethereum transaction. And let's see what happens. And there'd be no comparison, you know? And the Bitcoin's more expensive. It's not only waiting longer, but it costs more too, like a lot more. But
Like
people
one of those videos
why
where
wouldn't Ethereum win just on that? Just on having lower fees and faster transactions. But it also has all these other features. You want to get into a stable coin? You want to de-risk without these middlemen stealing your money? You can do that on chain. Oh, you want to trade? You shouldn't. But hey, if you want to, on chain. No middlemen, no ML, no KYC. Coinbase went down. Kraken went down. Gemini went down. Everybody went down. Why? Because everybody's FOMOing in. Retail's FOMOing in. The servers are all overloaded. Ethereum don't care. Hex don't care. Hex 100% uptime. Not just Hex, the staking and the contract, but also the trading. 100% uptime. Do you want legacy that sucks? You go to withdraw your money and they're like, nah, we ain't going to give you your money. Beg us for it. Send us pictures. You're like, what? Just give my money. You know what I mean? So yeah, like it's just so much better. Easily, obviously, measurably better. And people, there's so many silly people out there, they can't get it. Their brains just can't get it. You're like, oh, you'll get it. You'll just buy higher. Fine. You don't get it now? That's fine. You can buy higher. Michael Saylor buying hundreds of millions of dollars of Bitcoin. I've been promoting Bitcoin since 2011, promoting it publicly since 2017, and like early 2017. And then Michael Saylor was shit talking it in 2013 or 2014, saying, it's going to fail just like online gaming did. So he didn't like it when it was 1,200. He didn't like it at all when it was 1,200, but he fucking loves it at 10,000 when he bought in. A lot of people are going to have that same story in Hex. Like, oh, you didn't like it when it was a penny. Okay. You could buy it $1. You buy it 10. Fine. No problem. You get in, you can buy higher, you know? It's hilarious.
Yeah. And I was also wondering, like, so if we're on the topic of Hex and all the ways that it helps people that maybe weren't obvious at first, I'm wondering, what do you think is stopping more coordination between billionaires and life extension scientists? Why isn't there more coordination?
I think it's because they come from different industries. So if you're doing startups and working with like companies that have low numbers of employees and doing things that are new, is a much different activity and behavior than what a lot of billionaires are kind of used to. So, if you come from, let's say you're one of the Walton family, and you come from a family of people that kind of like sell boxes of stuff and distribute boxes of stuff. It's just a different business and a different industry, and they haven't seen. So people do what they think can be done. It's like the 5-minute mile or the 3-minute mile or whatever. I can't remember the number. Once you set like a new record that's extremely low for something, then people know it's possible, and then more people tend to do it, just because it changes what the perception of what people think they can do. So with regards to medical technology, if something just recently got cured, then I think you'd see other stuff getting cured, because you'd be like, oh yeah, hey, we can cure stuff. I remember that. That's a cool meme, cool narrative. I remember that now. So let's go cure some other stuff, Then even when I first got into longevity research, I volunteered for the Sense Foundation in 2006, shot the video for the second Sense conference in Cambridge, which is where I first met Aubrey de Grey. And by the way, this organization is funded by Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel gave Vitalik $100,000 to skip going to college and just build a business instead. Vitalik has given, I think, $3 million plus to the Sens Foundation. So Vitalik supports the Sens Foundation. I support the Sens Foundation. I was just doing it 10 years before him. I can't remember the question. What was the question?
Why aren't more billionaires
and the research
saving their own lives?
Saving their own lives, yeah. So you hear Aubrey talk about billionaires want to help fund the research, and then their wives say no. That's one. Like literally, their wives just say no. Like fuck. Or they get browbeaten by their peer group. Oh, why are you funding that silly shit? Oh, the silly shit that might save your life. What are you funding? F1 racing, sailing? Fuck you. I'm trying to save lives. It's really crazy to me that people don't do what's in their own best interests. My life hasn't changed, even though lots of zeros have been tacked on to the net worth. And I wonder, all the other people in a similar situation at higher orders of magnitude, what are you doing? Like, I have a plan to deploy capital at some point to improve the world. But what are these other guys doing? Like, you have guys that are at the end of the game. You're like, hey, man, you're at the end of the game. Like, if you don't deploy your resources now, you will die and someone else will do it for you. They're going to get deployed. You're like, when you have a lot of money and you don't decide how to use it yourself, it goes to the bank, and then the bank decides what to do with that shit. Kind of, depending on what kind of bank it is. So it's like, you should take interest in your own health and your own wellness. Like for me, after the launch phase was complete, I said 2021 is going to be the year where I focus on my own health. And I'm doing my push-ups and chin-ups every day. I'm doing my, eating healthier. And this year I should have progress because it's on my list of things I care about this year. I'm not willing to sacrifice my health for fucking anything. It's not doing that anymore.
I'm glad to hear it because you mean a lot to the community. I know that you say that we don't need you anymore because Hex is a finished product, but you've changed a lot of lives. So I think that's.
Well, I mean, I was talking to Joe Hexotic before the show, and he hasn't read Sci-Vive yet. I think he's going to love it. It's great.
So
hey guys, do you want to get laid? Do you like women? Okay, read Sci-Vive. Go to relationships, or respect is the chapter, and then go to romance. Yeah, I'll help you. Right? For a fat old guy, I kill it. It's do you what else do you like? Do you like fitness? I could tell you how to do it. You actually have to do it though. So that's the thing. It's like Michael Jordan's coach couldn't dunk on him, but he was still the coach. That's how it is, man. I may not be skinnier or stronger than you. Well, might be stronger, but I might not be skinnier than you, but I could teach you how to do that if you want to do it. And then I just need to take the same advice I'm giving you. We both need to take the good advice, Hey, how do I lose weight? Move more, eat less. Oh, but what all this other macro and timing and alternate fat? You're like, yeah, whatever. It all works. Every diet works. Every diet works. Every workout program works. It's all better,
Well, and I'm kind of interested in finding more ways to program mental health into money because I see money as part of the environment that people are living in. And I know that environment changes behavior sometimes a lot more than people kind of willing it into existence. And I made a couple notes here. So I see healthcare getting more centralized, bogged down by paperwork, less efficient and effective, instead of making leaps forward. But then again, like here I am reaching a larger audience than I could in therapy as a HEX content creator. And
crazy
still
that, right? Why? Because people care more about money than that other shit. So you'll make a bigger impact on people's lives by talking about and influence the things they really care about, which is money, the universal connector that leads to everywhere else, than you will directly doing it, Like you get laid more as a rock star by not caring about getting laid, by caring about music, You'll get laid more by caring about fitness than caring about getting laid. So a lot of times you get more freedom by stop caring about freedom. As soon as you give up and you're like, yep, you know what? I'm going to have a cell phone. It's going to track my location all the time. I'm going to turn on that location button so I can do other local shit. I'm going to, have a Gmail address. Oh boy. So they read all the email. And once you give all that shit up, you're like, yeah, freedom. You do it the other way. You're like, all right, VPN, behind 7 proxies, weird operating system, isolate, like it is hard, like you become slave to shit that doesn't matter. Like, okay, all the evil tracking, you're like, yeah, okay, what's the worst that's happened from anybody having all that info? Okay, Facebook knows everything about you. It's disgusting. Okay, now what have they done with that? Try and sell you toilets or shit you don't want. Like, all right. So people are going to try and sell me shit that I don't want. All right. What were they doing before? Same shit. I don't know. Not that big a risk. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's just an example of how when you give up the thing you want, you get the thing you want. And there's not that, like, it's kind of rare. There's not that many examples of that.
Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, I'm still curious as to how to help more people and change more behavior, and that's something that I admire about you is compared to academia, which is where I was supposed to learn all this stuff, but in reality, I think you can only understand behavior when you can change it, and that's the proof that you understand it, and that's what I see in HEX. There are all these layers and levels, and it just blows me away intellectually to see it as a truth engine, to see it as a way to create trust and a way to not only get rich but to keep promises to yourself. I mean, there are a lot of layers here.
It's absolutely crazy. I like and the community just improves things. Like Steph and Firebun added the leagues system to their staker.app. And that's cool. People can move up and down in their league. That's a great invention. That wasn't my idea. Their idea. Great. There's so many other, like the concept of artful, cool looking stake ladders. I think Brennan came up with that. And then you see all these different inventions that the community has added that added layers and nuance, and they make everything better. It's so cool to me. Like the real-time feed of different transactions that are happening. Awesome. Didn't think of that, So there's just so much cool stuff that the HEX community builds that is fun, that I like to interact with.
I'm really hoping that I'll be able to find a way to kind of gamify mental health behaviors, because I know that one of the strongest effect sizes in all of psychological interventions is an area called contingency management, where people are literally paid to quit doing drugs or to have better mental health. And it makes sense that that's super effective to pay people to do things. But it's also interesting that people can't pay themselves to do things.
Yeah, it's weird.
But that's partly because if you have paper money, you're already holding it. And so you already have the bearer asset. If you give it to somebody else, then you have counterparty risk. But when it comes to HEX, you can actually, at least in the fourth dimension of time, you can save for your future self, and you can program.
You're making an alternate copy of yourself in the code that has your best interests in mind.
Yeah, it's incredible, and so that's why I've really looked up to Steph and Firebun for creating the league system, and you for creating HEX. And I really see a lot of area for growth there. I'm hoping to bounce this idea off of you and get your feedback, just because you're brilliant. And here's, at a conference, that's one of the things I guess we do at conferences is we talk about stuff. But I know that NFTs is like, it's a bad subject because there are people over, they're paying thousands of dollars being tricked into thinking these things are going to be worth something. But the way I see it, there's already a method built into MetaMask for you to be able to have these collectibles. And if I created like a HEX badge for attending the first HEX conference, or for somebody who FOMO'd on day one, like it wouldn't be something that you would trade to somebody else, because it wouldn't have value to them. It would have value to you because you unlocked some healthy behavior.
I think that's a good idea. And we have examples for that in other industries. So gaming has profile pictures and achievements, and rehab, like Alcoholics Anonymous, gives you a token at certain lengths, and people see value in those. When you win first place at a competitive event, they give you a medal. They didn't have to. We could just write it down. But no, people like to tokenize and feel something physical to represent certain things. Wearing my HEX necklace feels cool, Humans like stuff. And when you have stuff, other people see that you have it, and it signals without you having to speak. Mm-hmm. So I think that's a good idea. I think artful tokenization of things is particularly positive behaviors. That's good. I got a predator icon in StarCraft 2, which means you had to win 1,000 games with each race and random, which is 4 different classes, so to speak. Each game's average 20 minutes. That's 4,000 wins. You lose half your games because good matchmaking system. That's 8,000 games times 20 minutes. Lost a couple man years of life playing that game.
Yeah.
I got a profile icon. It's not a good deal. So there are grinding games that will addict you into horrible behaviors. And you could say social media to some degree. If you're reading news about politics in America, you're really just playing one of those games, but you're not even getting an icon out of it. You're just getting angry. That shit doesn't, hey, we're going to go riot in the streets. You're like, yeah, and now what? What happened? Some statues got torn down. Okay. Anything else? Any other good shit happen? Not really. So you guys just really just all basically helped COVID spread and fucked up where you lived. For what? Instead of going to work and having some money, buying some cool shit, or not getting hit with, tear gas, or like, you're just like, you're wasting your fucking time. Like this does not get shit done. The shit that what gets stuff done is the stuff that's boring. The boring stuff actually works. The stuff you do consistently actually works. You go to the gym, you work out really hard once, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's what you do consistently that matters. So politics and making the world a better place and having better laws. Let me give you an idea. There's a limit for, what constitutes a certain crime. But the numbers keep going up and up and up every year. So at some point, some number of years in the future, it's like, if you have like the Bitcoin blockchain limit, they know that technology progresses. They knew that the networks and the devices could have supported larger blocks, and they could have algorithmically increased the block size over time. But it was just a poorly designed system, so they didn't do it. And so now the fees are $17 to send something. That sucks. It's no good. It sucks. But they could have done it better. The same with these laws that they make, where they're like, oh, this is the dollar value of something. You're like, no, inflation exists, guys. Come on, can we be serious? That needs to change every year. That needs to go up every year. Or eventually everyone will be ensnared with that shit, because the limit will now encompass everybody. So it's not really a limit. And they're just poorly designed from the scratch. So if you don't know that inflation is a thing, and that everything is going to continue to cost more, like you need to, when you write the law, say, yeah, this limit goes up every year by, the CPI %, the consumer price index, or whatever you want to use to try and track inflation. So laws are poorly designed. They don't account for time, and the blockchain, the Bitcoin blockchain, is poorly designed. It also shouldn't have ratcheted there should be a halvening every 4 years. There's no reason to jolt the system every 4 years. It should have been incremental. So those are two things where people just mismanage time.
Yeah, it was poorly designed, as you said.
Yeah. Yeah. But hey, you know, it's hard to get everything perfect on the first go, you know?
Well, yeah, it seems like you've done a good job of getting things perfect on the first go, and I know that's because it
evolved a lot on the way.
Yeah.
Slow development and hiccups allowed us to make more optimizations. There were so many things that got made better, you know, like it was an iterative process. We had more time to get it done. Like I think Hex took longer to build than Bitcoin did. People don't understand that. They don't get it. Like, yep, there's actually a lot of code there, and the network does a lot more stuff. What can you do with Bitcoin? You can send it and you can mine it. And in the beginning, that's it. That's literally it. That's all you could do. There was no HD wallets. There was no time locking. There was no multi-sig. That shit didn't exist. So when Bitcoin was invented, you could send it or you could mine it. What can you do with Hex? Oh, so many more things. So very many more things. Like a shitload. So like people don't understand that Hex just has more utility. So it took a while.
Absolutely. And when it comes to the game theory of Hex and how it's being used, is there any connection there between your extensive understanding of video games and...
Oh my God. I put in every fucking thing I knew. Yeah, man. Yeah. So what do you have? Unique benefit statement, limited time offer, you know, just enough so that we had to do so many models to get the system to not overpay early participants. Because if you go to a sandwich shop and the sandwich shop is closing, and the guy right before, so the guy that's making sandwiches only has time to make 2 more sandwiches. Guy before you looks behind him, sees you, and goes, "Hey, fuck that guy. Give me both the sandwiches, and then I'll resell it to this guy." Sandwich maker is making the same money. The guy in front's getting an extra sandwich he don't need just to fuck the guy behind him. And then the guy behind him, which in this case, in this example is you, has to now overpay the piece of trash in front of him that ordered 2 sandwiches when he only needed 1. And then the sandwich guy doesn't get anything better out of it at all. So is that good for the sandwich guy? No, because you know now one of the participants who just went to a store ain't happy. Maybe we'll go to a different store next time. It's open later, or make sandwiches faster. So launch phases of things are similar. If one guy learns about something a day before another guy, does he deserve 10x more money? No, that's bullshit. And then if you overpay everyone in the beginning, what are you leaving for the next guy? Who's more important? Oh, you're all in? Okay, well, how much more can you move the price up? You're all in. That's why, like, when you hear people going full-time crypto, you're like, oh, so you're going to be a net seller now instead of a net buyer. So now you're going to push price down. I hope that you're going to overcome that somehow if you care about the network, you know? So if you keep doing your normal job, you can keep buying. But if you become a net seller, I mean, you have to kind of overcome that with some type of onboarding of people to make up for you not buying anymore. So the people that matter in these systems are the new people. And if you have to leave something there for those guys. So there's an art and a magic to making sure that the guys that are in early do better. Longer pays better. Yeah. You get a lower share price. You do better than the next guy for sure. But the next guy, he needs to do well too. And that's the reason there's a limit to how long you can stake is that some guy can't come along, make some ultra long stakes, and then just reduce everyone else's payouts to levels where they might not be comfortable. Like, you know, so to manage all of these different variables and levers to get the game theory to where everyone's doing great, that's magic. you know? And
Yeah.
we did it. It really, really worked wonderfully. The people that got in early did very well. The people that got in middle did very well. Like, you know, but like you can't design like the USD value price. That's going to do its own thing. But the economics in HEX you can design. So Bitcoin had a design where it said, hey, we're going to cut the inflation every 4 years by half. And that's it. That's all it's got. That's it. Well, HEX has a lot more than that. And it's probably why the price is overperforming. It's just better design. Like I understand business better than Satoshi did. I understand humans better than Satoshi did. I understand networks better than Satoshi did. I understand, you know, I was a millionaire long before Bitcoin was launched. Like I understand this stuff better than he did. So my design is better than his. Like it's, and I also got to like, I saw what he did and, you know, it's easier when you already have seen what works and what doesn't work. And, you know, you have knowledge that he didn't have.
Well, you've really changed a lot of lives and made something super incredible. And this is just the beginning. And so I just, on behalf of everybody, I want to thank you for speaking at the first HEX conference, for creating HEX, for allowing us to be able to interact with this smart contract in a way that makes us all surprisingly healthier. And so
I'm amazed. It's really cool. It's like, how could this be better? Wow. So you're getting like 352x and you're having a better life. You're like, wow, you just can't beat it. I love it.
Absolutely. Well, I know it's time now for your keynote, and so I will leave you to it.
All right. Hey, everybody. Richard Hart here. How's it going? This is my keynote. As usual, I don't write stuff down and I don't have like a script or whatever. So I'm just going to talk directly to you guys. I think most of the people watching, well, first, let's get more people watching. That'll be the first thing we do. So feel free to alt tab or take a second to message people, link to the video, because this video is as useful as people see it. So that's your job. Help people see it. Welcome. How good is everything going? We got Ethereum making new local highs at like 1350. We've got Bitcoin making new local highs as of like a couple days ago, 41K, something like that. Let's take a look real quick. Yeah, about 41K. And then HEX just did a new all-time high a week or two ago, I think. Yeah, about a week and a half ago. So we've got new all-time highs, and we've got news and press coming everywhere, and we've got people doing everything they can to get onto exchanges and FOMO and all these things. It's absolutely wonderful. It is what you wait for, is the glorious bull run. And I'll give you some interesting measurements. There's this tool in TradingView called bars pattern. And so if you use the bars pattern, you can highlight a section of the chart and then you can drag it to another section and see how they compare. And if you compare the vertical movement that we're having in Bitcoin right now, and I haven't told anyone else this and I haven't published this, so this is for you guys that are watching right now. This is, you know, some really cool technical analysis stuff that you may not have seen anywhere else, because I don't think anyone is publishing it. And I haven't. So you heard it here first. The vertical movement that we're getting in Bitcoin right now is, so if you take the curve of the parabola on the log chart, I'm going to teach you what that means in a minute too, because I've never shared that with anybody. And it's also very cool. Like, what is the log chart? Like, why do we use that? So if you take that parabola that we have and you shift it over to 2017, or if you take 2017 and you shift it over to now, we're doing a vertical move that is the same shape and acceleration upward as that which was maybe a week or two before the top. Interesting. And now the question is, do we do 60K in Bitcoin and tap the regression limit, you know, the rainbow chart? Or is that rainbow chart invalidated because the market participants have changed so much, and now we have billionaires playing hard, getting giant chunks that they're taking out of exchange? You can see the movements, they're taking it off exchange. Or is it like the past, where once retail gets in, it's a blow off top, and then the trends die, the searches die, and you do bear, you do like down 85%? Or are these new participants willing to sit their limit orders and be more strategic about entry so that they're not FOMO market buying with no dry powder left? And is that type of behavior the reason that we've only had maximum 20% dips from like 3,800 up 10x? You've only had 20% dips. You haven't had 30% dips. So guys that are used to buying 30 and 40% dips have been left behind. The traders got left behind. It's hard to know. It'd be a lot easier to know if you owned the exchange. You could see the inbound wires coming in. You're like, hey, wait a second. We're used to like this many inbound wires, and we got a whole shitload less. What's going on here? You know, if you could see that, and you could be like, oh, wait a second, maybe this is like local top or 3-year top or whatever. So it's really. And then you've got other issues like Bitcoin broke its all-time high from 20K to now over 40K with no dips over 20%. How many people would have expected that? If it did a fractal back when it broke the 1300 top in, a few years ago, it should have dipped 40%. It's not doing that. Market participants changed. Interesting, So yeah, it's really interesting. So now if Bitcoin has done double its all-time high with no retraces over 20%, Ethereum hasn't even done its all-time high yet. So Ethereum's all-time high was 1,500. Now it's sitting at 1,350. When it breaks its all-time high, how far higher does it go? Does it flip Bitcoin? Right? Like there's so many, it's so many interesting. People don't understand. Like I think that Bitcoin should be worth more, or I think Bitcoin should be worth more than what it is. And I think that Ethereum should be worth more than Bitcoin. It's better technology. It's more useful. And it's not just a little better. It's a lot better. And it's not just a little more useful. It's a lot more useful. These are huge, gigantic differences. And then we have HEX. And you're like, okay, what if the value of something goes up just because people are buying it instead of selling it, and then you just have some narrative excuse that they do that? Okay, like why are people really buying Bitcoin? Is it because they plan to use it? Is it because they're going to use it at this store or on this video game? No, none of that shit. They want to buy it because they think the price is going to go up. It's speculative bubble, basically. Just fine, because when it pops, then we end up higher than where we started, and we keep ratcheting and oscillating until we have enough liquidity to be some giant real deal competitor and disintermediating governments out of the way and letting people have commerce and interact with each other without these rent-seeking middlemen that make everything worse. So if it's a ratcheting, oscillating bubble that eventually gets us there, so be it, because there's no other way to get there. So you take Bitcoin, which did 5 10x's, you take Ethereum, which did 3 10x's, and you take HEX, which has only done 2 10x's so far. And you wonder, one, where's the Bitcoin top? Hard to know. 2, does Ethereum flip Bitcoin? And I don't see any reason for it to not continue to outperform. What happens when it hits its new all-time high? Is there retraces? I mean, the retraces in Ethereum are larger than the retraces of Bitcoin because the movements are larger. It's just more amplitude up, more volatility. And then HEX is the same way. So, HEX has gone up in price 372x. People are always dreaming. We have songs about, HEX becoming a penny. Well, HEX has been over a penny for a long time now. weeks and weeks. I mean, it's like, yep. So those dreams, those fantasies of like, oh my God, we're going to go over a penny. Yeah, now we're looking at, we're eyeballing dollars now. We're no longer eyeballing pennies. We're eyeballing dollars now. People don't understand how many 10x's you can do. And I published those numbers on Twitter because I'm writing my rebuttals master sheet, and I'm just pasting stuff out that looks cool. And I'm like, hey, did you think Bitcoin was too much when it went from a penny to 10 cents? 10x from 10 cents to $1, 10x from $1 to $10, 10x from $10 to 100, 10x from 100 to 1,000, 10x from 1,000 to 10,000. Okay, now it's 40,000. Do you think it's too expensive yet? How many times do you want to get left behind? How many 10x's do you want to miss? Ethereum, Wick down to 15 cents on Kraken, launched at 30 cents, but we'll just use 15 cents. 15 cents to $1.50, $1.50 to 15, 15 to 150. Now it's almost 1,500. So that's one 10x to get to $1.50, another 10x to get to 15, another 10x to get to 150, and another 10x to get to 1,500. So you get 4 10x's in Ethereum. You've had Bitcoin, penny to 10, 10 to $1, $1 to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000, 1,000 to 10,000. You've had 6 10x's in Bitcoin. And in Hex, you had 1, 2 10x's so far. And, then another 3x. I think we've retraced back to, so maybe it's like a 1.5x now. So, yeah. How many 10x's do you want to mix? How many 10x's do you want to miss is the question. Oh, so Hex versus Bitcoin versus Ethereum. People only buy it because number goes up. Number only goes up because people are buying and not selling. Which one of these currencies are people locking up for 15 years at a time? Just Hex. That's it. Period. Just Hex. So which one of these do you think number go up is likely to have more lasting impact? Well, probably the one that people are locking up for 15 years. Okay, well, what's the average? 5 years. What? 5 years average? Yes, the average Hex is staked for 5 years. So the average Hex stake is 5 years long. Wow. That's insane. No one has ever seen anything like that ever before in the history of finance or cryptocurrency or anything. It has never happened before. People see more value and believe in Hex stronger than any financial product I'm aware of in the history of finance ever. They believe in it so strongly, they tattoo the logo on their bodies. I've seen 2 giant Hex tattoos so far. They lock up their funds for average 5 years. And these aren't locks. Like if you get a T-bill, you can sell it. If you get a bond, you can sell it. If you lock up your Hex for 15 years, you can't sell it. You're in. If you wait 7.5 years, you could lose all your interest and get your principal back out. So if you stake for 15 years, you are in for 7.5 no matter what. And the interest you would give up would be quite gigantic. So it's Nobel Prize worthy. Both the game mechanics and mechanism design behind the system that has created this insane value, that's Nobel Prize worthy. And the ratcheting mechanism by which the price moves, the share price, also, I believe, Nobel Prize worthy. I've never seen a system like it that operates in the way that it does. I believe that Hex is going to continue to outperform Ethereum and Bitcoin. I give the disclaimers. I'm not a financial advisor. I don't have a crystal ball. Do your own research, take your own responsibility, all those things. I have to tell you those things because legal. But if you look at the design of the systems, you don't, if what matters is buying and not selling, and that's the reason the price of these things goes up, and it is, Hex monetizes that directly. It monetizes protecting the price. So the Bitcoin network pays people to destroy the environment. That's the security model. It's proof of waste. They call it proof of work, but it's proof of waste. And it's by design. It's so that you can trust the communication was truthful. That's why birds have colorful feathers, and it's what's out there that we know works right now. We know proof of work works. Hex, instead of paying miners to pollute the environment for security, it pays stakers to defend the price. So Bitcoin miners are paid to defend the network, and Hex stakers are paid to defend the price. That's so cool. So cool. People that, they see Hex and they go, oh my God, 40% interest. That's a scam. You're like, well, actually what the scam is is having to pretend that it's just 40% because it's really 40% times the USD value. And so it's thousands of percent. Like that's the actual ROI is thousands of percent, not 40%. So it sucks that we even have to like, because people's minds are so incapable of understanding the amazing strength and power of what HEX is and what cryptocurrency in general has done and is doing. You have to play it down for them. Like, yeah, just 40%. But it's not. It's vastly more than that. You know, you're like, it's hilarious. So Bitcoin, does Bitcoin have 100% uptime? No. There's been some forks that have made that not the case. Has HEX had 100% uptime? Yes. Oh, so we've had more uptime? Okay, has Bitcoin had 2 inflation bugs where anyone could mint as many free coins as they wanted? Yeah, twice. Happened once. They had to roll back the chain. Another time was caught early before it was executed. Has HEX had those problems? No, 100%. Awesome. Works better. Which one's likely to have more problems in the future? The one that's been gone through 2 security audits with professionals verifying that its function is exactly as it should be, or a Bitcoin that's had none? The spaghetti code that's 10 years old that's Bitcoin, where if you improve the audit, if you improve the wallet or the networking stack, you can introduce another consensus inflation bug where anyone could mint as many free coins as they want, or HEX where the consensus is locked and isolated and can't accidentally be screwed with. It's just a better product with higher throughput, better price performance, more features, better everything, better community, better logo, but you name it, it's all better. And then people are like, oh, but what does it do better? Like it does almost everything better except ATMs and the 600 users that accept it for retail and liquidity. But everything else is better. And those are the things people care about. So, oh no, you don't have ATMs. You don't have the privilege of paying 10% more to buy something. Oh, well, it's okay. Get Ethereum at some exchange for like very low percent markup and then turn that into HEX at ETHEX.com. So yeah, I'm excited. I love the community. I love the way the product's working. I love the 100% uptime. I love that this conference was a wild success. You know, it came out of nowhere and I was invited to it. I was invited to a conference of my own invention that I had nothing to do with. You're like, wow, this is so cool. I mean, yeah, I'm impressed. I'm impressed by the community. I'm impressed by the product, and lucky us, you know, because so many good design decisions were implemented that we now get to reap those rewards. Oh, look, we're on the Ethereum network, and oh, look at all these cool features that we have. Glad we're on this network and on another one, you know. People that are buying HEX often do so with Ethereum, and their Ethereum just went up from $88 of value to $1,350 of value. So now they have 10 times the money to buy HEX with. Well, that's good for HEX. If we were on some other chain, how would people get their money into the HEX system? Jump through a lot more hoops, atomic cross swaps, centralized middlemen, you know? So it's great to just be on the same chain. And then Vitalik just published a few days ago his ZK rollups kind of summary, or rollups summary of which some are optimistic. And he talks about plasma and state channels and ZK rollups, optimistic rollups, all this different scaling technology. It's really neat. It's really cool. HEX was the first airdrop where 250,000 people received HEX on layer 2. So Vitalik was begging everybody to help, you know, let's get these fees down and allow there to be more space on layer 1 by moving a lot of stuff over to layer 2, and just no one would do it. No one would do it, but HEX would do it. So the Hexicans, you know, Hexicans were some of the first people to adopt and popularize Uniswap, and were rewarded with millions and millions of dollars of free Uniswap tokens for doing so. And HEX was one of the first, well, is the first company to do an airdrop on layer 2, which helps remove load from, you know, the main Ethereum network, which is just awesome. So Hexicans are always looking for better technologies and finding them and popularizing them. And it's just great to be there first. You know, it's great to be part of making the world a better place. So we're not just doing it with health. We're not just doing it with, delaying gratification and having healthier habits and having a community that cares about being strong and just better, better every day. But we also use the best stuff, the best tools, like, hey, look at our conference. It's going great. Well, look, we're using these new tools other people aren't using, it's just, it's fabulous. It's a fabulous community, fabulous price chart, fabulous product, great macro environment. Everything's going great. It's a really wonderful time. And you're early. I mean, this gatekeeping that Hex gets, like, oh, it's not on the front page of this or the front page of that. Guess what? That's the opportunity. That's the potential, Oh, it's not mainstream yet. Awesome. More potential, it's just great, man. I love it. I was there when Bitcoin started. It was nowhere near as good as this. So what else should I tell you guys about? I think my keynote is supposed to be for an hour, like 20 minutes into it. I could tell you about, I'd love for there to be more progress on that mental health stuff. Like, I have friends that are straight up crazy and you cannot help them. You need medicine. You need medical help. And you go to Wikipedia and you're like, all right, how many antipsychotics are there? Not many. There's really not many. And you're like, well, shit, as a doctor, you've got so few options to try and help, like the doctors can only deploy the technology you give them. And then it's researchers that come up with ideas. Hopefully the ideas work, and then they can get them through, FDA testing, and then they can reach the public. We need more progress everywhere. Of some of the greatest tragedies, if you look up like how much life is lost to disabilities, like bipolar disorder costs more human years of like suffering than any other disability. Didn't know that. Interesting. Oh, bipolar people are 20 times more likely to kill themselves. 20x. Well, that sucks. Didn't know that either. And you start learning about this stuff, you're like, damn, when you're young and you just hear bipolar, you think, oh, like sometimes they're happy, sometimes they're sad. And you're like, it's way worse than that. it's like way, way, way worse than that. So if we want to see the world be a better place, then we need to have more resources and more people working on making it a better place. I'm doing my part. I'm making a huge impact in currency to remove middlemen, increase efficiency, like digitize things that are already in the analog world. You see my tweets regarding trying to get companies to give us more rights as users instead of just treating us like garbage because they've got emergent monopolies. Disgusting. Yeah, I'm trying to get people to read Survive, which has all types of ways to make your life better. So I'm making an impact on helping people stop gaming, helping people stop gambling, helping people stop trading, giving out free coins, free books, free videos, free chat. I'm the giving tree. Like I'm really doing everything I can to make the world better in those ways. And it's not just me that can do that. You guys can do that too. So, when you know people that are making decisions in life, like, hey, what should I do with my life? Should I become this? Should I become that? Healing other human beings and fixing the meat is the best thing anyone can possibly do. Healing other human beings is the highest and best use that a person can have. Some industries that you go into will help that process along. So machine learning can be deployed and used to help medicine. For instance, the DeepMind people that, beat Go and beat chess, now they've done protein folding as well. And protein folding is a biological process that is important to understand because there's a lot of diseases that come from misfolded proteins. So artificial intelligence and machine learning, useful for medicine and other stuff. Material science, physics, useful. Computation, useful. You could say finance is useful, but I think that's well saturated already. Finance is well saturated. Law is well saturated. We have enough lawyers. We really do. And we have enough MBAs. We really do. More engineers, more scientists, more researchers. That's what's going to make the world a better place, you know, because the doctors, they just use what they're given. They need to be given better tools, better diagnosis, better diagnostics, better interventions. You know, they just, like my dog was dying. Couldn't figure out what was going on. Like, all right, you know, if she doesn't eat often enough, if she has like one little spot where she like has a hiccup, she starts falling apart and shitting blood and like dying. You're like, what am I supposed to do with this? Google it. And they're like, oh, well, you know, maybe it has something to do with the gut bacteria. And you're like, all right, well, let's repopulate the gut bacteria. Mail order all these special pills that have like, you know, different bacteria in there that are supposed to help to repopulate the gut flora. And you're just like, we don't have any damn tools to figure out what's going on here. So why is my dog dying? No one can tell me. Sucks, man. Because I can't fix if I don't even know what the problem is. And then so my dog's dead now. And there's nothing I can do about it. And it really pisses me off. Really, really, really upsets me, because why don't we have better diagnostics? Like why can't we figure out what is wrong with my dog? And it's that way with people, you know, like my crazy friend. You keep getting all these different symptoms and you're like, well, it was the only you Google it and you're like, all right, take vitamin E and B6. Like, okay. Oh, I don't like taking those pills. Like, you're like, oh, fuck, come on, please. Take the pills, please. Like, I take the damn pills and I'm not crazy. You should take pills, you know? So, yeah, like that's the game, man. Getting rich and having more zeros after your balance. Cool, you know? Great. Hey, you got the best TV, the best chair, the best jewelry, the best speakers, the best, you know, whatever, best computer. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's great. All right, but now what? Well, what matters? The feelings, the emotions, the people, the progress. This is something that is like, I feel like I'm living an upside down world sometimes. So I'm a self-help book writer who has a YouTube channel dedicated to self-help. My earliest videos are self-help videos. I'm a retired serial entrepreneur who retired before Bitcoin was invented, 6 years before Bitcoin was invented. I give so much away for free. Price calls, market analysis, chat rooms, videos. There's no ads on my videos. They're turned off. I promote healthy behaviors. Don't drink, don't smoke, don't play games. If you're going to play games that have an end, not games that are grindy. Oh, I'm going to grind until I'm dead. You know, I do everything so well to try and make the world a better place. But then if you like, you go into the public, people are like, oh, Richard sucks. You're just like, what? What better, like what else could I possibly do to try and be a better person? Like, what else could I possibly do? Self-help YouTube, self-help books. By the way, a lot of people downloading them for free. So did Satoshi write a self-help book for you? No. Did Satoshi do YouTube videos to help you? No. Did Satoshi go on television to promote Bitcoin? No. Did Satoshi, you know, tell you how to give better apologies? No. Well, hey, apparently I'm doing more for you than he is. When's the last time Satoshi gave you some free coins? No free coins. Well, damn, I guess I'm way better than he is, you know? And then you go through the list of like other founders in the space and you're like, hey, where's your self-help book? No. Oh, you promote trading? Ooh, do people lose money trading? Okay. So you're promoting people losing money then, right? Yeah, so like you go on Reddit, you're like, oh, look, ads for margin trading. You guys suck. You know, people lose their money that way. The majority of participants lose money doing that, and their lives are harmed, and they lose their time, and they lose their relationships, and they lose their money. Why are you promoting things that are harmful for people? And then those people that promote harmful things, they talk shit about me or Hex, and you're just like, it's upside down world. You guys promote things which hurt your users. Everybody in Hex, for the most part, is in the green or black, however you want to say it, like profitable. People that use the things you promote are annihilated. The fuck's wrong with you guys? Like, upgrade your lives. It's disgusting. So I'm the most useful, helpful person in the industry that I'm in, this cryptocurrency industry. I have the most things that I try and do to make your life better, and yet people talk the most shit about me. Huh? It's just so crazy to me. It's so crazy to me. It's like, aren't you guys paying attention? It's like Vitalik gives $3 million to the Sense Foundation. You're like, hey, that's cool, man. I was doing that shit 10 years before you. Like, yeah, I was involved 10 years before you were like conscious of, you know, like how old would he have been in 2003? You're like, how about you guys show some fucking respect? You know, oh, Hex top 5 market cap on nomics.com. We've been up there. People still don't get it. You're like, yeah, our shit's awesome. Yeah, we have 100% uptime. How about you guys? Coinbase down, Kraken down, Gemini down. Your normal bank. I went to chase.com to see what their website looked like. Click sign up. Down. Couldn't sign up. Everybody sucks compared to Hex. Everybody sucks compared to Hex. But they're too dumb to understand when they talk shit. They just flap their lips. They're like, boo, 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 boo. It's a scam. Boo, boo, boo. You're like, oh, really? Is it? Compared to what? like, what are you talking about? It's maddening, dude. It's maddening. We do everything better. And that's what people come to me with complaints. So like, you know, we don't like the website. Yeah, okay, you don't like the website. What don't you like about it? Well, we don't like the 40% gains. You're like, okay, first of all, The Economist took these ads. Like, you've seen much more reputable advertisers accept much more exciting ads. So why don't you guys be quiet? Oh, and by the way, if you didn't like those, so like those taxi cabs that are all over London with, you know, Hex did 129X. Well, it did 352X now. So, hey, I guess someone did okay. You know, like, you know, just, oh, why don't people learn? Because I cannot personally explain things better than I'm explaining them. Like, it is very obvious the value proposition. It is very obvious the numerous superior features that the product has. Why is it so hard for people to understand? It's hilarious to me. Just like Michael Saylor hated Bitcoin at 1,300, loves it at 10,000. Okay, all right, buddy. I was mining it at 50 cents, so I'm glad you're able to get in at 10K. I got in 20,000 times lower at 50 cents. So, which one of us had the better thinking? I did, you know. And I see him tweeting a lot of stuff that I have tweeted previously, and it's like either we're coming emergently to the same ideas, or he's just recycling my own tweets, which is funny to me. Hey, what else should we talk about? So we've talked about mental health, we've talked about diagnosis, we've talked about the best thing you can do as a human being is heal other human beings. We've talked about price performance and Bitcoin, Ethereum, Hex. Deployment of capital, how awesome the community is. What else should we cover? I guess we talk about, I would love to talk about things that I haven't talked. Oh, I was going to teach you guys about the log chart. Okay. Somebody posts, and I see this, so I catch people being stupid on the internet constantly. I'm sure you do too. Somebody posts a chart and they say, wow, I can't believe how much farther we're going than before. And they show a chart on the linear scale, and there's like the old run up, and then now there's like the dip, the COVID dip, and then we have this new run up where we did a 2x from the all-time high. It's misleading. If you use a linear chart, it is 100% misleading, and you should stop using linear charts. You should be using logarithmic charts. I'm going to explain to you why. So when Bitcoin went from a penny to $1,000, which is what is that? 10,000x, million X? I don't know. Some large number, right? I don't feel like doing math on stream. So when it went from a penny, well, okay, let's do the math. Penny to 10 cents is 10. 10 cents to a dollar, 100. Dollar to $10, 1,000. $10 to 100, 10,000. 100 to 1,000, 100,000. Okay. So that move from a penny to 1,000 is 100,000. So this 100,000x move on his chart is the same size as the 2x move from 10K to 20K. Do you think it's smart that on your chart that 100,000x move is the same size as a 2x move? Does that sound smart to you? No, that's stupid. It's retarded. I'm not supposed to use that word anymore. I'm working on it. So you should not, now, let's say you switched to logarithmic, you clicked log. Now, when you look at your chart, this 2x move up here takes up the same space on the chart as a 2x move down there. They take up the same space. So that 2x move and this 2x move take up the same space. Oh, that makes sense. Yes, that makes sense. So destroying all the resolution of the past by shrinking it and compressing it and over amplifying this 2x move, it's not useful. It's very, very bad. You should not do that, which is the reason there's a log button on the chart. You click log, and then instead of seeing this, so if you look at the 2017 blow off top, here's what the chart looks like on linear. Okay, well, how are you supposed to reason about a vertical line? You're like, oh, well, there's probably something going on in there, but I can't really tell because I'm using linear. And then you click log, and it's like, bloop, and you're like, oh, I can actually see things now that I can reason about. There's resolution there now. So logarithmic charts, particularly in cryptocurrency, are vastly superior to linear charts. And you shouldn't be using linear charts, really. Like the only reason I can think of to use linear chart is if you're predicting what dum-dums will do, technical analysis wise, because they might be looking at a linear chart. But if you're smart, you're already using log. So that's the thing that I'm sharing with you that you've probably never heard before, because I've Googled these things and I've never seen it before, is that the reason you use a logarithmic chart is so that the percentage moves take up the same space. So Bitcoin goes from a penny to 10 cents. It's only a 10-cent move. On a linear chart, you won't see it because we just did a 20K move. So that 10x from a penny to 10 pennies takes up no space, but a 2x from 20K to 40K takes up all the space on a linear chart. That's useless, entirely useless. Don't you wish you bought Bitcoin at a penny? Don't you wish you bought Bitcoin at 10 cents? Why should it not even exist on the chart? So use logarithmic charts. That's the magic, is this move is the same as that move. That's not perfectly, but it's a very, very, very close approximation. What else is other cool stuff I can share with you that I haven't shared before? So you've got that curve analysis using the bars pattern and trading view. You've got why you use a logarithmic chart. You've got, hey, maybe Ethereum can flip Bitcoin, and hey, maybe Hex can flip them both. Wouldn't that be nice? What are other new things that could be shared with you? I could explain to you the counterintuitive things, which I popularized that other people just don't say. People will say things like, oh, inflation is bad. You're like, kind of. Depends. It depends. What is the inflation being used for? So in Bitcoin, the inflation is used to pollute the environment. In Hex, the inflation just goes to the people that are holding the price up. And you're like, okay, well, that sounds pretty good. Are they polluting the environment? Not really. Oh, okay, well, they're not equivalent then, are they? They're not comparable. Like a huge negative externality that causes sell pressure, which is the Bitcoin inflation. They got to buy electricity. Okay, how do they get the money to pay for electricity? They sell the coins. So they're net sellers of coins, not net buyers. Yep, correct. Okay. When did Bitcoin have its most growth, its most price performance? When it was youngest. Okay. When did it have the highest inflation? When it was youngest. Wait a second. This is the opposite of what everyone's saying. Yeah. So what really matters is the ratio of new users and purchasing power to old users that might be selling. Sell pressure. The only people that can sell is people that bought, for the most part. So, well, I guess in HEX it's not accurate because people minted their own coins. But in general, in most markets, the only people that can sell are people that bought. And so therefore, all of your sell pressure comes from older participants because those are the guys that bought. Like it takes, time. So what matters most is how many people know about a thing now compared to how many people will know about it. If you look at, so let's say you take a look at the Bitcoin chart from the end of 2017 when the bubble popped. The Google search volume tracks nearly identically to the price performance. The top of the Google search volume was the top of the market price. Now, you think to yourself, oh, well, I'll just trade that chart. I'll just, Google Trends will tell me what the price should be. Nope, it's a lagging indicator. That Google search trend responds to price. It doesn't precede price. So you're not going to be able to trade that. It's a trailing indicator, a lagging indicator. But it is useful still. So right now, if you look at the Google Trends for Bitcoin, for instance, they're at half of all-time highs. 48 was the number of 100, 48%. So I don't think we're going to have a top in Bitcoin until we at least have all-time high search. And I do wonder when that might be. And I do wonder if we make new higher all-time high searches. Could be. Because I think retail's late to this move. I think the institution guys got into this early. I mean, you heard about John Paul Jones, or can't remember his name, Paul Tudor Jones. There we go. I'm listening to, I'm quoting you, the guitarist from Led Zeppelin. The guitarist from Led Zeppelin was named John Paul Jones, and the investor guy is named Paul Tudor Jones. So he, bought the dip, and a bunch of other guys bought the dip, and then some guys bought local tops like Michael Saylor, and a lot of other guys apparently, right? Because price keeps going up. If those guys front ran retail, and now retail is responding, what was the market participant structure looking like in 2017? How much billionaires were in that one compared to now? And does it just change market structure? Like not having dips over 20% totally changed market structure. It is different. And like pumping on the weekends. Okay. Interesting. There's like so many things going on that either weren't there or weren't noticed before. So like the 20% dips one is in my opinion, the largest of the changes. So it makes you wonder what other things are non-similar to the 2017 run and how much further you go. Like for instance, in Ethereum, the mechanism of, HEX has its liquidity primarily in Ethereum, and therefore their prices are tied together. And so how many other projects are of a similar way where causes more Ethereum to be locked up and unused, and then the Ethereum 2 contract locked up a bunch. And then there's just, so you have these reflexivity things where if you go high, you go higher. So like, let's say people are margin trading and they get liquidated. So there's shorts, people have shorted the market. The price moves against them, it goes up. Now they have to be liquidated or close their positions, which means they have to rebuy, which pushes the price even higher. So the higher the price goes, the higher it will go on liquidations. And it's reflexivity. So how much reflexivity has been introduced into Ethereum because of, projects like HEX onboarding the users, locking up supply, And then there's all these feature sets that, you know, people are just being exposed to. It's so cool. It's like the game changed. You know, there's more utility and more function in cryptocurrency now than there ever was before. You know, like, oh, you want a time deposit? Okay, well, that didn't exist before X. Now it does. How much money is in time deposits? 7.2 trillion. Okay, how much money is there in printed cash? United States and China? 5 trillion. I'm just quoting United States and China combined. Oh, wow. 7.2 trillion. That's a lot of money. Yep, sure is. We also just happen to do payments better and have all these other features aside and apart just from being the world's first blockchain city. Like, you're like, man, it's hilarious to me. There's so much opportunity. Like, why didn't someone do this before? It's so obvious. It's so obvious that you want to eliminate the banksters and the banks from all of the crap that they've caused in the world and their horrible hours and their horrible customer service and their horrible interest that they pay you. It's all garbage. You want to get rid of those guys. Okay, well, how do you get rid of them? By replacing their products. Okay, well, what are their most popular products? Savings account, time deposit, CD. You're like, oh, okay, well, let's do that. Why? You want to get rid of the banks? You want to replace them with something better? You got to replace their products. Hex replace, if not the most popular, one of the most popular products at the bank. No brainer. It's an obvious no brainer. And if you go through all the things that compare it to Bitcoin or even Ethereum, like what's more likely to have an inflation bug, Ethereum or Bitcoin or Hex? Well, both Ethereum and Bitcoin, because they don't have locked, isolated consensus code that's separate and apart from all the other code. So the modularity increases the security. Okay, which one's had more security focus? Well, actually, Hex has had more security focus. And which one is being changed more? Well, Hex ain't changing at all. It's finished. But Bitcoin and Ethereum are being changed. And you're like, well, you know, if Ethereum fails entirely, what do? Airdrop system state to another network. Or you could fork the Ethereum network, or you've got so many options, right? You could do a layer 2. You could do, you know, depends on what the fair would look like. So there's all these different really cool, amazing things that you can do with Hex that you just can't do with anything else. You can't do it. Hey, you want to mine Bitcoin? You want to get yield on your Bitcoin? Here's your options. Give your keys to someone else, hope they give you your money back with a little interest. Picking up pennies in front of freight trains goes wrong all the time. Exchanges exit scam you, steal your money. Lending platforms exit scam you, steal your money, or just go bankrupt. Platform called Cred, bankrupt, owes your users 100 million. Oops, whoopsie. Not your keys, not your coins. Stop picking up pennies in front of freight trains. Hex solves that. What else could you try and do to get yield with your Bitcoin? Well, this one doesn't make any sense. It involves actually selling your Bitcoin. So it's like, hey, if you want to get yield with your Bitcoin and it involves selling it, well, then you could say anything's yield, right? You're like, oh, you could sell your Bitcoin and get Tesla stock. Oh, you could sell your Bitcoin and, you know, buy the S&P 500. Doesn't really make sense, but I'm going to bring it up anyway. You could sell your Bitcoin to buy mining hardware, and then you could try and mine to make more Bitcoin. So you could pollute the environment to make more Bitcoin. How does that usually work out? Always works out horribly. You always end up being better off just buying the coins outright. Why? Because if you're expecting the price to go up, you get more coins earlier than later, and you don't know how many other people are turning on mining machines to compete against you. It's a competitive market. And you don't know what the electricity price is going to be specifically. And you don't know what the coin price is going to be. And you don't know how much more efficient hardware is going to come out later after you're already taped out and deploying your machines. So there's a ton of variability in being profitable at all. And you're always outperformed by just buying the coins anyway. So just buy the coins, you know? Oh, we're going to speculate on this thing having value. Okay, well then just buy the coins. You always make more. Do the math. I did the math. I used to mine. Oops. I wish I didn't. Wish I just bought coins. Would have done way better. Way better. You live and you learn. So Hex solves all that. Like, oh yeah, you can mine with no mining hardware. You just lock up your coins. It's like getting free mining hardware, free electricity, free facilities, no electric bills, no facility bills, no uptime worries, no machines catching on fire, no circuit breakers popping. Mining Hex, or staking Hex, is like getting free mining hardware and electricity. And you don't have to worry so much. Like, you're being paid to support the price, and so are all the other people doing the same thing you're doing. Whereas in Bitcoin, like, the guys that are getting those coins, they're selling them. They're pushing that price down. Like, the amount of millions of dollars a day that gets sold to Bitcoin, someone has to buy those millions of dollars so that those guys can hand that money to the electric company, or else the price just keeps going down. That's how it works. Like, it's like, the Bitcoin price would be so much higher if there wasn't that constant negative externality of having to pollute the environment to support the network. So it's like, I love HEX. It's so good. If you're ever talking to somebody to try and, if they're smart and they already understand crypto or think they do, send them to hex.com/tech specs, and they will understand more about how Bitcoin works, and they will understand how similar HEX is to Bitcoin. They're both networks which store and transmit value. One inflates to pay miners to pollute the environment. One inflates to pay stakers to hold the price up. And that's basically it, right? Like, that's the majority of what's going on. What else should we cover? I got 10 minutes left here. What is the most important thing you guys can do as Hexicans? It's outreach. Cryptocurrency is being censored and treated like shit everywhere. Google does not allow cryptocurrencies to advertise. Google does not allow anything associated with cryptocurrencies to advertise, except two things. One, you're an exchange, and you're in the United States or Japan. That's it. Two, you are a mining hardware thing. That's it. Everything else in crypto, not allowed to advertise. Does that sound fair or reasonable to you? Does it sound fair or reasonable that the highest appreciating asset class that has ever existed in the history of mankind is not allowed to advertise? What? Why? So they can buy shit that sucks? I just told you mining always loses money compared to just buying coins. Why are they allowed to advertise? Margin trading platforms where everyone gets wrecked, everyone loses their money, the vast majority of participants lose their money, they're allowed to advertise. Disgusting. That's Google. And it's not just Google. Reddit, not allowed to advertise. The shit that I just described to you that hurts people, they can advertise. But cryptocurrency, nope. Facebook, same stuff. It's disgusting. So how do you get around this horrible, terrible, harmful censorship? You have to do it grassroots. You have to spread the word yourself. You have to do outbound messaging yourself. You have to tell people what's good. Now, apparently the Staker app, staker.app, very cool app for HEX. Very, very cool. Apparently they've just instituted a referral program that allows you to get paid for referring people to HEX. I haven't looked at it yet, but it's definitely worth checking out because I know their app's amazing. So I wouldn't be surprised if the referral program was amazing too. I got to check it out. I haven't looked at it. So with staker.app, or even without it, just telling people about HEX, it's the most important thing that you can do because you could really be changing people's lives. When Bitcoin was a penny, when Bitcoin was $1, when Bitcoin was $10, how many people wish they had got in then? And how many people wish they could have locked up their money for 10 years, 5 years, 1 year? How much difference would that have made to them? And, you've got a similar opportunity now. It's a brand new network. It's only a year old. Everything is absolutely running wonderfully. That opportunity, that potential for some people might only come once in a lifetime, So you got to spread the word. You've got to tell people about it. You've got to message them on Twitter. You've got to message them on Facebook. You've got to message them on the phone, SMS them, WhatsApp, whatever you're using, Telegram, you name it. You've got to spread the word because the powers that be, they're not going to let you pay to spread it. We've seen HEX advertisements in The Economist magazine. Premier League soccer games, Car and Driver magazine, digital advertising all over buses and billboards, full wrap taxis, television ads. I've seen HEX ads a lot of places, and that's beautiful and that's nice. But look at all the places you haven't seen HEX ads. It's a big world out there. It's a really big world out there. And when a lot of advertisers just will not accept money, when Hexicans try and give it to them, well, you're going to have to reach their users another way, So if someone doesn't want to spread the good word about HEX for pay, well, you're just going to have to reach their users around them. You can reach your users without pay. So for instance, let me tell you all the places I'm blocked, personally blocked. I'm blocked by CoinDesk. I'm blocked by Cointelegraph. I'm banned from Facebook. Why? Hilarious. I'm out here making the world a better place. I'm the founder of a multi-billion-dollar cryptocurrency. I give away free coins, free videos, free price calls, free chat, no ads, you name it. I can't possibly be a better person. Like, I'm doing the absolute best that I can. I get messaged every day by people whose lives I've positively changed. Personally, through personal effort. And these other entities are harming us and me and our movement. Why? To do what? Look what they're doing with their lives. Look at what they're advertising, what they're promoting. They're promoting things that hurt people. And you're like, what's going on here? So you guys that promote harm are censoring and otherwise trying to impede our beautiful invention that's making the world a better place. What's wrong with you guys? Are you not watching the conference? Are you not seeing the effect that we're having in the world? Everyone's lives getting better. We're making the world a better place. And I even say nice things about half of the stuff you're doing. Oh, you guys like Ethereum? I say nice things about Ethereum. You like Bitcoin? I say nice things about Bitcoin. I want everybody's prices to go up. And I tell you the truth that no one else is going to tell you. And, it would be nice to get some respect from these people, some help from these people. Why not? You want all you guys out there wrecking your users with ads for shit that scams them, like margin trading. What do you think happens when your users don't have any money left, man? Is that good for you guys? Why not have an ecosystem where everybody wins? It's a big world out there, doing stuff that gets your users destroyed. It's not useful for you, all these YouTubers out there that are trying to convince you that you're going to make money trading. They know you're not going to make money trading. They know you're going to lose all your money. They're not getting messages. So every day I get messages from people whose lives I've made better. People that teach trading, they don't get those messages because their users are getting fucking destroyed. They're getting annihilated. There's no user that ever walks into a trading seminar and was like, hey, I got in a few years ago and here's my Ferrari and here's my hot wife because I got in so early into trading. Nope. That dude ain't got no hot wife. He ain't got no Ferrari. He's wrecked because everyone gets wrecked in trading. It's obvious. And here's the funny thing. Everyone knows it. This isn't even controversial information. Everybody knows that you get wrecked trading, but they don't they magically think they're not going to be the one. Okay, it's not going to be you. Yeah, just everyone else. Because you went to Harvard, right? And the Harvard guys get wrecked too. It's who could have predicted? Trader guys. Okay, all you trader guys out there. By the way, I'm a good technical analysis. I'm a good trader. How many of you guys predicted that you would run from $88 to, or from $3,800 to 42K with no dips over 20%? How many of you guys would have predicted that? This many guys. Fucking nobody. Absolutely nobody. So anybody that sold earlier or opened shorts anywhere, wrecked, annihilated, unreasonable price movement up, left behind, So think about how easy the holders have it. You just literally chill and relax and get rich. You're being paid to chill and relax and get rich while everyone else gets in, right? They get in, the price goes up, they sell. The price dips, so oh yeah, it's going to keep dipping. I'm going to buy earlier. It doesn't dip as far as they needed it to. It goes back up higher. And they're like, oh no, it's going up without me. And then they have to rebuy higher. And they just have less. It's hilarious, you know? Like Bitcoin's up 4.2 million X. Is your trading bro up 4.2 million X? No. Is he up 400,000 X? No. Is he up 40,000 X? No. Is he up 4X? Nope. He's down. So don't trade. Don't play grindy video games. Read SciVive. Go to t.me/SciVive. Read SciVive. It could change your life. Go to hex.com. It could change your life. Come chat with us in Hex Crypto. t.me/Hex Crypto. There's 20,000 plus people in there. Best channel on Telegram for crypto. Let's talk altcoins, and then you go to Strape, t.me/Strape. What else? Come on Twitter, man. I tweet really smart stuff on Twitter. You should have just seen my thread about, First Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, Eighth Amendment, Seventh Amendment, and how we need, digital protections. So we have a right to assembly. Okay, well, when you get banned everywhere, how are you going to assemble? We need digital assembly now. Like we need a right to digital assembly. We need a right to data portability. So you build up your persona and your digital persona on a platform, and then they just jack you and delete it. Like my Facebook is just deleted. It's like, it's not there anymore. Okay, well, what's up with that? You know what I mean? Is that fair? Is that good for the world? No, it's not. It's not good. Like the world can be made better, but you have to fight for it to be better. And I think Hexicans can be part of that change. So read SciVive, go to hex.com. If you've got smart people, send them to tech specs, hex.com/tech specs. I'm working on that rebuttals list. You'll see it when it's done, and maybe even earlier. It'll be a work of art because you're going to have rebuttals not just to help people with understanding Hex, but to help people with understanding crypto. People are like, oh, the price might drop. You're like, yeah, the S&P 500 just dropped 30% 6 months ago. So yeah, everything drops. But that's the opportunity. It also goes up and up and up and up and up and up. That's, oh, I might lose money. You're already losing money. Every single day, this stuff gets more expensive in excess of what your yield is in most places. So that's not an option. To not lose money is not an option. The question is, what's the risk reward? You want to be in the highest appreciating asset class that's ever existed in the history of man, or other stuff? I prefer to be in the one that's like super, super, super awesome, which is the one we're in now. What other cool rebuttals were in there? The number of 10Xs it did. Like Bitcoin did like 5 10Xs. Ethereum did like 3 or 4. Hex has done 2. Most people don't realize that. They're like, oh, the price has gone too high. Has it? You want to see the Amazon chart? Boop, boop, and this forever. That's the Amazon chart. I can show you other charts that look like that. It's like when they keep running the printing presses, everything goes up. You're in an everything bubble. The question is like, which of these bubbles is the best one? And I prefer Hex. But Bitcoin and Ethereum are not too bad. They're better than the S&P 500, in my opinion. Bitcoin's never been down for more than 3 years, 3.2 years. So as long as you had a time horizon of longer than 3.2 years, you couldn't have possibly lost money buying Bitcoin. It's that easy. Unless you lost your keys or, like if you bought Bitcoin, you held it, and you held it for more than 3.2 years, you couldn't have possibly lost money. It's that easy. All right, Maddie. I think my keynote's done. Maddie's in charge here, so he runs the. He's back. Look, I manifested him into reality. This is the secret.
You minted a Maddie.
I didn't. I didn't even have to go into a closet and like say his name 3 times. He just appeared on the first go. Good latency.
Well,
I like it.
We're so lucky to have you here and speaking at the first HEX conference. I mean, it's been a huge honor, and I hope you'll be able to stick around here for a few minutes because I've got some other people to bring on for the social.
I'd love to. Love to hang out with some good Hexicans. Can you imagine when we can do this in person? Won't that be amazing?
Oh my gosh.
God, won't it be great? I'll get to wear my price shirt that's like Hex up here with my shoulder, and then everything else down here. It's going to be hilarious. Thanks to everybody with the production quality. I know we had some guys that put together some cool graphics for backgrounds. And we got Freddie Quotes put together some nice music. Maddie put together, some nice text and intros and structure and getting this all together. Like, you guys really did a wonderful job here. And by the way, as usual, Hex stuff, it just works. Like, I didn't hear about any hiccups. I didn't hear about anything going down. I didn't hear about any delays. Everything just works. Like, it's so beautiful. Guys that are in crypto, when you get around this stuff that always just works, it is not that way other places. Everything fails most places. Everything sucks most places. So the awesome stuff that you see here, don't think you're going to get it other places. Like, it just doesn't happen.
Crypto Kool-Aid made the background here using his CGI architect skills, and Joe Hexotic was the main thing, making sure we didn't have hiccups because he was running a test room the whole time.
Yeah, man. I called in the test room, make sure everything works good.
Thanks to all them too.
So who all do we got here? I see Joe Hexotic. I see the captain. They got a bunch of cool dudes in here. What's up, Big Pep? I've never talked to you before on stream.
Hey, Richard. Pleased to meet you. Yeah, first time I talked to you.
Pleasure to meet you, man. I hear people love your price analysis.
Oh, thanks.
When I look up, I get my FOMO pants on.
I like to get those FOMO pants on. Yeah, I got to get a couple pairs of them now.
Nickname Big Pep. You tall or strong or both? Or
it's just a kind of a nickname I gathered from some previous coworkers. No, I'm about 6'1", 250.
Nice.
So I don't think it's overly big as average size, but maybe slightly above. So,
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, one of my coworkers used to nickname me that back in the day, so I just kind of ran with it. I was struggling for a name. I was like, there's so many were used and other ones that were clever. They were just too difficult to remember. And I kind of went with your advice, Richard, to make it simple. So I think that's a lot easier to remember than some of the other ones I came up with.
Yeah, man, it's good. You did good on that. You did real good on that. I've always been interested how Hex has so many military guys in it. I wonder how that's evolved, and I wonder, like, I think when people are doing their outbound messaging, they should really consider that almost everybody in Hex is a guy. Almost everyone in crypto is a guy. For sure, almost everyone that watches me on YouTube is a guy. It's not because I flipped a switch over there. Like, yeah, I only want guys. You can't choose your. Oh my God, what is that?
Good time.
This guy is really long.
Great timing.
Hi.
What's up, nerd girl? How's it going?
Pretty good. How about you?
I'm doing all right. I was just talking about how there's no girls in the Hex community.
I heard.
Like, oh shit, I'm hopping in. Yeah. Yep. So with outbound messaging, I think you might want to advertise places where military dudes are. So gay bars and
guns and ammo,
crayon factories.
I think Hex would do wonderfully with a guns and ammo advertisement, or like stuffing dead animals weekly or whatever. Like, just
is that what we do?
I like in the background a lot of these videos. I see like gun safes and shit.
Bring a logo to the gun range. Start hanging it around there.
Hey, we could get our own custom targets with like other altcoins or fiat or like
Yeah, careful.
It's a different community. It's a different community than like a lot of other things that may have changed in 2017. Like we have this difference between the ETH community and which is kind of cooperative but a little bit more meek personality, and then you have the Bitcoin people that the more recent versions, maximalist. You talk about being maximalish versus maximalist, and I think that the military the people that are drawn into this and the most interested in it are people that already speak truth to power, especially if they stayed in for more than one tour. They had a reason, So I think there's a metal thing. And again, I commented on my thing last night was you don't have to be a veteran, but there's something inside of veterans and people that are in Hex that is very similar. There's some characteristic that's very similar.
Yep.
I think Hex had some like hexologist. He's Joe Exotic was saying like one of the things that he really loved about like the Hex community is the consistency. So hexologist, kids being born, he's live streaming from the hospital. That's what's up. You know, he says he's going to do a thing. He does the thing. He's like, yeah, I'm going to live stream every night for, you know, the 351 days of launch phase. Did it every night. Like, you know, super, super reliable. Even me, like, I might show up late to stream, but I ain't missing it. I'll be there, you know, like it's going to happen. Like I do the stuff I say I'm going to do. He does the stuff he says he's going to do. And I think that, you know, being a responsible adult man is doing the stuff you said you were going to do, you know, and taking the responsibility to do things. I think that's what makes us better than other people, you know. How many people shirk their responsibilities or don't take any? A lot. There's a lot of that going out there, you know.
It's a lot of in the military too. Many in here have commented about that in the past. You might have signed a contract. You might know a consequence for not following through on a contract. But really in a war environment or anything like that, I mean, you're the only one there on the battlefield with your brethren, right? So you're deciding to live up to what you said you're going to do, the training that you have, the time that you've invested, because that's really your only option. You know, you don't have another option.
Yeah. It's funny hearing stories about like going out and you're not going to shower for a couple weeks. And then if you get a certain kind of sweaty, the salt will start like cutting your skin. You get itchy everywhere.
Crystallizes.
Sweat salt. And like, man, I ain't never heard of this shit. I used to fix air conditioners for a living. I sweat a lot, but I would get showers the other day, you know?
Yeah. You know, I attributed the military leadership, you know, starting out the streams and the guys coming in from what was going on out there. I mean, it looked like Hex was under attack, you know, and we all just like said, oh no, screw that. We're coming to take care of this shit. And that's what I think happened, is that we all stepped up and said, no, we got this. And we all came together.
Under attack. We really are. People say evil, disgusting lies about Hex and me all day, every day. And then, so for instance, I got feedback from some industry participant, and they're like, yeah, you know, somebody has said Hex was a scam. And so we messaged them and asked about it. And the response was literally, we were just trolling. And you're like, what? Like, what? Why am I receiving this call? What the fuck's wrong with you guys? Why don't you think for yourselves? Like, what on the internet isn't called a scam? Elon Musk, scam. Bill Gates, scam. COVID, scam. Election, scam. Fuck. I mean, the one chip challenge. Google that shit. Scam. You're like, hey, what's like, apparently they call everything a scam. So you actually have to engage your brain and use thinking, you know?
Do you think that it's gotten a little bit better recently, Richard, though? Or is that just my perception? It does seem like the tide is turning.
It's gotten better for sure.
Yeah.
I think we've gotten some better participation, but I don't think that it's gone away. I think that we've just got a few more people that are actually saying positive things about Hex.
Yeah, and I think that there are people actually looking at it who wouldn't even consider it before.
Yeah, but the full attack is still on.
I agree. They're not mutually exclusive. They're both true. So we still are under attack, which is potential, right? We're not first page where we should be some places. That's potential. Great. You know, we don't have mainstream virality yet. That's not an attack. That's just like the passage of time. It's only a year-old project. And, you know, some YouTubers that said, hey, this is the worst thing ever. Now they bought some. They're like, yeah, you know, they've apologized. So I've received several messages like that from people that talked shit and have come around and been educated. And they're like, oh, yeah, actually, this is really cool, you know, but it takes time to get everybody. You won't get everybody, but we are making progress. People are converting, you know, people are apologizing. And it will only take a few of the big gates to open. And then the floodgates will open. Like everyone will be like, oh, yeah. This is what I was tweeting. I was like, at some point, everyone's going to pretend they always supported Hex.
Yep.
They'll be like, oh, yeah, Hex was always a good idea, you know? Yep. Oh, I said bad things.
I love that Richard guy. That guy Richard is cool as fuck.
Yeah, nice guy. You know? Hilarious.
I also think that repair.
Oh, sorry. I also think that time is helping out a lot when it comes to the narrative, you know. So our honesty, our consistency, and then time, just I
agree. You know, the funny thing, part of the reason that Hex gets attacked so much is because I did such a good job talking about it in the beginning. Most projects, they come into existence with nobody hearing about them. And you can't shit talk something you've never heard about. Yeah. And then they build up some type of like trading history, and then people look at them. But HEX was well spoken about quantity-wise before it launched. And then people just said all this silly shit that was obviously patently, wildly false. And I've considered like just randomly suing everybody and be like, oh yeah, you called HEX a scam. Okay, well, I'm going to John Doe subpoena to find out where you are, get your ISP logs, and then I'm going to get a court summons for your ass. And then you can call it a scam in court, fucker. And I've considered doing that. But like my problem with that is I've only got so much time in the day. What is a potential profit from suing all these stupid broke shit talkers? What am I going to get an uncollectible judgment against a broke guy? Yay, I've got an uncollectible judgment against a broke guy. What am I going to do with that? Nothing. How many views did that guy get anyway? Nothing. Or I could spend my time like getting on Oprah. Hi, I'm a founder of a multi-billion-dollar cryptocurrency that's changing people's lives and making them better. You want to talk? I'm fun to talk to as well. I have the best production quality. I speak well. I don't say the R word as much as I used to. So like, yeah, you know, who is going to be more fun to interview? Like if like Joe Rogan might interview this guy named Pomp, I'm a way better interview than that. It's going to be way more fun. And I'm going to speak way more truth. And it's like, you know, so I don't want to spend my time battling people that are irrelevant when I should be playing on a grand stage, you know, speaking at like multinational events where leaders of industry are sitting in front of me being educated. That's the level I should be playing at, not this like hunting down little noob trolls on the internet level. Like I don't even want to play that game. I'm playing at a different level, or should be.
Yeah, that's wasted. That's a great point about wasted time and wasted opportunity to chase things that are out the door, already gone in the path. You can only have the moment of now and your action of now. You can plan for what you're doing tomorrow, but your action is now.
Well, one of the things you learn from reading, you know, a lot of books is successful projects. One of the things they'll tell you is don't waste your time on competitive intelligence. Don't even care about what other people were doing, because in the end, it doesn't matter what they were doing. It just matters what you're doing. And, you know, it's your competitors will just die and fall by the wayside, and you don't even have to do anything. You'll just beat them by doing your own thing better and not even caring about them. So for instance, you know, there's projects out there that are wildly horrible. IOTA, for instance. We don't have to ever look at them. We don't ever have to look at them, you know? And the less we shit talk other projects, the more likely the people that were scammed in those projects will be to invest in a better project like HEX.
Richard,
if you demonize and come out.
Look who that guy is.
Richard, do
hey,
you
it's the Hexologist.
What's up,
buddy?
Hey, do you think it would deter people from talking smack, though? I mean, like, just for one, let's say you just go right after like Peter McCormick, because he was very.
I would fuck one up, I think. That'd be my first target, because I don't have to worry about serving him. He gave me an address. Let's go see what's there. You know.
I mean, you're getting it like, you know, one guy. I mean, I don't really care either way. I mean, they will fall to the wayside here after a while.
Yeah, that it's just like the only marketing that guy has is that which we just gave him. That's why I love ghosting the trolls, because So for instance, even when I mention these other things, I'm very delicate to make sure that you don't actually go and type them or go to their sites or any shit, because you'll just get brain cancer. Like it just will it will reduce the quality of your life and make you stupider. So I prefer not to like so if someone gets a link to a scam in HEX chat, we delete the link, because we don't need links to scams. So we say scams exist. We say they're of this form. Don't fall for it. But then we don't leave the link, because somebody's going to click the damn link. If you put a big button on the wall that says don't press, you know someone's going to walk over and press it. You know it. They can't help it. So, you know, mentioning scams and talking about scams is the same thing. You just depower them. So a lot of times people post scams in our threads. I hide and block. But the Hexkins that don't know the game, you know, they'll engage. When you engage with a tweet on Twitter, your followers see it all. So you just advertise their tweet. That's like how I block people. If you got a lot of followers, I won't block you. I'll just hide you. But your followers will still see your shit, and I'll still get the positive, you know, press, or at least the impressions from your audience. And some portion of your audience will see the truth that I'm spreading. So it's good. So if you got a lot of followers, I'm not going to block you. But if you got no followers, I'm blocking the shit out of you, because it's a much better deal to not have you polluting my followers' feeds with your crap than it is for me to like see your 40 or 50, you know, that you don't even know if they're real, right?
It's liberating too, blocking all those folks.
Say again?
I said it's liberating, blocking all those folks.
Oh yeah. Hide and block. The magic to hiding and blocking is you have to hide everything first and then block last. Because if you block preemptively, then you can't hide because you can't see what needs to be hidden. So you have to hide all their comments first and then block. And then block them across any other accounts you have as well, because I assure you, they will do the same shit on your other account too.
I have a question. As HEX moves into its next stage, obviously it has launch phase. It's kind of in the beginnings of the adoption phase. You can see that the marketing is morphing, right? You can see that people in general and community members are contributing more time, money, resources, whatever. You were just talking about like the social media platforms, Twitter, things like that. And you also talked about like advertisements inside of like different magazines.
I saw somebody message me that he was onboarded by a sticker in a restroom in a truck stop.
I love it.
That might have been me. That might have been me.
Do you have any advice that's a general bit of advice? Because I actually was drawn to HEX initially because I was a rubbernecker. I saw drama over here. There was a little bit of a tiff over here that became a battle that became interesting. And the drama of you basically tearing people down on their logic is actually what attracted me to participate in HEX. Maybe that's in the past. Maybe we are morphing in some way. But how do you go from, you just said something about a different kind of coin like IOTA or something as an example, and then not have that audience hate HEX without ever investigating it simply because they're tribal. Nerd Girl talks about that all the time. Can you make a comment about that?
The art is to present differences. It's about intention. If someone calls you fat and they don't like you, it's an insult. But if someone calls you fat and they love you, you know they want you to just be better and be healthier. So it's the intention behind what you're saying. If you insult IOTA because they're harming their users, then the users understand you're trying to help them to some degree. But if you don't make it clear that you're trying to help the users and you're just hating IOTA because some other reason, then the users might think your intention is more shitty, right? So if you can express intentions that are helpful and useful to people. So for instance, let's take Bitcoin. Is it awesome if everyone sells their Bitcoin for HEX? Yes. Is it awesome if the Bitcoin price keeps going up? Yes. Would I prefer the Bitcoin price go up or down? Up. When would I expect that to change? Never. I always prefer the price to go up. It's better for HEX when the price goes up. It's better for Ethereum when the price goes up. It's better for Bitcoin when the price goes up. It's better for the press. It's better for the mentions on mainstream media. It's definitely better for everybody if the Bitcoin price goes up. Now, can the Bitcoin price keep going up, but the Ethereum market cap go up farther and higher? Yes. And can HEX pass up Ethereum and Bitcoin? Yes. Yes, it can. And I would like to live in that world. I would like to live in the world where Ethereum market cap is higher than Bitcoin's and where HEX's market cap is higher than both. I would like to live in that world. I think it would be a better world. And I don't need to demonize or say evil things about Bitcoin to make that happen. So if you take, I'll put it to you this way. Is a Bitcoiner more likely to sell his Bitcoin for HEX or to sell his Bitcoin for BCH? I think perceptually that they would rather sell it for HEX because the founder of HEX isn't saying as many bad things about Bitcoin as often. Roger has taken the tact of saying a lot of truthful things that are also, harmful for Bitcoin. I do a little bit of that too, but just a lot less, So, I don't think his method is working. So I don't think Roger's method of onboarding new retail participants at like cafes and gas stations, I don't think that works at all. And I don't think that demonizing Bitcoin works that well. That might be wrong. I mean, there might be more value in demonizing Bitcoin than I'm giving credit for, and maybe that's led to a lot of participants in the BCH ecosystem. It may have, like I'll give an example. There's this meme that AXA Insurance Network actually controls Blockstream, and then Blockstream actually controls the development, and so really there's like some corporate takeover of Bitcoin. You could latch onto that meme and popularize that and just laugh, but I don't think it's true. I don't think it's true. I think that there's a lot of collusion. So I don't want to get into the specifics of what's wrong with Bitcoin. I want to get into, you can advertise that something's better than something else without trying to say the other something else is a piece of shit. It's like, what's better, the new Corvette Mustang or the new Corvette Mustang? What's better, the new Chevy Corvette or the new Ford Mustang? They're both really fucking good. You've got flat plane crank, high revving Mustang. You've got rear engine Corvette. They're both really good. And you don't have to like say one of them is a piece of shit, because neither of them is a piece of shit. They're both very good. And it's the same with like Bitcoin or Ethereum or Hex. Yeah. Do you like a Swiss bank account in your brain? Okay. We all got that. Do you like no AML, no KYC, send your money wherever you want? Yeah, we all got that. Okay. So we're all pretty good to start with. Awesome. Right. Okay. Now how do you get past that? Like, what is the other awesome stuff? And so you can present, and I'm not the expert at this yet, and I haven't worked on it that hard yet, but there's 100% definitely a way to say that something's better than something else, and they're both awesome. Like, what's better, chocolate ice cream or vanilla ice cream? They're both good. And the answer is chocolate, but they're both good.
It's like the best brand in its product line, or the best product.
Yeah, it's like, if you piss people off, they will purposely not buy whatever it is you're talking about, even if it's the best thing for them. So if you don't have to piss off people more than necessary, it's good. And yet, as Funning Jim said, you do have people that do want to watch the drama, and leads that lead. So it's, there's an art to choosing who you're going to punk and have that drama value, and who you're going to lightly respect and just show differences without savaging them too hard. There's an art to it,
Yeah, I'm not normally attracted to drama. I did get attracted to Hex initially to investigate it because of that. RG3 said something like that too about Hexologist's first streams and kind of like jumping into the fray as a Marine brother, that kind of thing. Like I was just saying, the next stage, like the next 2 to 3 years of Hex's lifespan, long lifespan, but the next 2 or 3 years of its adoption on ramping.
We're gonna have everything. We're gonna have all those things, and we should have all those things. Look, when you turn on your television, you choose what channel you watch, and when you tune into Hex, you choose what channel you watch. And we should have people that do each of those things.
Mm-hmm.
Good cop, bad cop, TA, no trading, all those things. You give them everything.
Nice. Yeah, I really like on the hex.com website about the testimonials page. I've been going through all of that. I've seen all those. Same thing with a lot of the links, like keeping that addressed. Today, I made a Twitter. It's called, I think it's called Staked Hex, Twitter Staked Hex or something like that. And it's about when people are these influencers that they have an audience, they staked more than $5,000 worth of today's value Hex, and it's for more than 1 year. And so if people are already putting out their public on their Twitter or on their YouTube, they put out their address and they are saying, hey, give me some Hex. I don't want the beggar class just to get money that dumps. So I want the beggar class or the curious class or whatever. If they're an influencer of some sort and they have an audience, then, tell me about it and I'll put it as a public thing on that Twitter page. But I was just looking at different methods to validate, participants that are wanting to be acknowledged, I guess.
You know what I'd love? BitMEX leaked their email list to all their other users. They used CC instead of BCC, and then every one of the users received all their other users' email addresses, but they're in groups of 1,000.
Yeah.
I wish all you guys out there that received those BitMEX emails, maybe, free people from that horror so that they could stop losing money margin trading. you know?
Well,
So-
I might be giving away more than I should, but for the past like 4 or 5 months, I made pretty good money on Purse.io and Bytoff.io. And on those platforms, you can respond to people and give a little note inside of, basically the trading platform. And it was going to hex.help, which leads to the HEX referral program back in the day that there was a referral program.
Nice,
So
dude.
there's all kinds of ways that you can find people that already have Bitcoin addresses and, just basically make that contact. Now, some of them are going to be maxi. They're going to be pissed off that, something got into their box or DM slipped into their DMs or whatever. But you had said before, the single message before you get blocked is kind of worth it because otherwise they're not
you get
going
blocked anyway. Hey, before I'm out, hex.com. I blocked my motherfuckers I ain't never talked to. I wish I got a shilling before.
Actually, I'm doing that with all the scammers on Telegram. So like a couple of times per week, somebody writes me like, hi, and I write, look at hex.com, sending a sticker, and then I press delete.
Those are girls. Those are girls.
Yeah, another thing. I see
hot girl, real hot girls. So
I don't know if you can see it. Here, I'm in my camera. Let's see if you can see this. So where's that at? So Big Kurkowski makes these large scale stickers, right? He makes little ones and large ones. That's about about 8 inches by 8 inches kind of sticker. It's just stuck on a big spoon. And he puts them all over Puerto Rico. like he says, nobody cares about what's already stuck to the wall here, so I'll just stick them. So you can do all kinds of viral things that end up being, until somebody either overwrites it or says, what the hell is X.com? What is that?
Yeah.
I have no idea. Yeah.
And
Curiosity gets people to look.
I just got a video from a guy who bought a Lamborghini with his HEX gains. Really nice one, top of the line, Aventador. And, he's like, you created HEX, man. This is your responsibility. You made this. You created this. I'm like, that's pretty cool, man.
One of the things I was thinking about when all of the political races are going, you get the those signs with the vote for whoever
yard sign.
There's tons of them after all of it. You can go get them, put hex.com out, put them right back.
Actually, what you can do is on one side, you can have the one side of the political spectrum and say, vote for this guy, HEX, and then, have the big symbol of HEX beside it. And on the other side of the same sign, it's the opposite, political person.
Yeah, just get them all riled up.
You see the message you want.
Actually, Richard, you were around like 1 year after Bitcoin, and now you said that somebody wrote you that he bought a Lamborghini out of his HEX gains. Can you remember this Lambo meme in the Bitcoin community already 1 year after the launch?
Oh no!
Was it already there, like in 2010, 2011?
So what he's saying is that it's neat that people have already bought Lambos with their HEX gains after HEX was only 1 year old, but in Bitcoin. You didn't see anyone buying the Lambos after it was just a year old.
No.
So, good point, man. That's really cool. Thanks for pointing that out. The reason I mentioned Lamborghini is because of the giant sticker thing. He's like, hey, man, I'm like, bro, put a HEX sticker on that shit. Come on. And all you guys sending me testimonials and thanking me and shit, make a video testimonial, man. I appreciate it. I love it. I really appreciate it. But why don't we let that beautiful energy and gratitude live on and help other people get the same benefits that you got, help get them in, make a testimonial video. I'll stick it on the testimonials page, and then people could see the positive stuff that you get, the good things you can have in your life.
It's true.
So I hope the dude sticks that HEX sticker on his Lambo, because I think it'll look cool.
I don't sell my HEX, so I wouldn't know. I've just
I know, man. I know that feeling.
I gotta wait until I
Have you seen the
Hexologist will draw a picture of it, and that'll be close to that.
He sold for gas once. He's lying. He sold for
I
fucking heard
did sell for gas.
Have you seen the Cybertruck that's wrapped in HEX colors someone made? It looks pretty awesome.
It does look really awesome. The German HEX community made that. The Crypto Sparbuch guys. Am I saying that right? Crypto Sparbuch.
Was that you that made it, Hexotic? Or Allin?
Yeah, close enough. That's good. I'm gonna get.
We have some really creative guys as well in the group, and before HEX even launched, they put together the word Kryptosparbuch because it fits the hex narrative in the German language perfectly, and they made some hex songs and so on, and also the presentation was designed by one of the members of the German community, and together with hex graphs. So he put it the graphs we
Those
had
guys
in
are
our.
really early. The Hex Germany guys really early. Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah, they
We
started
got a
back
lot of
in
regional.
summer of 2019. They started to put together the German group and so on. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got like a bunch of regional communities that people just don't know about. So like Hex France, Hex Sweden. We have a Hex Bulgaria, which is actually like really busy, but there's only like 15 people in it, but they type a lot. like you 15 guys type a lot. What's going on in here? You know? Hex Philippines, Hex Russia is really busy.
Hex Spanish.
Yeah, like people don't know how many like regional hex groups there are. There's actually a lot.
China, there's a China one, right? Is it busy or is it
the China one's hard because the Great Firewall blocks the shit out of them.
Yeah.
So unless you're on a VPN, you can't even get on Telegram. They have some other like version of Telegram which like cross communicates called Byun, BYUN. So I mean, we've got like a Hex Korea. I think it's mostly dudes that wanted airdrop crap, and we've got like a Hex Wind Group, which was another Chinese one, which I think is mostly airdrop dudes too. Which just those people, you know, they're not ideal participants. They're large in quantity, so that's the thing. Like you have to qualify. Like, okay, you have a high user count, but what kind of user? You know, I'll take one of those god whales who's got like, you know, $100 million, $150 million of ETH sitting in his wallet. I'll take one of those guys over like 10,000 plebs easily, you know? Oh, and that guy never sells. So do you want plebs that onboard and then they're selling for Lambos, or do you want God whale that onboards and it's like, yeah, I'll see in 15 years. I'll take the 15-year guy, you know?
I have a question about mentality, mindset of successful people. Recently, well, the backstory is there's been Bill Gates, who's famous for being a billionaire for a long time, Warren Buffett being a billionaire a long time. Fairly recently, Bezos in charge of Amazon mentality, mindset. But the most rich person right now, as far as namesake, is Elon Musk. He recently passed Bezos. Do you notice anything that's different in the mindset of the legacy versus the current holder of that place? To me, I think Allin is different. So do you have any commentary about their mentality that you might notice?
I don't think Elon's different at all. I think Elon and Bezos and Gates all operate very similarly. You know, Gates was a software engineer, electrical engineer, might even went to the same school Elon went to. I think they might both be MIT guys, but they're both, you know, Ivy League East Coast. They both studied computer science. They both like very similar, actually, like the educational paths of Gates and Musk, I believe. And then they both, their, you know, first business was a software business, and yeah, a lot of similarity there. And then you've got Bezos. His first business was a software business as well. It was a website, and then they just had distribution as a requisite to like fulfill the promises on the website. So it had to do shipping, but it was primarily a digital play. So like the only person that's an outlier of all those is Jeff Bezos' ex-wife. She's the only billionaire that has a different mode of acquisition for resources than the rest of those guys on the list.
When I think of Gates, I think of Allin, Microsoft. When I think of Buffett, I think of him investing in other people's innovation and having a portfolio of other successful companies of some sort. When I think of Bezos, I think, yes, he did have an origin in software, and he was a stock trader and things like that to a degree before. But it seems like an all-in and an efficiency model, like making delivery and
Bezos was a stock trader. I didn't even know that.
But I think of Allin. I mean, he's leader of multiple multi-billion-dollar kinds of companies, and they all seem to be wanting to go to Mars, like eventually or whatever. But there's the solar stuff. There's of course the Tesla electric car stuff. There's PayPal and Origin and mapping and GPS kinds of things. There's the Boring Company. So I think of him more close to what I've known of you over this past year, your origin track and current trajectory. Like sooner or later, you'll leave HEX as an active participant all the time to focus on longevity. So I think of you and Allin differently than I think of the previous three.
Well, I think there's a misattribution. There's like a fallacy of parts. So if you look at what Jeff Bezos's Amazon company actually does, holy shit, it does everything.
Yeah.
So they buy jets to ship things. They have a digital play with AWS that does web hosting and denial service protection and email and makes copies of every open source product to sell you their version of it, and sells blockchain and sells books and sells everything. And so if he had just called each of one of those different products a non-Amazon thing, if he just gave them a different brand name, you would feel the same way about Jeff that you do about Elon. Sure. So Elon's rocket company is different from his car company, is different from his solar company. But in reality, Amazon's web play and book play, and they make like, oh, you're a successful Amazon retailer. They literally just see where you're buying from in China and just cut you out of the middle and make it an Amazon Basics product. Like, oh, you're doing well selling shoe racks. Okay, this is an Amazon Basics shoe rack now. Fuck off. We're glad you were making money, but now we're going to steal your business. And that's what they do. They literally just straight jack their users. They're like, oh, you found something that works. Okay, well, we're just going to take that from you. That's what they do. So they're in. Amazon is in 10 times as many businesses as Elon is in. It's just crazy. They do everything. And then Gates is actually in a shitload of businesses as well. You're like, what is designing a spreadsheet software have to do with designing an operating system? Nothing. And what is designing? They have cell phones, or did. I don't even know. Maybe that shit's gone now. Like they're all in a lot of businesses. That's so. I think there's a lot more similarities than you might. Sure. And there's a reason that Bill Gates and Warren Buffett are good friends and play bridge together. There's a reason that they like hanging out with each other. So they're pretty similar.
True.
I think we'd all get along well together. So if
I'd love to see you on Rogan with Allin getting high again. be a funny revisit.
Hilarious, man. And
that's forever.
the one thing that kind of not pisses me off, but makes me sad is Elon Musk is willing to lose everyone's life here so we're going to have less healthy people here, but we might be able to stick some people on another planet. You can't have both. So my dog's dead, my grandparents are dead, my parents will probably die, and I won't have done a fucking thing to help them. But so many other people are working on F1 racing and cosmetics and fucking all this shit that doesn't matter. And then everyone that I love is dying, including me. So it's like, I wish more people would fucking work on that. Going to Mars is stupid. It really is. I like science fiction more than the next guy. And going to Mars sucks. That's not what we should be spending our time on. And Bill Gates' his idea that everyone's life is worth the same. It's not. The
argument against that is it may not be
worth more to me.
The argument against that is, I'm sure you'll see something different, but the argument against that is on the journey to go to the moon, the hundreds of thousands of engineers, the metallurgy, the technologies that were necessary, that had a greater impact on our longevity and health because we came up with things like MRI and all kinds of different isotopes and things that we had to understand in order to address being in space and returning, that it later affected our longevity and actually added years to our lifespan. So there's arguments to say that going to Mars, the benefit isn't going to Mars. The benefit actually can transmute life on Earth to be better. That's an argument that I've heard.
Yeah, this people always say, so this is one of those things where you could go 3 levels out on it. So level 1, if you try and make a sticky putty that bounces, you can do that. So if you try and invent silly putty, you can do that. However, lots of shit gets invented by accident. Like Viagra was a heart medicine that was supposed to help your blood flow for heart reasons, and then everyone had a heart on. Like, oh, okay, got a new product by accident. Silly putty, also accidental product. For you people who don't know about it, it's like this putty that you can like stick on a newspaper and you roll it off and it makes a copy of the newspaper. It's like sticky, but you can also roll it into a ball and bounce it. So you can create things by directly trying to create them. Because so many people try and directly create things, by accident, they create other things. And so you could either make progress directly or indirectly. Progress will still be made. So you're going to get smarter playing checkers. You're going to get smarter playing chess. You're going to get smarter reading books. You're just going to get smarter no matter what you do. If you're a musician, you'd be like, life is like music. And you'll just analogize and make progress no matter what it is that you choose to do. I would bet that direct performance is 10 times more effective than indirect performance. And that trying to do a thing is 10 times more likely to get the thing done than by not trying to do it.
Sure.
So could you help people live longer by curing malaria in Africa? Yeah, maybe. But my dog's already dead, so you missed that boat. So I'm glad that you've been working on deploying mosquito nets and clean water to Africa. That's cool. That's awesome. That's making those people's lives better. My grandparents and my dog are dead as fuck. And nothing that you fucking did over there helped. So I want shit that could help my family, my people I could work with, people I could talk to, people I will see, people that I can tell fucking exist. I want that shit. That's what I want. And I'm sick of seeing people put hundreds of millions of dollars in the goddamn F1 racing. Here's F1 racing. Yo, these cars could be way quicker, but we're going to limit the diameter of the intakes. They could be way quicker, but we're going to reduce the amount of aero that you can use so that there's less traction. They could be way quicker, but we're going to stick with human drivers instead of machine drivers. And then the guy that wins every race is going to be the guy that has the fastest car, but we're going to pretend that's not the case. And then when he like takes time off because he had COVID, and then the other driver comes in, that fucking guy will win instead because it's the fastest car. And you're just like, this is all stupid. Let's do something better than this shit, you know? Like I would have more fun playing any video game that I was an active participant in than watching car races. Oh, there was an accident. Okay, well, I guess that's kind of cool, but you know, they didn't even film that shit right. So it's like, I wish people would work on the shit that matters. And the shit that matters is not going to space. And it's not even if you're a billionaire, it's not even getting richer. It's deploying the fucking capital that you have to make a difference in your life. And who the fuck is actually doing that well? Bill Gates is working on everyone else but himself. He ain't doing shit to help himself. He's like, every life is worth the same. So I'm working on toilet technology in Africa. I am not motherfucking working on toilet technology in Africa. I'm not. You guys got to figure that shit on your own. You guys have been around a long time, birthplace of fucking society. That's where the humans came from and shit. Y'all need to figure out fucking toilets on your own. I'm not going to fucking die so you guys can shit better. Sorry.
Better yet, Richard, he's trying to turn shit into the clean water.
Yeah, he has. Thinking about his bidet.
And I created at the town. They filtered the thing. I watched the documentary and it was like drinking water. I mean, that can turn into $1 billion ideas. But the one thing I wanted to say, because especially for Elon Musk, I think he's a little bit misunderstood. I've been fortunate to work at Tesla and also at the solar company, and I highly recommend people to read this book. Is that he's just how his brain works. Like he likes to solve what he thinks are like existential crisis type problems, because he's definitely selfless. He doesn't really care about the money. Like he said, he sold his house, his $1 million house. He doesn't really care. He just likes to solve problem. And one of my favorite quote comes from him. He said he get paid in level to the difficulty of problem you solve. So he saw the renewable energy because sooner or later, doesn't matter how many thousands of years, we're going to run out of fossil fuel, or the planet's not going to be breathable. We got to solve that. We got to solve the transportation. So he's doing the Mars thing because when you're already the now richest guy, and he needs to find a new existential type problem to solve, which sadly, in some case, like you pointed out, it might not be what we need right now in terms of funding. But if you read his book, that's why his brain works. And that's why it's insane, because it's incredibly crazy, hard to do. It's like staring at the ibis and eating glass. But he's just doing it because that's just how he's wired. So I just want
I agree. I mean, I like he put together a foundation to try and prevent existential risk from AIs. He's working on trying to help the humans not get outcompeted by AIs by having like a hybrid with his Neuralink system. I mean, here's the issue. Transhumanists and successful people like to wish that the problems of the future were their problems. They like to wish that it's just like people that think they're going to go to the gym and they're worried about getting too big. I don't want to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. You're like, bitch, you ain't never going to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I don't give a fuck what you do. You could go inject horse steroids right in your fucking eyeballs. You ain't never, ever, 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 ever going to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger no matter what you do. You don't have to worry about that shit. And transhumanists are worried about like, overcrowding the planet, and we're going to run out of resources and global warming and shit. You're like, no, grandparents dead, dog dead, your ass dead soon, motherfucker. You dead, super dead, super dead, super dead. You ain't got to worry about any of that shit. Those are somebody else's fucking problems. If you want them to be your problems, you need to be around for those fucking things. So you getting an extra 10 or 20 years of health span might earn you the opportunity to come see some of these problems. And guess how much shit you could fix with that extra time? So we are going to get struck by a meteor that kills everything. That's fucking happening. Guarantee. We are going to have some pandemic that fucking kills everybody. We are going to have like, there's this list of existential risks we are going to have, but none of them matters at all. They're more exciting to think about. They're more fun to think about, but they're not what's coming to kill you. What's coming to kill you is the same shit that killed everybody else in your family tree. So just draw that shit out. Okay, here's your family tree. Okay, how many of my ancestors died from nukes? How many of my ancestors died from zombie attacks? How many ancestors died from asteroid impact? Oh, fuck all. Like none of them. Oh, so what are they dying of? Cancer and heart disease. All of them? Yeah, they're all dead from cancer and heart disease. That guy got shot by an arrow, sucked in the Wild West. But hey, everybody else, cancer and heart disease. Your ass is going to die from cancer and heart disease. So if you ain't working on it, you're stupid. If you are not working on cancer and heart disease, you are fucking stupid. It is coming to kill your ass just like it killed everyone that preceded you. Work on that shit. I don't give a fuck about space. I don't give a fuck about mosquito nets. I just don't give a fuck, man. I'm looking at everything that killed everyone that came before me. And ain't no goddamn mosquitoes. Not where I'm from. If I lived over there, my story would be different. Where I'm from, fucking mosquitoes ain't what's killing. The heart disease, and as my fat ass knows, man, I got to stop being fat. Like grade A, step one, right? Buy some more time to then build tech to buy more time. So if all these guys that are smart and rich would upgrade their fucking brains a little bit to understand that you could fix all that shit with more time. You want to solve the AI shit? Stick around for longer. You want to solve the asteroid impact? Stick around for longer. You want to solve kids at home instead of doing school shootings? They do school virus design, because that shit's on the way, man. You can start synthesizing DNA at home. Hey, how do you build bubonic plague? Oh, cool. I didn't get laid, so mad. Gonna kill everybody. Kids be out there designing fucking bubonic plagues and shit. It's coming. Like it's gonna happen. I want to be around to fight those problems. I eagerly await being able to face those problems. Rotting and fucking dying like those that preceded me, I ain't into that shit. I don't like it. I wish Elon would work on it. I wish Bill Gates would fucking work on it, because right now, man, I don't think I'm gonna live a goddamn extra day based on none of what those dudes is doing. They're great. They're awesome. I appreciate them. Most people are nothing compared to that. Most people will die unfucking noticed. There's a lot of billionaires out there ain't doing a goddamn good thing. Elon's making a good difference. Bill Gates is making a good difference. And I guess I'm going to have to be the guy that makes a good difference in the way that I want, I guess.
Do you think that perhaps they're doing that because they may be thinking that nobody else is willing or able to do it, so they kind of feel like the burden's on them? I mean, I was just thinking about it, because what you say makes a lot of sense. And I'm like, why would they still not do that? You know what I mean? Because by elimination is you do that first, you leave longer, then you do the other things.
Yep.
But it almost sounds like just watching them, especially Elon, the search of urgency, it almost sounds like he doesn't believe somebody else could do it. I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but
well, he like both of them has come out publicly against medical tech. They've literally said like Bill Gates literally came out and said like, you know, some shit like it I can't remember the exact phrasing, but he did not support living longer. He did not. No. And Elon Musk said the same shit. He's just like, yeah, you know, I don't know why I would want to live longer. Like, bitch, do you want to eat lunch? Because lunch is happening tomorrow. You like lunch? I like lunch. Lunch tastes good as fuck. I would like to eat lunch tomorrow. Yeah. You know, it's absurd to me. It's just like you find out that there's people that have everything right, but they're 100% wrong on something. Mm-hmm. And you're like, that's weird. How could that be? I mean, you're right about everything except that. You're entirely wrong. And in this case, man, their brains just don't fucking work right. In this particular instance, they don't get it. And I don't understand why. Maybe no one ever explained it to them the right way.
Yeah, maybe it's that overpopulation narrative. Like they're afraid that, you know, if human beings live too long, next thing you know, we're like the parasite and not enough resources and whatever.
Yeah, so let's have, let's have a war and the best of us can survive, or let's go to other nations, or let's have less kids, or let's you've got so many options. Let's fight that problem when it's here. It's like, oh, I don't want to make too much money because what will I do with it all?
Exactly.
That's a good problem to have. You know,
yeah, that's a dilemma for sure.
Hey, Richard, I had a question for quick. Oh,
go ahead, Oxon. Go ahead.
Okay. I just got a quick question. So, a lot of people have been messaging me, about the gas fees, about them being, it doesn't even have to be. It could be like 50 gwei, and it's still like $30 to unstake a stake sometimes, depending on when you staked it. Do you see that like the Ethereum scaling on the horizon or anything like that? There's a lot, like I'm sure you do too. A lot of people blowing me up about. Yeah,
it sucks a lot. So if you're broke, the people that complain the loudest are people that are broke. If when these bounty hunters come and they think that they're owed like $1, that motherfucker is owed $1 will do like $1,000 of work to get that dollar. Rich people, you don't even never hear from them. Never. You never hear from them. But poor people, man, they're going to beat up that customer service line. So, who are those $30 fees affecting? People ain't got that much money. They're pissed off about it. And I can understand that. So, one, do you like the hex price going up? Yes. Okay. Who's making it go up? It looks to me like primarily people that have owned Ethereum for a long time. That's what it looks like to me. When I look at like some big ass giant order, I look at who did it. I'm like, oh, this dude's got a lot of ETH. Okay. Well, if you want dudes with a lot of ETH to buy Hex and push the price up high as hell, you got to be on an ETH network. Otherwise, it's clunky, hard to the degree that it just ain't happening. Like you're having to go through centralized shit, which is the opposite of crypto. So what are the solutions for these people? Well, one, everyone else can see less value in gas so that they want it less, so the price of it goes down. But we're in a bull run. I mean, you know what it costs to send a Bitcoin transaction? To just send it. $17. Okay. Well, you're getting more than a send for, around the same money. So like, if you want less security, you could go to another network. Now you're worried about tax and you're not going to get as much money in the door. So you're going to have less price performance and you're going to have less plugins with other stuff. You like Uniswap? Okay, where's Uniswap? Ethereum. Okay, you like Ethereum Will's buying in? Where's that? Ethereum. You like jumping to a stable coin to de-risk sometimes? Ethereum. You like price performance is better than Bitcoin? Ethereum. Okay. So, to help those dudes that have got like small ass stakes and they're broke dudes, sorry guys, like if this project don't work for broke dudes anymore, price doesn't really give a fuck. Y'all were broke. You weren't going to push price up anyway.
I mean, actually, I think the most people complaining right now about that are the free claimers of the first 1 and 2 months. because after this 350 days, the most free claiming was going on in the first few weeks, and most people don't own that much Bitcoin, and the conversion rate was like in the beginning for 1 Bitcoin you got 14,000 hex, and lots of people, including me, had like some Bitcoin addresses with 0.00 something Bitcoin in them, and I also have those stakes right now, worth like $10 to $30, something like that.
Well, it's a hidden pumpamental. Those stakes that are unaffordable to end stake will not get sold on the market. So yay, hex price go up.
Yeah, actually, I'm letting them bleed as well, because it
Yeah.
don't make sense to unstake them right now.
Yeah, my Bitcoin free claims are being just bleeding out, which is whatever. I don't care.
That wasn't
It's like $10
planned. I mean,
so.
even though it's a hidden pumpamental sort of thing, that wasn't really planned, because the free claim, yes, to free claim, you still had to have like a penny of Ethereum in order to do the claim and stuff like that or whatever, right? To do the transaction. So Ethereum might have gone up 12x, something like that, but the gas price to execute went from a penny to $20. So 2000x or whatever, right? So it's a difference just because of the network congestion, but I don't see that as a negative. Like you said, the hidden pumpamental actually helps hold up the price.
I feel like if broke people can't buy hex anymore, I'm sorry, broke guys. Y'all weren't pushing the price up anyway. Fuck off. I care about the price. Okay. What do I care about? I care about the price. I want the hex price to go high, because it makes me feel good. My mental health is better when the hex price is higher.
If you have less money, just leverage your time. Just leverage your time with Hex. Send it out further if you have
exactly,
less.
Molly. We talked about it yesterday. Hexo, I don't know if you saw that on that chat, but it's like we're telling people that's why they should try to do lesser amount of consecutive stake so they can save on gas. And if you stake long enough, aka, I mean, just guessing here,
exactly
3 to 5 years from now, there's a high probability scaling is going to be fixed by then. So you have to play that game, and it's in your best favor because the Hex contract will give you bonus T shares. So it's a win-win-win. You just need to, like Richard said, you just need to pivot your behavior. And then guess what? You allow the price to go up faster. Then that thing worth more, and then you don't worry about the gas so much. So it's just like,
it's the same thing with my Bitcoin claims. I mean, some of them, because I didn't know the longevity of the project, I was so recency biased about previous crypto experiences and things like that, that my 1 year waiting period for the Bitcoin claim to come out seemed reasonable. It's like, okay, a year, it's a freebie. It cost me a couple pennies in order to get the Ethereum to do this thing. Fine, I did the claim. I even bought Bitcoin, and I bought Bitcoin at a low just so I could get the airdrop, right? What if it did go through the moon in the first year or whatever, which it has. It's done amazing. But I do realize that gave me an onboarding, that gave me an on-ramp, that gave me a learning curve, and I could do my own research over the past year by engaging the community, by looking at all of the data, by seeing the transparency of Hex. And even if I do basically let those early free claims bleed, I'm far, far more knowing about where I should put my economic mass, where I should put the margin of my businesses, where I should, invest into the future. And I can speak to that truth to people that I talk to tomorrow that have never heard about Hex, right? So I have a whole, an education that did not cost me $250,000 in order to do something I don't want to do, which is some kind of academic pursuit. So I have an education through Hex, even in the free claim, even in the bleed out of whatever the claim might have been, that can be utilized to financially improve my life and improve the life of others.
Absolutely.
I anticipated this shit to a degree. Like the features were added to Hex at my behest to address this specific issue. There was a time when bigger pays better didn't exist. Bigger pays better pays dog shit compared to longer pays better. Why? Because I didn't want richer to just get richer for no fucking particularly good reason, right? So longer pays better will 3x your shares, which means it'll give you 200% bonus shares. Bigger pays better will pay you 1.1x, which means it will give you 10% bonus shares. 200 versus 10. There's 20x more fucking bonus in longer than there is in bigger. So why is bigger there? To reduce network congestion. Hey guys, we don't want you beating up the network with a bunch of extra stupid shit. So to help you be a good network participant, we want you to combine your stakes to reduce network load. So I put that in the system to reduce load on the network and to give people kind of a target to like want to have a little bit more, right? Oh, well, you know, here's longer, but yeah, you know, let's make it a little bigger too. Just to taste, just enough to try and help people not congest the damn network. So I built the system to be extremely gas efficient. I mean, HEX is extremely gas efficient for what it does. And the bigger pay better is in there to help reduce network congestion. Like if you see how much gas other things use, it's insane.
Yeah.
Like milk.
My ladders have gone from like weeks or months every so often as far as interval to quarterly or annual, partly maybe a little bit because of that bigger bonus, not necessarily. It was just because I didn't want to work so much on maintaining and landscaping and all the stuff of it. So things I've learned recently were I should have done even recently. I've learned from Kareem about like the dream account and set your first, and like you said about the Schelling point and about, you know, set that expectation of time at the 15-year and then work back, because it's much easier to talk to people about a 15-year horizon as the first entry into HEX, whatever that amount is that they throw out that far. And then, you know, as they either get a knowledge or they see those metric inside of Staker or whatever, to work their time backward. It is far easier than saying, why don't you just stake for a week or a month, or, you know, oh, now you've earned, you know, 16 cents more on your money and it costs you $3 to claim it. No, start with the further out, even if it's a smaller dollar amount, because that impact, it just has more psychological use to you.
Agree.
Absolutely. And to touch on that, because again, this is what we learn in sales, it's about getting the framing and the psychological behavior. Because when you start by saying, hey, 15-year first, number one, you have credibility to yourself. It's like, listen, I'm not scamming you. I'm here too. We're going to be together 15 years. This is long-term horizon. And don't forget, especially for no coiners, they never had crypto before. So they're going to have that first big FOMO where, oh my God, the price just went up 3x. They never seen that shit in the regular traditional market. And funny enough, they sell and he pumps another 10x. And next thing you know, they're going to be talking shit about HEX because they missed the other 10x. So you really got to tell them, like my friend, he called me, started going crazy. I'm like, listen, it went up 50%, relax. It's going to do much more. Stop staring at it. Just look at your daily payout. You want to stare at something every day? Just look at that. It just multiplies. So you protect yourself. You protect them about something they haven't experienced, because right, some of us, we got burned in 2017 because that was our tuition. We had to learn. Like first crazy rally, you see mad gains, you're like, oh my God, what's going on? You're protecting them against that. And for existing crypto people, you want to change that mentality. Like, listen, this is crypto, but HEX is different. Like it's CD, it's long term, it's better health, it's stop fucking trading too much time. Right? Some of the people that complain about gas fee, let's be real, they're traders also. So that's why, because they want to keep doing that in and out scalping. Well, that's not what HEX is designed for. You will never hear Staker class 555. My people out there, you know who you are. We will never complain about gas. I mean, just like a week or two of staking, that pays any gas. I don't care if the gas fee is $1,000 15 years from now because of all the computation. The stake that's coming out. Gary, you remember when you were up like at 3 a.m. talking about the uni airdrop? It was just crazy. You have all those accounts. The fee went up to like what, $50? You're like, dude, it's
$100. Some of them $100.
You just got that grin on your face, just like, yep.
You pay 100. What?
Yeah.
Like,
it's true.
It cost me.
I think, bro, wake up. You need to do this.
It cost me like $800 in gas that night, but it was like 25 grand. So I mean, when you look at it in perspective, it's different. And then all of it became HEX at a low price point. So
exactly.
And picked out. So yeah,
another funny thing is people will complain like, oh yeah, why are you switching to uni and this? I said, dude, you don't understand. It's about the T-shares. And then we staked it, and then Richard showed the glorious chart just 2 weeks later, just like that. But then from that bottom, the HEX and the T-share went up like 300%.
Yeah,
everybody quoted the wrong T-share number. That shit went up 517, bro. T-shares went up 517x.
No, yeah, I'm saying from the day we swapped it from Venezuela.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. From that day, yeah. It was just like, it was such a bad move.
Dude, the T-share chart looks so good. Looks so good.
I
The price chart, like when people look at the price chart, they don't understand what actually happened. Every single staker got 30 to 100% bonus in a single day.
Yep.
That shit ain't on the price chart. It's not on the price chart. Does it matter? Yes. Yes. Okay, who staked for that day? Almost everybody. So you need to know it happened. But like, I think, years from now, people might not know that BPD ever happened because they're just going to see the price chart. That shit don't matter to them. They're like, hey, BPD, what's that? It's just irrelevant to them. And it's so cool. It's so cool, man. The next time someone wants to buy a big ass amount of HEX, you look at the liquidity, you're like, well, man, you want to buy. Here's something people don't understand. Liquidity is sell pressure. It's also bid pressure, but that shit only matters. So I'll give you a hypothetical situation, just a hypothetical. What if liquidity was there, it absorbed all the sell pressure, and then the selling was finally over, and then liquidity was removed, and now there's less buy pressure and there's less sell pressure, but the sells already got absorbed. Well, what's fucking left? Now you might fuck the timing up, but for this example, we're just assuming the timing was right. What happens if you pull liquidity after a dip? Then the shit people doing is buying. And what's going to happen when there's less for sale? It's really that simple.
Yeah.
So there used to be billions for sale in uni. Now there's like 350 million. Okay. Well, guess what, man? That's 10x less available. Now the people that could sell into it, people who end in stakes or whoever, they're going to create a sell, right? They're going to virtual supply or whatever when they sell their supply. But like people don't if you want to do a 10,000x, liquidity stops that from happening. Let's say for instance, let's say you were fucking stupid enough to burn the keys for your liquidity. Let me tell you what's going to happen.
That's an interesting idea. I don't recommend it.
Imagine how stupid this would be. There was a project called XCP, Counterparty Token, that helped you launch other shit on Bitcoin. It died. I mean, it still functions, it still works, but its price died. They burnt 2,000 Bitcoin to launch their project, literally. They were like, yo, HEX Lion, good seeing you, man. HEX Lion says he's had enough. These guys burnt 2,000 Bitcoin to launch their project, destroyed them. You know how much 2,000 Bitcoin's worth now?
No.
$80 million?
Yeah. Savage.
These dumbasses burnt $80 million. For what? Failed project. Y'all done fucked up. You fucked up. Shouldn't have done that. Burning money's stupid. Usually. There's some exceptions. So now let's say you took your money and you didn't burn it, but instead you locked it where you can never get access to it. And you locked it into a Uniswap pool. You locked the liquidity there. What have you locked in? Sell pressure. The higher the price goes, the more people money in, the harder it is to move the price up, because the price in Uniswap is literally the ratio of the two pairs. So if you put in $100 million on the buy side, that means you also put in 100 million to sell on the sell side. Okay, so you want to do 100x in price. Yeah, you want to do 100x? Okay. And the price moves as a square, which means you need 9x more units. So now you need $900 million. Fact, period, math. You need $900 million to do 100x. You look at another project. It's got 10x less liquidity. It means it needs 9 million. It needs 10 times less. So what do you think it's easier to do in the real world? To get $900 million or to get 90 million? It's easier to get 90. So like, and now, okay, what happens when Uniswap V3 launches? Right now, Uniswap V1 has like 9 ETH on the bid side. And fucking V2 has like 3,400, 3,500.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
It all moved over. Why? Because V2 has superior features. Okay, well, is V3 coming out? Yeah. Oh, but you locked on V2. I guess you done fucked up. Hey, what if there's a bug? No, I don't like to imagine that bugs in crypto ever happen.
Backdoor.
But what if there was a bug? Oh, hey, I got one for you. What if there's a bear market, bitch? Oh, you locked the ETH. Oh, there's a bear market. You locked the ETH. Guess you're going to keep going down versus the dollar, huh? You think bear markets ain't going to happen again? ETH bear market will fucking happen again. Bitcoin bear market will happen again. Hex bear market, I don't know. We just jump right back up all the time. Fucking price goes down 80%, go back up. Goes down
Someone gave me 40% APY.
Go back up. I don't know.
It's going
I
in
don't
the bear
know.
market.
Yeah, like there might not be a prolonged hex bear market.
Yeah.
There might not ever be one. It might just not ever be a prolonged hex bear market.
Agreed.
It could be the case. There hasn't been one yet.
Yep.
There's never been a prolonged hex bear market. It's never happened yet.
Yep.
So
if you're not a hex to sell and only the OG have it in the long-term thinker, who's gonna dump the price down? They got no hex. These ain't no spoofing, no bullshit, no exchange crap. We the exchange, baby.
And they want to get back in too. Like a lot of people to sell, they just want to get more. And then if they can't get more, they end up buying higher and just getting less, but they get back in.
So I was talking about this earlier, Richard. I said, you know, like when Bitcoin peaks and we enter a bull market for the rest of crypto, I imagine people are going to want to go to something that's more of a safe haven where they know people are staked. They know no one's trying to sell. Do you have any thoughts around that?
I think Hex price has been very, very, it's weird. Like Hex sings to its own tune, man. It's on its own beat. It's on its own rhythm. Sometimes ETH pumps, Hex pumps. Sometimes ETH pumps, Hex don't. ETH dumps, Hex goes up. You're just like, I don't know what's going on. But whatever it is, they're not like, Hex has its own tune, its own rhythm, its own beat. It really is decorrelated, really. So, and that's interesting because it's also got the majority of its liquidity in Ethereum. So they are tied together, but market participants on that pair play around so much that they're decorrelated. So, you know, I just want to talk about more about this lock and liquidity thing. You will never ever get that money out. Now, if you put money into a liquidity pool and you burn your keys, you will never, ever get that money out unless you find some way to sell a lot of fucking coins into it and dump the price to nothing. Is the only way that money ever comes out. New systems will evolve and appear that will be superior automated market making systems. And your money that's locked there ain't never going to be able to participate in that shit. You're locked. You better hope there ain't no bug. And you fucked yourself. The higher the price goes, if someone can't remove liquidity as the price goes higher, then the sell pressure gets stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. Because the sell pressure, like, so let's live in this world where you had $100 million on the bid side, and then you got 900 million extra dollars in, and so now you've got $1 billion on the bid side. You know what it takes to do a 2x? Or you know what it takes to do a 4x? Another billion.
Yep.
It's hard to get another billion, man. So you got 100x out of the first billion. Congrats. But now if you want to get a 4x, you're going to need another billion. Unless someone could peel some fucking liquidity out. Then you could go up as easy as you used to. Oh, is that how that works? Yeah, that's how that works. But people think like,
Well, I mean, just moving from V1 to V2, we saw, like you already said, it goes down to almost no liquidity, no trading pairs. Nobody can on-ramp because they're already in some other coin. The front door to Uniswap changed. It's in a different contract now. So all of the on-ramps, all of the front ends, all the people that say, hey, I think I'm going to make ETH Hex or Hex whatever in order to get into that current trading pool, they can move to that door. But V2, you cannot. Now you're locked in that only door, only entry point. You do not have the option to be in a different entry point on a different platform. It's foolish.
That's right. So
Richard, how much would it take?
Like create liquidity and then burn the keys. I'm like, you guys are going to feel real stupid during that bear when your fucking pool gets annihilated. You're going to feel real stupid if it does work out and then price can't go up anymore because too much sell pressure. You're going to feel real stupid when Uniswap V3 and V4 and other automated market systems come out. You're going to feel real stupid if people switch to a layer 2. So Uniswap's going to be on layer 2. It's already on fucking layer 2, but it's still testing. So would you rather do Uniswap with no fees or $50 per trade?
Well,
no fees, I guess. I'll take the no fees. Yeah, okay. But you're locked on that old $50 per trade shit. Stupid. Stupid.
Richard, what would happen if it goes like so? There's 373 million hex right now on the liquidity pool. What if somebody bought pretty much all of it? 370 million, let's say.
Buy it all.
You can't buy it all.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I know. I'm just giving some complimentary.
Well, yeah. So the way you do this stuff,
everybody.
it's super easy. If you double the ETH, you 4x the price. If you triple the ETH, you 9x the price. If you quadruple the ETH, you 16x the price. If you 5x the ETH, you 25x the price. If you 10x the ETH, you 100x the price. It just moves as a square. You just multiply it by itself.
And also on the other side, every time you double the ETH, you cut in half the hex. So it will just keep half. So you won't get 0, but it's going to go down very fast. So 375, then 175, then 85 or whatever that is.
Well, that's why it's squared, is because when you double the ETH, you remove the hex.
Yep.
And so it moves twice as far. And so the ratio is squared. So if you 10x the ETH, you remove 9 parts of the fucking hex, and then you're left with a 100x ratio. That's why the squaring occurs, is because one goes up and the other goes down in relationship to it.
And guys, this is serious pumper move, like, because that's what a single buy can just fucking do it 30%.
We've seen single price double the price and not go back,
because it's all automatic.
Buy double the price and not go back.
Yep. Because once he removes it, it's done. You're coming in, you're getting the next price.
The last bit of shit talking I want to say about, and not name the project, but the last bit of shit talking is that the creator, the founders, the originators, or whatever you want to call it, they have a built-in price. They had a certain percentage of money that was theirs, right, for creating this thing. And all the crap about, Hex that was thrown shade toward Hex, they will make out. They will make out regardless because they got paid. And if they participate, they have a certain number of coins and they participate in that as market makers, that's just extra gravy for them. But they will all, even if they wreck everybody that's in their project, they made out. They definitely made out. So it's
there's also this fucking issue of, do you put money into a pool with expectation of profit solely from the work of others?
Mm-hmm.
I see this shit time and time again, and people pretend it ain't fucking happening. There's people launching securities out there left and right. It's crazy to me. Like, everyone's doing ICO now, but pretending it ain't a fucking ICO. You're like, so you guys are doing all the work and nothing exists yet, and it's not launched, and that's a goddamn ICO. That's a security. You ask them for people's money to a common pool, telling them you're going to do work for them and benefit them and profit them, and you're the only one doing the work. And it's just like, Hex, I busted my ass to make sure that Hex is not a security. I busted my ass to make sure we launched fully functional. I busted my ass to make sure we launched sufficiently decentralized. These other assholes ain't doing none of that.
Facts.
They're just totally centralized, totally illegal. You're unregistered security offerings. Like, it pisses me off. Like, everyone, whatever. I mean, look, there's a world of people out there doing shit wrong, and you get to see their charts go to 0 sometimes, which is a laugh. I post them. I'm like, oh, look, rug pulled, 0. Ooh, exploited by the devs, 0. Oh, relaunched, 0'd again. Oh, relaunched, but admin keys this time. Like, how are you going to pretend you didn't have admin keys when you're already on your 3rd launch? You obviously launched 3 fucking times. So what, you just making it easier to relaunch now or some shit? Like, it's just crazy to me, dude.
Yeah.
And
Richard,
then,
oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask, like, Vitalik was asked recently, like, why don't they offer higher interest? And he didn't have a good answer. And I'm kind of wondering what your thoughts are on why people would stake with ETH and earn lower interest.
Well, they won't. I mean, they shouldn't if they're rational. It's just a different risk.
Fanboy stuff, or?
Well, I mean, first, not everybody knows of all the things that exist. It takes time to learn about all the options that you have. So here's the problem with e-staking. One, it's a job. You actually have to do it. If you fuck up, you lose money. So you need connectivity. You need operational software. You need to make updates when you need to make them, or you'll lose money. And the payout is shit. Yep. So since most people, ETH just sits around anyway. So here's a question for you. How much can you earn lending out your ETH to DeFi? Nothing. Jack shit. It's worthless. You make like 0.1% or something. Why? Because everyone else is more than happy to lend it out for free. So they don't need yours. So they won't pay you for it. So like, that same shit will happen. So if people are willing to do that for layer 2 DeFi, they're obviously willing to do it for layer 1 core protocol. Theoretically less risk if POS works. So, you know, your payouts are going to be dog shit. And you have the risk that you get, you know, slashed and lose money if your server doesn't work right. Or you do what a lot of people do and you fucking centralize and give your keys to somebody else and have them do it for you. And welcome to the opposite of crypto.
Yeah,
So
margin and getting people wrecked. And Maddie, if you go to the fundamental level, to keep it simple, is nothing can beat HEX in my expectation, because ETH fundamentally is not like HEX in terms of staking reward, right? One of the reasons why we get 40% is because literally all the inflation, as Richard designed it, goes to the staker. So when we are roughly about the same, you know, let's say, you know, around 3% or whatever inflation or less between us and Ethereum, but the staker class get all of that money. Remember, in Ethereum, the miners also are getting paid. You see what I'm saying? So it's like the money is kind of being distributed to the miner mainly, and then some of it will go to that staking reward. In HEX, everything goes to the staker. So that's why we are literally.
What's interesting, I think there's a nuance here in that proof of work systems have very high negative externalities due to the block rewards that pay for the security of the network. So Ethereum price gets dumped every hour for people buying electricity and mining hardware. Bitcoin price gets dumped every hour for people buying electricity and mining hardware. HEX price doesn't have any of those negative externalities. Now, the nuance that I would add is that when Ethereum moves to ETH2, there aren't any more miners. The miners don't get paid block rewards anymore for burning electricity. It is just proof of stake. And so that negative externality will be removed. But because of the way they structured the system, you're just not going to make that much money as a staker in that system. That's just that's not how.
That's why the only solution they thought about, the little fundamentals, is the EIP 559 to try to burn the token to make it.
Which I hope they do. I hope they do EIP 155.
We would love that.
I hope they do that. You know, because I prefer the Ethereum price to be higher. I prefer the Bitcoin price to be higher. I prefer the HEX price to be higher. You know.
And here's a joke: the fee will be higher too, guys.
I do wonder about that. I think there's other scalability increases that come with ETH2 as well. So the fee might not be higher. So the issue is, though, look, what really matters to the price? Is it the throughput? So is it Bitcoin or Ethereum or HEX throughput? Is it the features? Or is it the ratio of how many people are participating now to how many people will be participating? And I would venture to say that the most important component to price is really how many new people are going to onboard to a thing compared to how many people are in now. Oh. That's the reason that Bitcoin's highest price appreciation was when the inflation was the highest. It's because a 2x of inflation during year one, which was what Bitcoin had, is very easy to outpace with a 10x in new users or 100x or 1000x. And so really, as far as price performance is concerned, I don't think Bitcoin or Ethereum has a fucking chance in hell of outcompeting HEX. I really don't. Now look, no crystal ball, not a financial advisor. Do your own research. How are things that already have a bunch of users and already appreciated a bunch of 10x's and reached near the top of their feature sets? Like they're not really going to add much more. Like they're added about as much as they're going to add. How are those things going to compete with something that's new, only a year old, and people are locking up for 15 years? On price, I just don't think it's possible. There's nothing as bullish as you can get as something that's already gate kept, only a year old, and people are locking up for 15 years. It's too good. It's too good, and has low liquidity on the sell pressure side. Like I don't think that they're going to be able to even come anywhere near close on price performance.
Can you make
we're up 93x versus ETH. We're up 142x versus Bitcoin. Now those haven't hit new all-time highs yet, but wouldn't be surprised if they did.
Can you make an educated guess about that ratio? Because I tried the other day and I failed horribly. And I was trying to echo something that I heard maybe a year ago from you. If you wanted to I made an example. If you wanted to 50x the price, 5x the user base, or 5x the community, 5x.
Well, that particular math is as I said earlier, one whale is worth 10,000 broke guys easily or more, because whales buy and they just never sell. You hear Chamath Palihapitiya say that he owns like 1% of all Bitcoin. And you're like, how do you say it?
Palihapitiya.
Palihapitiya. There you go.
Yeah.
So Chamath Palihapitiya says that he owns 1% of all Bitcoin. You think he's in a rush to sell? I'll never sell that shit. Just happy to see it keep going up. And that's the thing about really rich people like me. Like, what am I selling for? I got all the shit I want. I'm not selling for nothing. Maybe one day I'll be smart and find something smart to spend on, right? But for the last 10 fucking years, nothing interesting going on. So it's like, if you get whales, if you get people that buy and never sell, they're worth a shitload more than a guy that buys and sells. Oh, you bought and then you sold. Okay, well then what do we see on the price chart? A little bit on the volume bar, but you move the price up, you moved it back down. Okay, that's not what matters. That's why being a payment network is not worth that much. Oh, I bought some, gave it to a retailer, they sold it. Boop, boop. Price back down. Fuck that. We want price up only. Buy, never sell. Just sell enough to live interest. Cool. You want to buy a Lambo? Okay, you buy a Lambo, fine. Right? And then you could onboard the whole world. You could onboard the whole world and everyone is getting richer because paper gains are gains. That's what mankind considers paper gains as gains. If you try to sell all the houses at the same time, price goes to zero. You try to sell all the gold at the same time, price goes to zero. You try to sell all the stock at the same time, price goes to zero. Crypto is the same thing. You try to sell all the crypto at the same time, price goes to zero. I mean, crypto, you tend to have more dips towards zero. You get 85 and 95% in most coins. And then you're rewarded for that by having the highest appreciating asset class of all time.
Richard, liquidity seems to be kind of floating around the $4 million mark. Do you see
8 million? Side, 4 million on the bid side. Well, yeah, you count it twice. So you're just counting bid support.
Okay,
so if there's 3,500 ETH and it's 1,350 per ETH, you're at like 4 million on the bid and like 8 million on the ask. That's also not counting liquidity on all the centralized exchanges like Bitmart, Yobit, HitBTC.
Yeah, but gravitating around 10 million on and off.
Uniswap, in my opinion, is the big dog. So I would just look at Uniswap. Sure, go ahead.
So my question is, we have this amount of liquidity right now. Let's say in a few months, hypothetically, the price is 20 cents, 30 cents. What would incentivize liquidity going up in that scenario? Because I feel like
trading volume.
Trading volume.
Here's how liquidity works. Liquidity providers have an opportunity cost. And one other thing. If you go on Hex Crypto and you type !uni, you'll find a well-researched, the hard mode final link, the well-researched white paper report study that was done, that the first person to provide liquidity in a Uniswap pair always gets fucked. He literally always gets fucked. Which is funny if you had a project that was like, hey, we're going to make a big Uniswap pool. Well, whoever does that gets fucked. The people that didn't do that can just sell into that pool and get more. So like buying from the pool and then selling later is like way more profitable than being the pool. Because the profitability of being a liquidity provider is just on the volume. So if you have like a really, really big liquidity pool, but there's not much turnover in volume, then all that money that's locked there could have been deployed in a different liquidity pool and harvested given people better trade execution by increasing order book thickness there, in return for reducing the profitability of other liquidity providers by sharing in that pool's profits. So the profit of a liquidity provider only comes from fees. Fees only come from volume.
Yep.
And therefore, in a rational market, the liquidity of a pool is in direct proportion to the amount of volume that is on that pool.
Absolutely.
Now, be careful because people make fake volume and then they'll try to convince other people to like provide liquidity and then they'll fucking rug pull them.
Exactly. We've seen that.
So you don't want to fall for this like, oh, I'm yield farming. Yeah, are you? It's all good. And then you're fucking like, oh my, what happened? Yeah, what happened is the same shit that happened to the last 100 guys. Ain't you been watching? it's a rug pull festival, and you're the noob. You're the one that's going to get nuked. So, if people want to make money providing liquidity for HEX, go to ETHEX.com, click top right tab, which says pool, click add liquidity, and put an equal amount. Like, for instance, something I saw a few days ago, someone added liquidity. Well, someone pulled liquidity from the ETH HEX Uniswap pair and then added it to a HEX USDC pair. So now there's like $300,000 of liquidity on HEX USDC. Now here's something interesting. So I looked at their fees. It looks like they're making like 10% a year. That's what it looks like currently. It's not bad. It's not bad. And it's based on volume, right? If volume goes up, they'll make more. If volume goes down, they'll make less. So imagine ETH goes into a bear market. Imagine crypto does a blow off top like it did 2017, 2018. Everybody that's been participating in HEX right now and like hopping in, hopping out and shit, they've been hopping in and out to ETH. Just wonderful in a bull market. I'll tell you what, you hop into a bear market, stable coins are king. You can be able to buy a whole shitload more ETH, 10x more ETH later. Do a nice 90% dump. Maybe there's more utility, more lockups, maybe get an 80% dump. So what is that? 5 times more ETH? So if you de-risk, like if you're fucking around in crypto and you sell the top to USDC instead of ETH, you're going to get 5x more ETH when you rebuy the bottom. Period. If you sell to ETH and you ride the bear all the way down, you're going to have the same ETH you started with, and it's only going to have 20% of the value on an 80% dip. ETH's last big dump was 95%. So I'm just being generous with the 80. And people don't realize how that math works. The difference between an 80% dip and a 90% dip is double. 80% dip leaves you with 20. 90% dip leaves you with 10. 20 is twice. People don't realize that shit. A lot of things people don't realize. I try and help them, try and educate. So, this bull run, green candles forever shit, it's nice. I like it, but it ain't gonna go forever. And we're gonna have blow off top. My opinion, we're gonna have blow off top. Once retail's in, once everybody's in, taxi drivers are telling you to get in.
February.
Yeah, that's my thing.
And it's the same thing also between 95 and 90. It's that same almost 2x. And people will most likely regret not being staked, because then they'll realize how valuable those staking rewards are.
Well, we might do that. We might not do the dip. We might not do that.
I don't think we will.
So here's the thing, right?
Wait. Before you go on to that next topic, can you say also that? Oh damn it! It was on my head. I was waiting for the window.
Good job, Gary.
What I'm saying is, you decide to do is motherfucking 85-90% dip.
Oh wait! I do have it. So my thing was early on. This is the first time, really, as far as publicly broadcasting, to say, if you want to participate in the pool, then okay, here's how you do it. ETHEX.com. You can go to the top right corner. In the first launch, and again, I'm not going to attribute it to Richard specifically because it may be some African priest that did this thing. There was a pool, and the pool was available, and the first person to quote unquote get fucked would have been the liquidity provider, the LP. Yeah. And that liquidity provider was like 99% of all liquidity that was available. And I am thankful because that guy actually took bullets on opportunity. Other people participated. I was a liquidity provider of a very, very small amount for enough to qualify for some of that Uniswap thing when that happened later in the airdrop, and I'm very thankful for that. But I just want to say again, other types of founders, non-African priests that might be OAs and stuff like that, they wouldn't have taken that shortcut, and they wouldn't have made that opportunity. They wouldn't have taken that bullet for their community the one to come in the future. They would have said publicly, hey, you guys, why don't you, anonymous people I don't know and don't really care about, why don't you provide liquidity for my project? And probably have screwed them, probably. So that's just my experience from 2017. But I'm very thankful to be in HEX because that's exactly the opposite of the scenario that happened here.
Absolutely. That would have been a tragedy of the common scenario. Classic.
So I tell you what, when I see people selling HEX, I don't like it. Makes price go down. And so I look, I'm like, how the fuck did this guy get so much HEX? He's like, oh, he bought real early. Where'd he buy? Uniswap. It's like, damn, this dude bought 300 million HEX on Uniswap. Why the fuck was there so much HEX on there? Oh man, I wish there was less liquidity back then, because then this motherfucker wouldn't have so much HEX to sell.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to understand a lot of shit. Like, you got to peel the bandage off. If there's going to be some fucking thing in the future, it's going to be a problem. You got to deal with it now. Like, you see a website do some shady shit, like promote the wrong thing. You got to pull them. Good website, works good. But, you know, maybe he's building some other shit, promote the wrong shit. You're like, hey, that don't seem right. Pull it. Just pull that shit. So you got to, if people are going to defect, you want them to defect early. If people are going to sell, you know what? You're going to sell? You sell for less.
Yep.
Fine. Get the fuck out. Sell for less. Fine. You don't need to sell for more. We'll leave the more for people who's in longer, you know? And like, you want to address shit early. So that's what I'm trying to tell you guys about this bear market. Bear market will come, and it will come fucking fast.
Mm-hmm.
When the damn bull market's over, it's like that. And everyone's like, oh, about to dip. It's kept dipping.
And it keeps dipping, and it never goes back.
I'm telling y'all, look, y'all's getting in and out at some point, man. And I mean, at some point, like, could be within months, could be within weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if the price goes up high enough on this call, could be within days.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking price don't go up forever, man. There are dips. Dips are in the game. And I'm glad all these billionaires is buying, but they ain't got infinite money, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So at some point, you're going to have to de-risk to a stable coin, in my opinion. Now, look, stable coins suck. You got counterparty risk and shit. So at some point, you got to de-risk to, in my opinion, a stable coin. Best you got in this environment. Because when the top comes, you're going to want to be sitting in a stable coin instead of ETH. And then when an 80, 85, 95, 80% dip comes, you're going to be able to buy a shitload more ETH if that's your thing, a shitload more HEX if that's your thing. See, if people see right now, I see people hopping in and hop out of HEX, and they getting into ETH, and that's fine. HEX is going up, ETH is going up. It's all golden, man. That's cool. But in a bear market, if you hold an ETH, you're gonna get the shit nuked out of you.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to be in USDC if you're gonna hop in and out, or you could just be a staker, and you don't even give a fuck about any of this. You're getting paid
40%.
People emergency and staking, I'm getting paid.
Thanks.
Cool, right? If you're in a staker class, people emergency and stake, you're getting paid. If it's like you got so many. How many people tried to outsmart Bitcoin and made way less? How many people tried to outsmart Ethereum, made way less? How many people tried to outsmart HEX, made way less?
Mm-hmm.
You could be a staker, make 40% APY a year, and that's quoting that shit. You guys with 10-year stakes, 3641 and up, you're getting paid
60% right now. It's even and by the way, officially today, total T-share went deflationary. It's like 10,832. Like we haven't cracked the 11 mil. Now we're going the other way. So it's like this is where it gets fun.
Oh, your
like,
total T-share.
Yeah, total T-share. Your account is start move up the rank. Like my dream account move up 10 ranks without doing anything.
So why would somebody provide liquidity if they're only getting 10% and they could get way more in HEX?
Before it was a bullet taker.
Very generous person.
It was a launch and a bootstrap.
Yeah, you don't know.
Right.
I mean, one of you guys on this call. One of you guys can be
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
Your accolades for my amazing contribution.
Yeah. Thank you. You allow us to buy some.
Swahili. If I spoke Swahili, you would know who I was.
I just want to tell you guys, you're welcome for that liquidity pool.
Thank you.
It's okay, Richard. You're one of the smartest people I've ever met, right?
Thanks,
you are
man.
on the level of Chamath Palihapitiya.
Palihapitiya. Palihapitiya. Fuck it, I have it a minute ago.
The half-first.
That guy's a G, right? And he's also a Bitcoin maxi, which just goes to show you how you can be one of the smartest people in the world and still close your mind off to new ideas if you were right once. But he has something that I think you would agree with, which is that there's a shortage of social capital. So you can have all the money in the world, and that gives you points in terms of money influence, right? The money that you have is influence points over people. It's no longer about, hey, I have more fuck you money than you. But I guess if you were Chamath, how do you view the social capital problem, and how do you choose the right people to associate with? Would you rather have, I mean, obviously you'd rather have 100 cult members than 1,000 half-ass traders, right? But
speaking of
yes,
speaking of, like registering a religion, because
it's tax free. We should all be tax free. Honestly,
it's tax free. You say?
Yes, it is.
Mexican religion. Let's go.
Scientologists and
hey, I'm not doing Scientology again, guys. I'm not getting fool me once. Shit
No, it's Hexology.
Hexology. I haven't brought up to everyone. I was thinking that would send out the sign-up card soon. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, Hexology. You have to have weekly or monthly meetings.
Virtual.
Yeah. Looks like we're doing it right now.
We do like 3 meetings a week, so.
Discourse.
We can read the layman's guide as the scripture.
We'll start a Sunday show. I'll be the priest.
They're
And then
reading.
we'll work with the HEX logo. We'll put it on
Is
the.
a school teacher reading sci-fi to his kids?
There you go.
Yeah,
we'll read
so
out of
that's really
sci-fi.
cool.
I'm really impressed that 40% discount is a better deal than 50% more for free. I was like, yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah.
That was one of the coolest things I heard, man.
I like your question because
So what Coffee was asking of Richard before I interrupted was about social capital and about, how do you choose association? It wasn't just because they have a big
You're
audience.
presupposing you get to choose, man. It ain't that easy. There ain't no menu. You go to a restaurant, you could choose. But in this world,
kind of thing,
you're gonna get what the fuck shows up.
That's right.
You go to a bar to meet some nice ladies. What's there is what's there. There's shit you can do, except move to another bar.
Yeah,
Well,
and
you're
Jared,
not in charge of like putting ads out to get people to the bar.
It's like when you go to the hiring and the recruiting, like you have to go through like hundreds of bad apples to get the 2 or 3. So the problem is people always trying to get the shortcuts. There's certain things, there's no shortcuts. You gotta do the work, do the triage, be disciplined, look at the red flags, and then be very like disciplined on who to keep and who not to keep. Like I do this every day. Like stop being nice. Okay, I told you all the time on the other stream. Nice is an old French word which means the village fool. Stop being the village fool. Like, yeah, easy going now. Be kind. That's
really interesting.
I'm on it.
I like
I'll
that.
do that.
So if anybody asks you and say, "Oh, you're so nice," now that's not a compliment. Or when somebody tells you, "Oh, wow, you haven't changed. It's been 10 years," that's bad. That means you haven't upgraded.
I mean, when a girl says he's so nice, that means they ain't ever getting laid. I mean, just
exactly. They're gonna use you. You're gonna get some free stuff, some free drinks, some free whatever. And at the end of the night, they're gonna be like, "Oh, we're so tired. Yeah, I'm just gonna drop off my friends." And dude, it's so hilarious. I can see it from a mile away. But sometimes you gotta do it you gotta pay the tuition. You gotta learn. So, Kofi, hopefully that answers your question. Like, there's certain things that
Oh yeah, dude, that totally answered my question, man.
But what I like about Murphy is he believes in meritocracy, which I think that's what he comes down to. Like, put up or shut up. Like, if you know your stuff, he will pick you. He will book you. It doesn't matter where you're from. And this, he also came from a total country and he used to be poor and whatever. So he agreed with that concept. And as far as the Bitcoin thing, I watch a lot of his podcasts. He's just at a stage where he's forced to be maximalist because he doesn't really understand what Ethereum is or even HEX. So he keep comparing to like the Bitcoin Cash and all the other garbage. So he thinks every coin is the same. That's trying to play the currency game. That's why he's getting that kind of answer. He's a very smart guy, but you can tell he's lacking the information. But
he used to be a currency trader.
It's gonna fucking come, just like Raul Paul. Bitcoin. Now it's like Ethereum. So give it another
same with Michael Saylor. Michael Saylor, Bitcoin is going to fail. It's going to do the same. Back when Bitcoin was 1,300, he said this shit was going to fail and do just like online gambling.
Exactly.
And now he bought it at 10K. I bought it at 30. I helped make it 30.
Yeah.
And mined it at 50 cents.
Somebody caught his old tweet and posted it. That was so epic. Trying to remove it.
Well, it's interesting also because Yashdeep was saying about him being a currency trader in the past, as far as right. So if you're comparing in like a forex, and you're saying this country their currency is called this, and this country their currency is called that, and I'm just going to trade the spread. I mean, that's not the same thing as saying HEX is an altcoin or it's simply an ERC20 or whatever. You're missing completely that it's not that straight description.
Exactly. You're missing the use case and what it actually is. It's like how they call it cryptocurrencies. I hate that fucking word because they're not all the same. Like it's one is do currencies, some other do different things, and then wait
I got a
until
tip for you guys. Since I'm handing out free ass profitable knowledge to my homies, I got another tip, and y'all ain't never heard this one before.
Oh, drop it.
30 pulses.
You want to save 10 or 15% on your Uniswap transactions?
Yes.
Yep.
No.
You guys want that?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
that would be nice.
Sounds
I would
pretty good.
love that.
Okay. Turn your ETH into WETH, and then all your trades are 10 or 15% cheaper.
Oh, that's smart.
Because
I thought the Uniswap was doing that automatically. Because one time
automatically
they charge you for it.
Oh, that's why, motherfuckers. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So if you're already in WETH, you don't need to pay extra to get into WETH. So you can, if you go in and out of WETH instead of ETH, then all of your Uniswap transactions are 10 to 15% cheaper.
Well, that's what I like about 1inch. At least they don't lie to you about WETH. Uniswap makes you think you're trading the real thing, but really, it's
well, that's the other thing is it's like ETH is an ERC22. Why?
ETH is more effective as an ERC20.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So do you know the cheapest way to go from Bitcoin into HEX? Just the cheapest way. I'm not talking about an exchange or a platform, but if you're talking about WETH and you're talking about going into ETH and saving 10 or 15%,
the cheapest way to get from Bitcoin. So the cheapest way to get into HEX is on the most liquid pair, in my opinion.
Yep.
I mean, you could find some fuck all those little exchanges, dude. You're gonna scam out of your money, man.
Yeah,
I hate exchanges. I hate them so much. I fucking hate exchanges. Vitalik also fucking hates them. They're the worst. So if you want to use the most liquid market for HEX, it is Uniswap. And if you want to get Bitcoin into ETH or WETH, you want to go through the most liquid pair as well. So you would go, got you, bitch. Bug, motherfucker. So you want to go from Bitcoin. I would just use bridge.renproject.io. That's
what I do now. So basically, I have a margin business. My margin business creates Bitcoin. From that Bitcoin, I wait until I get $5,000 or something worth of Bitcoin, and then I go to bridge.renproject.io, I think, and then I convert it. And once it converts, it's really pretty quick. It's pretty painless. And once it converts, it's inside of your MetaMask. Then I convert through Uniswap into HEX. But it's it's still 4 steps, and it's ETH transaction gases. So I just didn't know the cheapest way.
There ain't no better way, in my opinion. I mean, any other way is going to involve you taking counterparty risk. I mean, look, man, you fucking with exchanges during a bull market, you're going to have the worst customer service you could ever dream.
Mm-hmm.
You'll be lucky if you ever get anything ever responded to.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're interacting with exchanges, you want to use real low ass numbers, because then when they fucked you for a lower number. So you better spread that shit over time, because if you're messing with exchanges and you're doing big things once in a while, you're going to get fucked for a big thing. So it's better to do a small thing more times so you have less counterparty risk, because there will be hiccups and they will fuck you.
Yep.
Maybe you get less.
What is big?
Maybe you won't.
What is big?
So, well, I mean, it's really totally individual. If you're doing it non-often, it's big, because you could have done it smaller often, and then you have less risk. So it doesn't matter what level you're playing at. I mean, I guess if you're so poor that the fees are a big deal, then fine, do less often. But if you're doing thousands, if you were buying $10,000 Bitcoin, I would split that shit up. I'd be like, yo, y'all can have 1,000, and then you're gonna send it to me, and you can have another 1,000, and you can send it to me, and then you can have another 1,000, and then you can fuck me around, and then you ain't getting another 1,000, and that's way better than you send 10. And they're like, yo, you're getting fucked around now.
It's gone.
Exactly.
Full market, no customer service. So I'm just fucked then, right? Yep, you're just fucked.
Yep.
Nope.
You screwed on the last trade. You're right.
Yeah.
Right.
And at
So
the quick minimum, you should only use
split it up.
on and off ramps. That's the only thing. I mean, the only reason why I use Gemini is because of that on and off ramp. And I know they're regulated or whatever. So they're not gonna shut down or get my account shut down at my bank. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. But the moment it goes there, whatever it is, 6 figure, I just do my transaction, get the
Get it off.
Like it literally it gets there. It takes me 5 minutes.
So, I mean, I don't want you to do actual math, but if you were going from Bitcoin to REN BTC, because that's how it lands inside your MetaMask, and then you looked at the buying REN BTC trading directly into HEX, you're going to have some movement. Right? It's like 0.036% or something like that moves because there's not that much of a pair that's REN BTC direct. But were you saying that it should go to wrap, and that went from wrap to go into HEX?
That's just liquid as fuck if you use 1 inch.
Okay.
REN BTC is liquid as fuck if you use 1 inch.
Okay, I'll do that instead of Uni, because Uni I wasn't doing that.
Bro, I mean, yeah, because like there's a lot of other, so like for HEX, all the liquidity is on Uniswap V2, which ETHEX.com is just a front end for.
Yeah.
But like on REN project, like REN VM, the wrap BTC, the REN BTC, it has a shitload of liquidity not on Uniswap V2. So like if you're actually doing big orders, you probably want to use 1inch.exchange or 1inch.ethlink, 1inch.eth.link, which is their like IPFS version that doesn't fucking dox your IP to them. So I suggest using that. So if you're going to use 1 inch, you should use 1inch.eth.link so they don't have fucking data on you.
Right.
And
I just assumed that it was better for the whole X ecosystem if I used the largest liquidity trading pair, I guess, of Uniswap V2. But if you're
that will happen no matter what on the HEX side. But on the REN BTC side, I mean, I'll just do this math real quick. Like I'll fuck around on the keyboard here since it's, you know.
But Gary, that's mainly because you're using BTC. Like if you buy ETH, like for example, I use mainly ETH when I go from fiat to crypto, so I just go directly to V2. But because you're using Bitcoin, that's probably why Richard's saying to use the other one. But yeah.
Well, I mean, look, it's this simple. It don't hurt to go to 1inch.eth.link, or if they've got some new upgrade they haven't pushed to the IPFS, to 1inch.exchange. And I would just pull up both. I'd pull up 1inch.exchange, hit F5, make sure you got the newest version. Go to 1inch.eth.link, hit F5, make sure you got the newest version. I even hit Control F5 because, hey, good luck. Better refresh. And so now you got those two prices, and then pull up ETHEX.com, and you're going to see that price. And I ain't never seen it lie. So when you go in a 1 inch exchange, it shows you a tab that's providers, and it shows you what your price is from each different place. And you can sort by like different rates, and you show the rate that makes sense to you, you know, without all the decimals, something that makes sense. And then it's going to tell you the V2 price, and it's going to tell you how much you'll save. And then you can activate the Chi token if you want to save half of that gas cost.
Nice.
So then if you look at your slippage, you're never going to get better slippage by using V2 because this goes through V2.
Yep.
And it goes through all the other shit if it's advantageous. So you're never going to get a lower price than 1 inch. You're just not, because it can route through V2.
Yeah, but you're going to pay more fees.
You'll pay more in fee.
You got to go through two contracts.
Well, sometimes they'll just go through the one, but like so 1 inch is going to, in general, use more gas, but it's going to route the liquidity through more places. So if you need more liquidity, it's totally useful. But if you don't need more liquidity, you can just use the ETH or USDC or whatever. You can just use ETHEX.com, you know?
I just wait until I have $5,000 worth. When it's a $5,000 USD buy is when I do my buy. So I don't know what that ends up being. Depends on what the price of whatever I'm trading is.
Oh, yeah.
But when it's USD value of $5,000 is when I do my trade.
But in the meantime, you know you're always going to get a deal at Uniswap, so why not just go direct? Because you know 1 inch is going to tell you Uniswap anyway. So just cut out.
He was saying about if I'm having any price difference between REN BTC on 1 inch versus.
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to do all that math for you right now. So $5,000 is 1/8 of a Bitcoin, right?
Damn.
Yeah, sounds right.
Okay, so you can say, yeah.
So I'll do it exactly. $5,000 into 42.
Gary, quick question. Do you always only get Bitcoin from the business? You don't get ETH? They pay you in Bitcoin?
Yeah, I'm not trading to get more Bitcoin. I'm basically a margin business. My margin business is I buy in the morning and then I sell in the evening, and I typically have about 30 or 40% margin on a daily basis.
Nice. That's good. Yeah. Makes sense.
Hey, can I ask you a question? It's the only question I came here for.
It's probably a good time to ask it.
Yeah.
When he's doing math, don't do it when I'm doing math.
When I have my favorite billionaires on the line, and billionaire in cell count, not in dollars, of course, but in like follicles of hair and stuff like that. When you are deciding what to do, like what's the right path forward, right? It's a very general, non-specific HEX question, but the motto in software is move fast and break things, right? But ironically, in crypto, what you don't want to do is move fast and lose everyone's money by testing in production, which is what Yams and you name it has done. But how do you know when you are how do you know when it's time to change your mind? When it's time to shift course? Like, how do you know when you failed fast
You're
enough?
asking him how he looks at it, how he changed his worldview. Is that what you're saying?
To a degree.
They've studied this, and it's called the secretary problem. So when you're interviewing secretaries, how many should you interview? And when do you stop interviewing?
Mm-hmm. No more than 5. I mean, that's what I would.
The solution they came up with was like, I can't remember the solution, dude.
I'll Google it.
I can't remember the solution.
Yeah,
basically like, once you find one, like you go through so many, and then once you find the one that was better than those last ones, then you just go with that one. But the numbers matter, so you should look up the Wikipedia page on it. So like that I mean, basically what you're describing is an artificial intelligence problem, in that how deep do you go down a path before you decide to switch and search another path?
Yeah.
And there isn't a clinical answer to that. So it's like
when do you turn around?
Gut feeling check.
The question is too vague. So for instance, how hard should you try to be a millionaire comedian? You shouldn't. The stats suck. It's not going to happen. Okay, but if you're actually funny, how hard should you try? You shouldn't. The stats suck. So if you're in like a local area where it's super hard to ever be successful, the stats just suck and you don't matter that much. Does that make sense? So like, it's just like if you get an AIDS test and the shit says you're positive, you probably still don't have AIDS because it's so hard to get it. So it's so unlikely that even if you test positive, it's more likely that the test was wrong than you actually have the shit. So you have to understand the underlying ecosystem that you're operating in. So okay, I'll give this to you a better way. In testing, you have false positives, false negatives, true positives, true negatives. You have a quadrant. Mm-hmm. And understanding what confidence you should have in a test result, you have to know statistics about the tests. And in order to know those statistics, you have to know the overall likelihood of the system that's being measured. So in your question, you're asking, when do I switch gears? And another way to paraphrase that is, my test is saying that this is failing. The thing I'm doing is failing. I'm getting a negative result.
But what if your question was the wrong one initially?
Well, sure. Yeah. So what I'm saying is like, you first have to know if you're in the right playing field. So you're not gonna win a chess game playing checkers. Mm-hmm. Can't do it. So first you have to know if you're in the right field. And then the question is like, are you in the right field? Yes. Are you doing the right thing in that field? Yes. Okay. Are you doing it in the right way? Yes. Is it still not working? Is it the only thing you can do? All right, you're probably still gonna have to keep doing it. Is there other shit you could do that looks good? Switch. You know what I mean? There's just too much nuance. I can't give you a prepackaged answer to a question with that much nuance.
Absolutely.
It'd be like asking, like, what should I look like? Like, how should I dress? Well, which sexy stereotype do you want to go with? Do you want to look like a cowboy? Do you want to look like a fireman?
Look like John Travolta. It's obvious.
Cowboy for me.
Nice, dude. Nice.
And also, Coffee, 2 more tips. This is what I've used, especially in sales, because we deal with a lot of that, is number one, ask yourself how important that thing is to you. Because sometimes, right, you need grit, you need tenacity. Like sometimes you have to follow up 10 times. So I really ask myself how important that that topic is or that mission is. Because if it's not, like Richard said, I'll pivot. If it's really important, I'll stay stubborn, right? Engineer, like we'll figure it out. We'll the math, we got to figure it out. We're not gonna just quit. Even if I have to go take a nap, I'll come back and smash that problem. So it's just how important that's important to you. And number two, trying to survey similar people in the area or that have done similar things. How long did it took them to quote unquote figure it out and break out? It's like starting a new business and then you're 6 months in and you're not successful and you're like, what's going on? Is it me? When the average fails or needs about 3 years before they actually take off. You know what I mean? So
as long as you're putting a mark on your arc of life and you're reevaluating completely, because the things that were very important to me at 20 were not very important to me at 25 and completely different at 30 and completely different at 40. So as long as you have interval marking and understand that you are someone that's progressing in life because of your experiences,
then you have context and understand how to measure the success of your test before you decide to rewrite it or to reiterate.
I mean, this is one of those things where like you just kind of got to. What's better, to learn how to write a book or to write a book? What's better, to learn how to do lifestyle design or to design your life? What's better, to learn about lifting weights or to lift weight? And you like, once shit is like one time enough or vague enough, you just have to do the thing. And then the meta abstraction level of understanding a thing, it just isn't as valuable, you know? So it's better.
If you absorb all the data before you take action, that data becomes obsolete and antiquated before you got to the action often.
There's time component too. So funding, I just did this math for you on your unit, your shit. So basically comparing 1 inch versus 1 inch ETH link versus ETH HEX, or 1 inch and 1 inch ETH link are currently the same. And they're both going to give you 0.03%. You would lose 0.03% by just using ETH HEX, which is nothing. It's like $1.
Okay.
So you would lose $1 by using ETH HEX instead of using 1 inch. Because here's what's going to do. They're both going to route through Uniswap V2 in the end. And then it's just the bullshit that happens before. So if you do ETH HEX, it's just going to use the Ren BTC to Ethereum to HEX.
Yeah.
If you use 1 inch, it's going to use wrap BTC to wrapped Ethereum on some weird shit called like some swap thing I've never heard of before. And then it's going to use V2. So they're both using V2. It's just a question of where they're swapping Ren BTC at. And so like, you're not going to get any.
So it doesn't really have any consequential difference to changing my pattern. My pattern.
While we were sitting here, it literally was just like, yeah, we're just going to use Uniswap V2.
And it goes to show how powerful the liquidity already is on V2, because what Richard just said kind of makes sense, because when I do my swapping a lot of the time, I do usually, less than 10 ETH to kind of like not get the big slippage. And it's right around that 0.003% when you're doing, 5 ETH to almost 10. So it's like that, 5 to 10K, and it's only 0.03% slippage. So it's really cool. Only if you do like 20 plus, then that's when it goes like 0.1 and stuff like that.
Yeah. And remember, you're going to get slippage in any of these automated market systems, or even a CLOB central limit order book. You're going to get slippage. That is part of life. It's just a question of whether you can reduce it. So I just, pull up 1 inch, see if you can get a better deal. For fun, I slapped in 1 BTC in there. And the difference on 1 BTC is that you could save 0.4%.
Yeah.
So that's a lot.
That's a lot. I mean, 40 grand. It's a 40 grand swap. That's
yeah. So if you're swapping 40 grand and you want it free, fucking, it just went to 0.2%. If you want to save 0.2% and you're using Ren BTC, there you go. So I think 1 inch is a good tool for
well, I'm not doing enough volume, and I don't see the real ability to up volume from every time I hit 5K worth, then I buy. And so my intervals maybe more often. I could wait to basically store up and then buy, but I don't want the price to get away from me either. So I just do it when I hit 5K, then I just do the trade.
Yeah, on the numbers that you're quoting me, you're going to absolutely receive no benefit. But if you were to 8x your size, then you would get a 0.4% benefit.
Okay.
So it doesn't hurt to just pull up 1inch.eth.link or 1inch.exchange and just look, you know?
Okay.
Because then you just at least feel good that you got a great deal. I can't tell you guys how good this deal is. Markets used to be a lot less liquid and a lot more centralized.
Yeah, disgusting. It was just like, yeah.
So to be able to do these trades with this low slippage is just fucking beautiful. So beautiful.
It really is. It really is. I remember, again, for myself and all the people that I onboarded, we just kind of break the transaction. We just do 10 ETH at a time. And it's like, 8, 10 of them, and then boom. Again, sometimes we get lucky and it's in, weekend and it's, $5 a transaction. Sometimes it's, $15. But again, we're staking long term. So it's like, my friend staked one day, we got like a couple $100 already kicking in. So it's just like, what are we talking about? I mean,
you guys remember when it was a penny to do a stake?
Yeah.
I remember.
Look at my daily stake. I remember seeing those stupid videos. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Like, just.
I'd be trying to save money. I'd be trying to get like 9 cents instead of 10-cent transactions. I was like, man, I'm gonna lower my GUI,
Every time you see $1, like, ooh, that's expensive. $1? Ooh. Yeah. No, I gotta go back.
I noticed this in chat this past week. If you can comment on this, is that I see a lot of people, and I actually got a little bit pissed off at them. Try to be congenial, but they were saying that because their $100 buy in HEX back in December is now worth 20 grand, that they were aching and pissed off that it had gone flat and that they were waiting for it to go to 100 grand worth, right? So they wanted this multiple on their $100 buy. And I was saying that I bought today. I'll buy tomorrow. I'll buy when I hit these thresholds. The OG people that you're going to bitch about that have outpaced you are buying today. They're not waiting for their year-old bag to multiply on the backs of others. They are buying today and affecting the price. So for me, like I know that Kareem has this dream account, and he talks about the dream account and the 15 years out, and a lot of people do the 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. I'm an old motherfucker out of this room. Maybe I'm the oldest. Maybe RG's a little bit older. But anyway, I don't think about it in the same context. What I think of is I need to amplify while I have the youth and the energy and the sleep deprivation ability and things like that. I need to amplify my businesses or amplify my, just change my scale and other things so that I can put that margin into HEX earlier, even if I don't do 15 years out and count on, being in my late 60s or something to buy shit. So I think about the dream account. That's amazing. But I do honestly think about the 8 years out window more seriously than I do the 15.
Hallelujah.
People about entrepreneurism or about making money now, not quitting their job now, hoping for the 5X on their current bag now to go. I mean, hoping for that 5X to happen in HEX, and just continue to be productive. Be productive.
Exactly. If you go full-time crypto, you become a net seller.
If you dollar cost average all the way to the 15 years, just like that famous article that was showing about if you dollar cost Bitcoin all the way up, you can get an additional, I kid you not, 10 to 20x more on your money on top of whatever it's going to do 15 years from now. And again, this to me, that was the beauty of the Dream account, because also with the onboarding aspect is you're showing your long-term commitment. It's something completely separate. And again, I told people, you don't have to do it like me. You don't have to do, 2 million at a time. Whatever it is, the point is you're trying to get as much teachers as you can, so you don't miss all those crazy days when there's mad unstaking and stuff. And then that money is just there 15 years from now. What are you, your descendants, your friends, your whatever, your community? Heck, if I passed and then my family can't get the money, whatever, if the Hexagon gets it, who cares? It's great.
Crypto grandma has it.
Longer. I just want Richard to make me live longer. I don't really care about the descendants I don't have. So I just want him to make me live longer. But until that happens, I'm still betting. I'm still betting on me.
I don't want the descendants I do have spending my money. It's not talking about.
I just want to be productive.
On that. I've already spent plenty of money on them.
I see David Feeder in the group there, man. What's up, bro?
Hey, David, nice haircut, bro.
How do you, bro? Is your last name Fetter or Feeder?
Feeder.
See, it's shit spelled Fetter though.
Saying it wrong.
Like Roger Ver. It's Veer. We'll stick a fucking other E in there, man.
I love how Hexo says it. calls it
speak
like
Spanish. This shit's verb.
Hexo says it wrong every day. I love it. Federici. But I was gonna say,
David, man,
I'm doing great. I just wanted to say, actually, my children are Hexicans. You know, they're young guys.
My kid's the best staked 19-year-old around. I mean, he's already made fuck tons of money. It's awesome.
Are you charging him rent? You should charge him rent.
I'm gonna start. If he unstakes, he has to start paying rent. You just keep rolling that shit, boy.
The thing is, his address is public to you, so you can always.
Well, all the kids, he works at this pizza joint, right? And all the kids are into the what's that damn exchange they're all doing now on their phones? Robinhood.
Yeah.
So they're all showing him. They're all showing him their Robinhood accounts, and he pulled his Staker app out, and they were like, "What the fuck?" He said all their jaws hit the floor, and I said, "Yeah, that's my hair."
Yeah.
Like, that's
money.
money.
Percentages. We do X's over here. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I told my brother the same, like,
yeah,
dude,
we
stop
talk X's instead of
market
percent.
thing.
We
Come
talk
here.
100 higher.
Real gains.
It's fucking cool. The 517x share prices increase is like, god damn. That's cool, man. And it only goes up. Now look, that's times USD, so it flops around. But like the fact that there's this underlying only goes up share price is so cool. Like here's the share price in HEX. That's it. That's all it does. Or from you guys at home.
There we go.
There you
That's
go.
all it does. Like
Absolutely. It's like
so
a
cool.
perfect cup and handle pattern. And then like I told all my friends, is like just worried about that dot being printed. If you guys been watching the last couple of days, it's amazing. Doesn't matter what it does during the day, right before 7 p.m. There's gonna be some type of pump or whatever. It's gonna go right around that spot, print the dot right around it. It looks like what it was just before. Again, no financial advice, but it looks just like the pre-pump. It's literally like everybody's getting ready, and then it's just ready for impulse. Like some trigger is gonna happen. You could be sleeping, and then you wake up, and then next thing you know, T-share is in the thousands. Now, I'm just saying, it's jet fuel loaded right now.
I'm trying to figure out the math, and I'm not really good at math. That's why I was saying if I put 30% in more earlier, even if I have a shorter than 15-year dream account, then is that even remotely going to compete with me just living longer because Richard discovers immortality? You know, what am I going to do?
I'm counting on that shit.
I would say, Gary, it depends on the frequency and how fast you can do it, because that 30% more is going to give you two advantages. Number one, you're locking in T-shares before the next crazy pump or as fast as you can. And number two, even 8 years, let's not forget, you still get bonus shares. So it's not like you're not gaining anything. And then during that 8 years, like we talked about it many times, there's going to be some motherfuckers out there that's going to try to be smart to unstake and get their principal. You're going to be catching all of that emergency unstake. Because I firmly believe years from now, when we like soul beating a dead horse and HEX is just like perfectly stable, we're gonna get less and less emergency unstake as a whole, because
we're seeing that now.
Game is
there's less now than there used to be.
Early T-shit is gonna be game changer. They're gonna be just it, because at that point, like I told everybody, like after my first 15 years, again, I'm playing chess, no checkers. It's gonna be like $150 million HEX stakes. We just maximize the bigger pays better, and then we just leave off the I was about to say dividends, but
you know some other cool shit in HEX that is emergent properties you wouldn't have predicted.
Exactly.
People are stupid and they give out their damn private keys. They go to a fake scam website, fake MetaMask site, fake whatever site. Some stupid scammer messages them, and I got on repeat every 15 minutes. Don't get scammed. Fake groups. Anyone that messages you, scamming you. Someone direct message you, scam. They want your money.
Yep.
Even though I do all that, people still get scammed. And you know what the scammers do? They emergency unstake their shit. And you know who that pays? The stakers.
Yep.
And what if
gets pissed because he can't get the money, so it's like F this.
Yeah.
Screw this guy.
Or he don't even know how it works, you know? So like when people get hacked, hidden pumpamental. Because those coins
That's so true. It's so messed up, but it's so true. It's
gas fees too high, hidden pumpamental. Can't unstake it, sell. There's hidden pumpamentals at the ass and
everywhere. Guys don't read the layman's guy, stake for less than 90 days and think he can just unstake anytime he wants past 50 days, boom, gets hit.
You know, if you have Staker app installed, It's going to tell you what your penalty is going to be.
Yeah, but they don't even, Richard, sometimes they don't even download Staker app. I mean, it's beyond stupidity at some point. It's just like,
the warning that shows when you click emergency unstake is glaringly obvious. It flashes red and yellow and says, "Don't do this."
That was amazing.
Did you ever hear my sound clip? I did a copy of that in a video, and it's like, "Don't do it. This is doom. This is wrong. Don't do it." Have you ever heard my sound clip?
I've seen it. That was a clip. I've seen it.
You can see the third world hacker like, "I must do it."
Did you do that to be nice, Richard? What was the reason behind that change, making it so glaring? To be kind, I should say.
No, kindness, probably.
Be kind, fight the haters too, because they can use that as an excuse 2 years from now. Oh yeah, you made a mistake and get wrecked. No. Yeah. They knew what they were doing.
We'll hear scam again just due to people's lack of knowledge when it comes to emergency end staking.
All right, man. People just don't do it very often. It doesn't happen as much as it used to.
Oh yeah,
like, still a couple million a day sometimes. Actually,
wait until price appreciation.
Yeah, Richard. Wait until the next pump. I was on that HEX Lion show. Like, it's only going up like every 2 or 3 points, and then there's a pump. Next thing you know, we went up 1,000 points. Like
boom, 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 just nukes everywhere.
I can't wait. 10 cents to 50 cents. It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah. It's going to be like a revenge emergency end stake. You know, somebody's a bad relationship, their partner is going to get a hold of their keys, and
oh my god,
oh boy,
that's
you
delete
all your save games and then unstake your hex. You're like, you bitch.
Well, it's the same thing that Richard says. He's like, can you really prove that you're the only one that has the keys? No, my wife, my partner, my ex, my whatever. Oh fuck, you know, the EES, was that Myra's fault or just my OPSEC?
And watch how then one sue the other one for loss of funds.
Right.
I've seen some ugly stuff.
I get some funny ass messages.
Crazy.
Man.
They do crazy stuff.
Somebody messaged me and was like, "Yeah, I watched a stupid YouTube video that convinced me to emergency end stake, and then the price went up, and I want to sue that guy for my lost gains."
I love it.
It's like, I'm like,
good luck.
I mean,
legally, I don't think
that's gonna work, but
yeah, because you
sounds
did
like
it
an
yourself.
asshole, so I don't know.
You're not legal ground. You're stupid because yes, you watched the video, you got influenced, but guess what? You still pressed the goddamn button.
People, man.
I saw a lot of those videos too, saying, "Yeah, sell. This is dumb. I got out already. I got 2.5x. You should get out too." I was like, "Dude, man, you're fucking people up."
Yeah, those videos don't age well.
If nothing else, karma. I mean, God.
It's hilarious. It's like how many hexes now dipped. Let me give you the numbers on hex dips. This is some funny shit.
Yeah. 6 or 7 times.
Hexes dipped.
I think we're on 6.
Oh, what a beautiful, glorious website. People complain to me about this site every fucking day. I hope that it will be better one day, but
it loads fast. It's all HEIC images now. It's super fast.
We noticed you added, or somebody added Belize at the bottom.
Yeah, there's an address at the bottom now because things with addresses are more reputable.
Yeah,
even though crypto was designed to have no middlemen and no centralization, dumb fucks are like, "Where's the address?" Because they don't get it. You're like, "Oh, you want an address? There's an address." Idiots. This shit's good because there ain't an address, but because you guys are stupid, I guess there'll have to be one. So
I got kicked out tomorrow. Yeah, go ahead.
Dipped 81%, 73%, 59%, 67%, and 87%, and then made new all-time highs.
Wow.
That 1 year.
Amazing. Let me make
one of those opportunities. Every one of those opportunities.
Let me make a good joke. We never made a 95% dip, guys. See that? See that?
We never made a 95% dip.
Those strong OGs, man, holding that bottom.
And then Ethereum has dipped 95, and Bitcoin's dipped 85 numerous times.
Yeah.
So it's like, Hex is fucking beautiful, man.
Because when it dips this low, the opportunity is so amazing that the FOMO buys just kicks in. And just like.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. It's like coupons, like free coupons. It's like it's on discount. It's like, okay, sure, I'll take more. Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I remember one time I felt bad. I yelled at this banker guy, because I was getting upset. I'm like, why is my money take so long? You told me, fucking same day deposit. Because you pay extra for that stuff. You pay $35. Yeah. I woke up super freaking early. Like I did it as soon as they freaking opened because you have to wait for that bullshit. 8:30. Okay. And I'm like, yo, I usually get this around 1 o'clock. Like, what's going on? And then the transfer shows up at 5 p.m. I'm like, dude, there's a pump right now. Like, so I was like, and then the other audacity was like, yo, no. The guy was like, yeah, but where's this fund going? I'm like, no, dude, this is my money. Like, what do you mean? Like, yeah, it's called Gemini. Look it up. They're regulated, real exchange.
Yeah, you better not tell them you're sending it to a
no, because
crypto.
They see the amount. They're like, what is this? Where's this money going? I'm like, no, it's my personal money. Like, yo.
They brought on the bank manager and talked to me for like 45 minutes. I just kept telling them over and like, send me my money. When they're like, we can't be responsible if you lose this. And I was like, I got it. Send it.
Yeah,
like
waste of time.
Just a week ago, I had to pay for like $500 worth of something. The product is in Hong Kong. So I had to go to a bank, do a wire transfer. The wire transfer went to that vendor. That vendor, give me the information, everything like that. But the wire transfer charged me, but it was to the wrong address that the banker wrote. Like they put the wrong something. They left a 1 out of some number. And so I didn't find out about it for like 5 or 6 days. So I lost that time. I lost the cost. I went back to the bank. I said, look, you guys made the mistake. They said, no, we just have to charge you a second time, for the fee. I was like, why am I participating in any legacy shit? Like, why can't I just be an avatar in a digital world?
Hey, David, you go into your webcam settings. I'll bet your thing's on 480, bro. And you can drag it to HD because you're looking pixelated over here, bro.
Cool. I've got it on 720, but I'm
one of my friends hit me up today, and because I posted a vid, I think the new Hex video or whatever, and he sent me a message just like, hey man, I'm just kind of concerned about you and that cryptocurrency. He's like, I don't know if you know, but I'm a financial advisor, and he started going through all this stuff. And man, it took everything from like for me to not just say, bro, I made multiples of X your annual salary. Like, get it. Yeah, it was so hard.
But yeah,
it was so hard. But I told him, I was like, video chat, because I'm not gonna sit here and type all this out for you. But I'll go over each one of your points and just crush them. And I haven't heard back from him since.
Wait till that rebuttal is done.
What's that?
That's an epic move. You see how he did it? Like sales, like, oh yeah, it's not about me. I'm just concerned about you. Right?
Yeah, I was like, don't be concerned. I'm fine.
Smooth, trying to be smooth. I'm like, dude, we see you from a mile away. Like, get out of here.
Yeah.
So in my rebuttals list, I have like this kind of hourglass where it goes like, cryptocurrency is a scam. And then you're like, okay, crypto's okay, but Bitcoin's a scam. And you're like, okay, Bitcoin's okay, but Ethereum's a scam. And you're like, okay, Ethereum's not a scam, and Bitcoin's not a scam, and cryptocurrency's not, but just Hex is a scam. You're like, no, Hex is okay, but Richard's a scam. And then you got on the list and you're like, actually, calling shit a scam's a scam. You're a scam. And then it's like, what percentage of Bitcoin's 4.2 million X did you capture, fuckface?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't capture shit? Shut your fucking mouth. Okay. Mm-hmm. What percentage of Hex's 352X did you capture?
Mm-hmm.
Shut the fuck up. So what makes you think you're qualified to advise yourself? You ain't captured shit of shit. Your investment, okay. Here's Amazon's stock chart. Forever. How much of that did you capture? Shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear anything from your broke dumbass. You're not good at trading. Don't tell me how to fucking trade. You're not good at investing. Don't tell me how to invest. You've missed the biggest opportunities of your fucking life. Don't say shit to me or anyone else. You don't know what you're talking about. So at some point, after you explain to everyone else that the things they're saying are scam isn't, they have to understand that they're the fucking scam and that they're fucking themselves over and they're their own worst enemy.
Amen. And you see right there, that's what I call being fucking kind. Stop being nice. You will play cool. We explain. But after a while, like, okay, bro, you're not listening. Like the audacity sometimes. It's like, number one, it's not your money. Number two, like Richard said, you're not even qualified. What's your track record? Like it's like me trying to like learn sales, and then somebody's going to be like, yo, Cream, this is how you should sell this thing. I'm like, dude, okay, I'm sorry. Like, how many years of experience? Like, what have you sold? Like, what? Like, what are we doing here?
He messaged me after he went on hex.com and he got everything completely backwards too. I was like, bro, you missed the mark on everything. I was like, everything. I was just so blown away. I was just like, I don't even have the time to just like waste on this.
Well,
like,
I mean, it's interesting when they end up saying that they're CFA or they're CFP or something along those lines, and you send them to a website to analyze if it's HEX, and then they analyze it and they get it completely wrong. How are they explaining a prospectus to you? How are they explaining an annuity that they're probably trying to get you into? How are they explaining the product that they are trained to sell, right? If they can't do basic research that's presented on a homepage, it's weird.
I doubt they even read the website, honestly, because sometimes it's just straight up, dude, you didn't read.
It's crazy to me. Like, it's literally upside down world. People are like, yeah, there's no address, so it must be a scam. You're like, hold on a second. You realize all scams have addresses, right? You stupid fucks, you.
Yeah,
like,
that's the money's so long.
This is the core message he came with. Like, this is just part of this long book he wrote me. He's like, HEX virtually lends value from stakers to non-stakers as staking reduces supply, causing positive price pressure on unstaked coins. I was just like, what the fuck did you read? What did you read, bro? And it was just nonsense over and over again. I was just like, I can't like I need a new friend.
And here's the core question. Does he live the lifestyle that you want to live? Does he have philanthropic adventures that he funds? Does he do the things and say, here's how I'm going to get you to where I am? Or is he basically a middleman selling a product, right? What is he doing?
Yeah, it's like this.
Broke. Like, financial advisors are broke, or they wouldn't be financial advisors. They would be chilling in their underwear at home. That's what I do with my time. I chill around at home in my fucking underwear on the internet, typing shit. That's how I spend my time.
Absolutely.
And a lot of those people call people like, hey, can you buy my bullshit, please?
Absolutely.
I say, hey, can you buy my bullshit, please, at scale?
The biggest joke is a lot of them are just like undercover low-level salespeople because they literally are just selling a product. They don't even understand the math. They don't even understand the economics. They're just like, hey, got hired. Here's your package. Customer comes in. You can put them in this one, or that one. Don't worry about the rest. You sell a lot of this one, you get the residual. You sell a lot. It's just kind of like insurance to some degree, but even at a lower level. So they
all underperform the S&P 500. They all underperform a fucking standard Vanguard.
And sometimes they do like 2 classes, and then that's it. Here's your binder, go. And then you're a pro now.
Qualified.
You have a badge.
Yep.
Can you imagine that these are the people that are so the people that pass those tests to sell you shit that sucks?
Disgusting.
Those are the people that don't have to say not financial advice. Like, wow.
Oh my God. So
amazing.
So good.
Hi, multimillionaire genius, serial entrepreneur, founder of I gotta be hedging like hell. Not financial advice. But these broke club motherfuckers ain't never gonna achieve shit. Failed in life, they can give you financial advice out the ass legally. Okay.
They got a nice little certificate.
Seems backwards.
Yeah.
And the crazy part is they're not even aware of it. There's this famous quote that I like. I forget exactly what it says, but it's something on the line like very smart people will actually more often believe that they're dumb. And versus the dumb people think that they're smart because the smart people really understand how
little they know
knowledge around the world. They feel like they don't know enough, so they humble themselves versus the guy, I know this, I know that. When it's like, dude, you don't know jack shit. It's just it's crazy.
I agree. And that's part of the you are a scam section. So cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, ETH, HEX, you're the scam. But this one's true. Like, stop scamming.
Yeah, absolutely.
Richard, can I ask you a question that's totally unrelated to what we've been talking about so far? So something that I really want to work on is trying to improve education for elementary schools and high schools. I mean, longevity is obviously important to me too now, but education has always been my number one. And you obviously very smart, and you've been to a gifted elementary school. I think it started, right?
Elementary, yeah.
Do you have any like unique perspectives on what some of the problems are with public education that
wrote a whole book?
It's a list.
Oh, it's on Sci-Fi? Okay.
Yeah. So Sci-Fi is shit you can do, but Save the World, the book fewer people know about, is also in the chat. And it's about systematic things that you can't personally affect, but matter a lot. Politics, education system. So it's a huge issue, and we could make huge gains. It's a great question. And my book, Fix the World, has a lot of content on that. And some of my earliest YouTube videos are content on that. So I have what are considered controversial ideas regarding how education should be improved. And the reason they're controversial is because they would actually work. Let's do a test. Everybody on this call is pretty smart. How many planets are there? Does anyone know how many planets there are?
In the solar system?
Which solar system? Yeah.
We don't call it anymore.
It says 9 plus or minus, and the minus is Pluto because they
because Pluto's not
they delisted it.
Yeah, they delisted. Yeah.
So that leaves us with 8. Do you remember their order from the sun?
Yes.
But it doesn't use. It's not useful.
I know Earth is the third one.
Yes, it's not knowledge based on my utility of that knowledge.
That's true. Gary's right. I learned that in school, and then I just took it out of my memory because I have to store something more important.
I learned that from
the question becomes: was everyone on this call smart? Was everyone taught how many planets there were? Yes. Was everyone taught the order from the sun? Yes. Have most of you forgot? Yes. So really, what was the fucking value? You knew it, and now you don't know it. Useless. Are you in your spaceship and you have to turn left and you're afraid you're going to miss it? You're like, oh, fuck, I missed my turn. No, you ain't in a spaceship. You don't ever need to navigate those planets. You don't need another fucking order from the sun. You do not. You do need to know a whole shitload of other stuff they're not teaching you. How do you not get scammed? How do you get a good bargain? How do you manage your finances? What's it like to be a good friend? How do you deal with grief? Like there's so many things they don't fucking teach you which matter, and then they teach you all the shit that does not matter at all. Do you know all the state capitals? Fuck yourself.
Like while we're playing a memory game is stupid. You have Google for that. You have a
Montpelier is the capital of Vermont. Wow, amazing! I know the capital of Vermont. Who gives a fuck? It's such a goddamn waste. So, my opinion, if you're into accepting, multimillionaire geniuses' opinions on things, is that we should cut out all the shit that is useless to people and replace it with shit that is useful.
Mm-hmm.
Quite simply.
Amen. I agree.
So if you're learning most of astronomy, you shouldn't. You really shouldn't. If you want to go into that and specialize in that, go ahead, and people will. Hey, you want to learn all about the planets? It's called Wikipedia, motherfucker. Oh, you know what? Netflix. I got a nice show called Cosmos. Watch it out your ass. Nice to watch. Carl Sagan, watch him. Have fun. You could learn all the fuck you want to learn about the planets. And while you're doing that, your grandparents will be dying, dog will be dying, and the whole fucking world will be rotting around you while you're shoving your thumb up your ass, fantasizing that you got some spaceship or some shit. It's stupid. Fun, but stupid, right? Like, understand that learning that shit is as useful as memorizing the My Little Ponies.
Yeah.
So I'm with you as far as what you've said so far. So I think the whole hey, until you're 18, you're going to go to elementary school, high school. I think that's kind of just this arbitrary thing. This 8 hours a day, I think is.
You have to do that for different reasons.
Yeah.
So part of the reason for education isn't the education; it's to get the fucking kids away from the people so they can be productive.
Mm-hmm.
Like, a lot of productive people are having their productivity slaughtered by their kids constantly bothering them. Now, on the one hand, this might make the kids' lives better. Maybe. I'm not sure what the ideal amount of time for kids is. But on the other hand, the people that can't get away from their family long enough to do work are having their careers impacted. So it's either kids don't need that much time and it's just a bad kind of setup. It's kind of making shit not work as good. It's like why you don't have your kitchen in your bathroom. You could do it, but it's just not ideal, Like, you could get work done with your kids there, but some of that work's hard. Like, you're fixing cars, your kids can be there. Mm-hmm. But if you're doing software dev, you can't really have your kids there. So it depends on the kind of work you're doing. So one, remove the shit that isn't useful, replace it with shit that is useful, and then trade knowing a lot of stuff you're going to forget for knowing one thing really well. And I would go into specialization. Because I mean, I got tons of knowledge, tons and tons of knowledge, which is no longer useful. Do you like, okay, you know, StarCraft 2 timing attacks? So you're going to do a Zerg +2 armor, +2 attack, timing attack at like 15 minutes. Okay, that's no longer viable because these other new units got introduced. Oh, well, I guess that knowledge is useless forever
It's
then.
a waste.
Okay, you're gonna buy a CPU. What's better, the Cyrix 686 or the Intel 386SX or whatever? You're like, oh, that's CPUs from 20 years ago. Irrelevant, not worth knowing. And I have all of this knowledge and specialization that has depreciated and is no longer useful. And in some cases, even harmful, you know, like understanding things well in the past when the paradigm has changed. If you didn't realize the paradigm changed, you might just be operating from the wrong understanding, you know? So I wish I didn't have knowledge depreciated. Human resources knowledge ain't never depreciating. Finance knowledge ain't depreciating. Friendship knowledge, social knowledge ain't depreciating. Technical knowledge depreciates quick as fuck.
Yep.
Yes.
So, you know, we're on OLEDs now. We don't need to fuck around with plasma screens. They're just inferior in every way. So OLED made plasma irrelevant. And so if you knew a lot about plasma, now it's not worth knowing. And the same thing with spinning hard drives, those are becoming irrelevant. The same thing with, off the top of my head, I can't think of any other relevant things, but I don't appreciate like keyboards. I know every goddamn thing you could ever possibly know about keyboards. Huge fucking mistake. I've got like 100 key sets, 40 keyboards. I use one. I will continue to just use one because it's the best one. And now what do I have with all these other fucking things? Wasted time. Stupid. I just wanted to fucking finish my book.
The children in the education system today, I also feel like Richard Kiyosaki says it, is they're not taught about finances. They're not getting a financial education. They're not taught what money is. They're not taught what the Federal Reserve is. And even for me with my children, I have to teach them financial responsibility. And HEX is actually a tool that I'm using to do that.
Yeah, I don't think Robert Kiyosaki is even the best guy to be teaching that shit. I mean, he's out there trying to get people to buy silver. And you're like, man, this is silver and it tarnishes. It's not even a good fucking bling metal. It's like
he's a
little dated. Like, this is silver. This is silver. These are white gold. This is silver. Fuck silver. I'm gonna go platinum, mate. I'll let you know how it works out. My next giant hex chunk. It's gonna go here. It's gonna have sapphire gradient. It's gonna be baller as fuck. I'm going platinum with it because now gold and platinum are the same price.
Same.
So I'm gonna buy the platinum. Fuck gold.
So you were Yashdeep brought it up earlier, and it was about you also commented about useless versus useful information. Who is the arbiter of that? Because even when David Feeder was saying about getting a financial education, you don't get it in elementary or high school. Part of that is programming to stay in the legacy system. So even when you do get financial education in higher learning, it's often pointing you in the wrong direction anyway. And if you get
you're learning the wrong thing. You're learning about money instead of learning about things that are worth money. They're different.
Right.
If you learn, okay, I got so much more shit to give you on this education thing. It's a big deal. So you asked the right question because I got everything.
This is right up my alley. So please go.
So how many of you guys are doing all the things you know you should do? Okay, none of you. That's the human experience. The human experience is none of us is doing all the things that we should be doing, or else we'd all have six packs, right? Maybe one of you guys.
I have one in the fridge.
I do. I do.
Yeah. There you go. See, he's living a dream. I ain't got that.
Well, that's my nickname.
You know what I'm saying? So is me learning more shit I'm not going to do useful to me? Hey, teach me 20 more diets, please. Teach me 30 more fucking diets. I can't wait. Great. I know all the diets. Cool. Now where's my ice cream? But it don't matter what you know. That shit just adds pain. If you keep teaching people shit they don't use, you just add and regret to their life. Oh, great. More shit I should do that I'm not. Yay. So what you need is the motivation, or even better, the discipline to create the habit that stays, that creates lasting lifestyle change. Because if you're fit because you've been consistently active. If you have a six pack, you have one because you've consistently eaten healthy. If you are wealthy, it's because you've consistently gotten returns. So it matters what is consistent, and it matters what is often. So, getting people to do what they know they should is vastly more important and vastly more productive than just teaching them some more shit they ain't gonna do. That's a waste of fucking time. It makes people feel smart. Oh, look, I taught you something. Yeah, but they're not going to use the thing. And so another idea here is, okay, to teach you some shit in school. All right, what could be worth less? The thing everybody knows. Okay, what does everybody know? The thing they teach in school. Well, you ain't gonna make no money with that. If you read Peter Thiel's 0 to 1, he's going to tell you competition's for losers. Do what other people aren't doing. So like 1 to 2 is doing the same shit again. 0 to 1 is here's something that didn't ever exist. Now it exists. So how many people were doing electric cars before Elon Musk was doing them?
Nobody.
Nobody. This shit wasn't happening. It was like tiny. They weren't really trying,
Blue
But
ocean.
now how many people are trying? Fucking everybody. Why? Because he made it. And then it was like, oh, now we're all going to do it. And now they have last mover disadvantage, and they have, Panasonic IP is already locked up with Tesla, and the reason they have better range, get better batteries, because they have exclusive agreements, and they're just, these last movers are fucked because they're last.
Yeah.
So
He has a solar plant set up, everything.
Yep. So if you want to be profitable, you must do what others are unwilling to or unable to, because those are the people that would be disproportionately rewarded. So if you're the number 1 basketball star in the world, you're going to make a lot of money because no one else can do it. If you're the number 1 guy that can do something, you're going to make more money than everybody else. And how are you going to be that guy? By not knowing a lot of other shit, by not spending your time on a lot of other shit, by ignoring a lot of other things. So I take pride in not knowing who's in the fucking NFL playoffs right now. I take pride on not knowing fuck all about a lot of things. And that means that I have time to focus on shit that matters. And you asked earlier, how do you know something matters? Because it's worth money, usually. So, there's another way you could measure. Like, I got this one from Penn Jillette. He says, you should do the things that only you could do. Who can spend time with your family the way that you can? You're the only person that could do that. So time with your family is important. You're irreplaceable there. There's a lot of other shit other people could do. You are replaceable, like the website, HEX website. There's probably 1 million people that can make a better HEX website. So someone should do that. But as far as writing this rebuttals list, there's nobody in the world could do better than me. So I care about the rebuttals list. I'll do it. But the website, anybody could do that. Or not anybody, but at least 10,000 people.
The critical thinking stuff, the things that you learned in your school about critical thinking and building blocks, where is the information instead of the information? How do I source the information? That's the thing.
That's bullshit, man. They're not really building blocks. You understanding that planets exist and that there's 9 of them and they have an order, you ain't building nothing on that. Nothing. Not a single fucking thing. This concept that all knowledge is somehow a building block is not true.
Yep. Your brain was
it's like people think they're going to learn how to be smarter by playing chess. You will not. You won't. You will not get smarter by playing chess. I promise you.
Yep.
Didn't you say something once about kids should learn logic before they learn math?
Yeah, I did, and it works really well.
Yeah, because my cousin, my little cousin, she was they were teaching her functions, and I'm trying to explain to her what a function is. Not that it really matters because she's 12 years old and she'll forget, or it just won't be applicable. But I'm trying to tell her, and she's like, I'm like, hey, so what do you think a function is? And she recites to me a textbook definition, and totally useless. And I had to reverse engineer, try to explain to her how this is applicable, try to give her real life examples of functions so that it could be something concrete, but it was just a huge waste of time, to be honest. And what was the math program that you went through?
So my middle school was the smartest shit imaginable. I look back at the curriculum and I'm like, I used to know this. This is crazy. So this dude graduated Harvard and he wanted to invent new math. and he's like,
Thought
all
it was
right,
MIT.
Might have been. Sorry. Probably was MIT. His name was Bert Kaufman.
Yeah.
So he, thanks for the correction. He was like, yeah, I'm going to invent new math. And so he was like, we're going to teach people programming. And we learned Scheme, which is a dialect of Lisp, the most powerful programming language to ever exist. And then we would learn logic before math. And then we would derive the math from the logic, just like how it originally happened. You're like, oh, that's pretty fucking cool. And then we would learn set theory and just all this absolutely insane shit. So in 6th grade, like how old would I have been in 6th fucking grade? Like I don't know. 9?
I think so.
Really?
No, like 12.
10 or
12. Like 12.
It's 12.
We'll call it 12. Whatever. Yeah, so I'm 12, and the first thing we're learning is modus ponens, modus tollens, syllogistic inference, and I mean, this is as advanced logic as you can get. Like this is, if P implies Q, so like syllogistic inference is if P then Q, and then if Q then P, well then P equals Q. So it's basically like if 1 plus, I ain't gonna explain it, but like if this dude's taller than this dude and this dude's taller than that dude, then this dude's taller than the first guy too, is what that means.
Yeah.
So and then you learn like places where people fuck up, like, hey, all fish live in water, therefore everything in water is a fish. You're like, no, it's not bidirectional. It's only one direction. Not everything that lives in water is a fish. There's other stuff that lives in there. So you see these like basic, simple, logical things fucked up by adult humans all the time, like fallacy, the disappearing middle, and false binary choice, and parade of imaginary horribles, and you just go through all the fuck ups you see all day long logically. And then when you have, because logic is a study of what's real, it's the study of what works. And then once you understand what is real and what works, that just allows you to makes everything work better forever. Like if you're logical, you're going to be smarter at everything, period, forever. Like there's nothing you're going to be worse at if you're logical. If you're illogical, you're crippled. And so I think logic is an absolutely wonderful place to start. And it's a really simple place to start too. There's not that much to know. There's really not that much to know. Like if you just study like geometry or trigonometry or calculus, there's a whole ton more stuff to know. So I think logic is simpler and more useful. Yeah. And there's a general force multiplier to all other knowledge.
So something like that happened in my childhood. 30 years later, you have a reunion, you meet these people again. And a lot of people try to say things like, oh, it's the marshmallow test or whatever. I actually didn't delay gratify that much. But I'm further ahead than my peers that were higher GPA because they did their homework. If I did it once in class and I showed it on the board one time in interaction, I don't need to be doing that 20 times more overnight and then turning it in the next morning. So I got really horrible, terrible grades in almost all of my middle and high school because I didn't think it was logical to make me do it again. Like if I could do it on cue, that's good enough. I don't have to do it 20 times just to keep me busy in my parents' home or something. It didn't make any sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, same way.
One of my favorite
things. B is like a really nice grade for the least effort. So I'm a fan of B's personally. But some people, they like working a shitload harder and getting that A. And congrats to those guys. I might hire those guys.
Bundy, Jim, you were interviewing Firebund, and he talked about how he's obviously computer science, but he went to Purdue and I went to Purdue. Very similar story. He's kind of a CB student, same thing. It's just not worth the time to try to get the A+. If you can do well on a test, get enough to pass, but spend your time doing something more productive, where you actually care about, learning things that you really care about. The extra grades aren't worth it. And, I'm a very similar situation right now. I'm doing a lot better than people that are getting straight A's in engineering, partially because of HEX, but
I don't want to make it too sexist and controversial, but can Richard comment about, because he kind of hits these landmines about dimorphism, The females that I know in my school, in my academic training, always got better grades, and they would complete the task that was assigned, and they would get the pat on the back because they were the model student, or valedictorian or salutatorian, whatever. All of my peers that became somewhat successful, or somehow however you would measure it, usually in dollar amount, they didn't do any of those kinds of things. And they made a lot more risk. They took a lot more risk saying, I probably won't get thrown out of the class if I just do this, like, or whatever. So can you talk something about risk taking? Why are more people in crypto that are male or whatever, or technology or whatever?
Well, it's related to the same question that someone presented earlier, Crypto Coffee. He said, like, how long do I stay on a path before I switch? Well, this is the same question. So the girls took the path that was laid out for them and did better at it. And so they know what they're going to get. You know, they're going to get hired for a job over someone that got worse grades by people that have that criteria. But the people that didn't go down that path, they didn't go as deep down the getting A's path, they are more well-rounded because they allocated their time to other stuff. And so in an environment that has a more diverse range of opportunities, they're going to capture those diverse opportunities because they're not locked into a specific path, which also has more people competing on that path because it's a known path. So if you're a trailblazer or a wildcatter, you're going to find new opportunities. And because the survivorship bias, where we only remember the successes, you're going to seem like the hero. No one's going to forget all the other people that tried to wildcat and fell off cliffs and shit. So, you know, guys in general, genetically, are the throwaways. We're more numerous. Well, the chances that we don't produce offspring is far higher. The chance that we produce, so like the guys, it's called hypergamy. Like the guys that do well with girls, they do well with a lot of girls. And then because of that, they're more likely to produce like more offspring. Whereas, you know, the guys that don't do well with girls, they're just not going to have kids. And so as a girl, you're more likely to have kids and like have your genes stay in the gene pool. And as a guy, you're less likely to have kids and you're more likely to have your genes just eliminated. And so you're more disposable, basically. And that's why you care more about having sex, because you have to care more about having sex. Your genes are gone. So girls care less about having sex because they're likely to have their genes passed on anyway. And guys, they're not. And so we care more. So, you know, it's like we're not the only animals in this setup. There's other animals that are faced with similar situation.
So we tend to be more risk takers and we learn more communication to game girls, basically.
Well, yeah.
And also, Gary, I mean, the sooner you, so to speak, starts, the better training you get, so the more comfortable you become being uncomfortable. So that helps with that. But one thing I wanted to say, referred to what Yashdeep said earlier, because it's funny, it reminds me of high school too. One of the fundamental reasons why logic is actually seriously more important than math at first, it's literally like the analogy of teaching how to fish versus giving the fish. Once you understand the logic, you literally can just duplicate everything. Because some people, and especially what Richard said, like some of the ladies in my class, they're really good at just following direction. They will get all the A's. Like, give me the formula, I'll run it. Math is math. The moment you say, hey, think. The moment you say physics, here's a story. It's all in words. You have to figure out the logic, then derive the function, and then do the computation. Because once you really understand that, you're like, the math part is easy. You're just like a fucking Texas Instrument. It's just doing the number part. But it's like there's no function yet. You have to derive what's going on to then get the function, to then do the math. And that's where the logic is. And when you do that first, you're going to stop the faulty thinking, the faulty reasoning. You're going to be able to catch all those fallacies that's going on. That's why logic is more important. And that's why once you master that, you're like a Navy SEAL. Like, drop me anywhere around the world. I lose everything. That's what my dad used to tell me. Once you know the logic, the function, you can start from scratch. You can go from 0 to millions to 0 to millions again, because you know how everything works, the bigger picture.
People overestimate how much intelligence is worth and how much education is worth. Right. I build my own keyboards. Is that helping any of y'all? Nope. Not helping y'all at all. You know, I know, like, there's so much shit that people learn that ain't helping nobody, not even themselves.
Goddamn right.
You know what would be better? Go paint somebody's house. You paint somebody's house, looks nice. Go clean your room. Like there's so much shit you could do that is vastly better for you and the planet and your friends than just learning some more shit. Like, oh, you learned some more shit. Congrats. You using any of the shit you already learned? No?
Nope.
Oh, better learn some more shit then. So you could not use that too.
Especially if you learn stuff that can easily be Google. Like again, the computation is overrated. You got computers for that. The memorization, overrated. You got computers for that. For anything
What I find great is I'm going to jump on top of you, Kareem, because I've just got to stop you for a second.
Do it.
Just to say this, because I surfed through high school and partied and didn't go to high school and didn't learn any of the stuff you guys are talking about. But I'm sitting here with all of you guys, you know, learning from you. And I got some pretty good sized hex bags too. So I learned something somehow, somewhere along the way that didn't require school. And, you know, I've been one of those guys that's been a blue collar worker all my life. But I knew where to hitch my buggy. And I hitched it with guys like you. And it's done. I've done pretty well just by doing that. I didn't need a formal education or that super intelligence to do it. But I knew what I had to do in order to survive. I think Richard talks about that too, is you just start to learn how to adapt to your environment and survive through it, you know.
You had examples also in your life of like, you know, strong character personalities even driving through the bullshit. And so when you were attracted to Richard more than the code before you even saw the code, you were attracted to the principle or the character.
Well, yeah, because where I grew up, it wasn't, I did the same thing happened to me that happened to Richard. I did test high when I was in the 3rd grade. They tested me and they're like, okay, we're going to send you to this school. Well, we couldn't afford to do that stuff. And so I didn't get to go to this school. But what did happen to me is I was dropped in the middle of Inglewood and I had to learn how to survive in that environment. And so I guess I used my smarts to figure out how to survive out there. And in doing so, that's what I did. And so that was kind of like my way of success through life, was to always find the successful, smart people to get by, you know, to figure out how to get by. And that's where my education came from, was through, you know, just others and watching others do.
So it becomes an association game. I mean, it's, you know, it's the things that you absorb, the people you associate with, that changes mostly, you know, your position in life or caste or whatever. So you associated, you know, it said something about being, you know, in Inglewood's a tough neighborhood. You learn how to fight. You learn how to be an entrepreneur of some sort, right? You know, join the Marine Corps. You learn all the functions of combat, really, and all the things that are survival creating. Same sort of thing when you're associated with wealthy people. You learn the principle that got them wealthy. Almost none of the people that I've learned from were made money from lottery. They just saw that the math was dumb and they never did that. But they put their time towards something, to create something, to innovate something, to collect people together in different, you know, platforms or whatever. Same thing with Richard. I think he's had this gravitas or this position from experience. I like the fact that he sold, you know, he did arbitrage of stereos out of his front yard. I love that. That's actually the journey that I hope a lot of people learn from, more so than this guy founded a cryptocurrency, you know?
So I heard, I think it was Zig Ziglar that said this. I'm not sure who it was. I read it somewhere that said, and I took it to heart. And it has made a difference in my life. And this goes, so like I said, I wasn't one of those guys that understands all the theories and all the shit like you guys do. But what I heard, some of the things I heard were like, your income will equal the people that the 5 people that you spend the most time with. Yep. You know, and I used to hang out with losers, and that's when I was broke. And now, so as you know, I got married, had kids, I started surrounding myself with millionaires in the neighborhood that I moved into. And I made sure that my friends were, you know, doing well. And because of that, I have seen my income increase because of it. Now, it doesn't mean that there hasn't been market fluctuations and job losses and things like that that have affected it. But because of me pushing myself to try and achieve what these folks are doing, and sometimes they'll say it's like keeping up with the Joneses or whatever, but it's really not that. It's taking yourself to the same level as the people that you spend time with is what I feel has done for me, you know.
Peer group influences you, and you will do more to get the respect of your peers than you'll often do for yourself.
Yep.
So it's important to have a good peer group and to select your peer group wisely.
Yes. Yes. Exactly.
Well, you can selectively omit what you do when it's for yourself. You're like, oh yeah, I'll get to that, and maybe I should hold myself accountable. But you'll selectively omit that you didn't actually do it. But your friend circle, your influence circle, people like that, especially if they're hard-natured Marines, they will hold you to that standard. Say, yeah, you should have done more burpees, fucker. Things like that.
And RG, fun fact is, the reasoning to that, there was a study, it's what they call learning via osmosis. Like, people don't realize how much people can rub off on them. So osmosis means like all your senses are on. Like even right now, we're virtual, but you can still feel the energy in the room. Because I remember when I was in high school, sometimes you go do stupid shit, like delinquents and whatever. You're like, I'm smart. They're doing stupid shit. I'm not going to do that. But then you end up sometime at the wrong place at the wrong time, or like, hey, let's just try this thing that you wouldn't do. But then the peer pressure, things that you can't even see, it indirectly rub off on you. So that's why changing that is great. And I think for you, you're the perfect example of that. Again, that power logic versus the math, because your logic is on point. You understood that I don't need to worry about the math. I need to understand the logic about what's going on and figure out this life thing and be around the right people. And
yeah, because
the instinct.
When any of you guys talk numbers, you got to understand it. I'm number dyslexic. I don't understand it. Fuck all when you guys start talking percentages and all these things. I don't understand it. I know number go up, number go down. I know where I need to be. I watch successful people getting into things, and I watch what's happening. And I hear what they're saying. I see what they're doing. And the biggest thing for me was figuring Richard out. Yep. Because I knew crypto was the opportunity of a lifetime. I knew it was the most appreciating asset ever seen, especially in my lifetime. So I wanted to hitch my buggy to the right people in crypto. And I did, and it got me into some trouble. And, 2017 and 18 was everybody's problem. But anyway, when I heard Richard the first time, something snapped. And I said, this motherfucker's down. He's real. Like in the neighborhood, you just know people who are real. They're just real motherfuckers. And you go, okay, well, is that guy going to be an enemy that I need to worry about? Or is that guy going to be an ally? Am I going to check out what he's doing and be around the people he's around and do what he does? And that's what I said. I said, that's the guy in crypto that's going to do it. And as I watched the project come and move along, I watched him do the things that he did, hold it back, not fucking launch it out real fast. I said, okay, he's doing the right things. He's saying the right things. And all the number shit was just going flying through this year and out this other year. But I saw the excitement. I saw what he was doing. I saw how he was acting and reacting. I listened to all of his videos. And then I started seeing people talking shit. Now, that's the other thing that I learned out on the streets was when people are talking, they're usually not saying fucking nothing. It's usually coming out the side of their neck. I've heard a lot of people who didn't say a lot of shit at all, but they were saying a whole bunch. So those are the kind of people that you watch. And when I saw these other guys like Peter McCormick's freaking dumbass and all that shit, I said, okay, so these guys are talking out of the side of their neck, but Richard's telling the truth. So this is going to be an opportunity of a lifetime right here, because now we get to be the underdog. And that's what got me excited was, okay, now I'm going to get involved because this is going to be a war here. And we're going to fuck these guys up, and it's going to be glorious. And I wanted to be part of that.
Who's the Marine in the room? Which one?
The price chart's hurting him. The price chart hurts.
The captain logic is on point.
Who's the Marine in the room? You can tell.
Every time these haters see that price chart, it brings tears to their little hater eyes.
And I get to drink that shit down with my dumb ass. Drink them down.
Charlie Lee founded Litecoin, said, Hex is a scam, run away. And then I posted the chart, the LTC, the Hex chart. I'm like, hey, asshole, my coin is up 70x over your coin.
Yep. And I watched him dump on everybody's head too. That was what was most embarrassing thing I've ever. I couldn't believe that. It's like, come on, dude. You openly dumped on everybody's head.
And the crew that was following gobbled that up. And they said, oh yeah, that makes sense. Dumping is better for the project if the founder basically dumps everything on us. Like, so they started promoting.
He's like, hey guys, we're adding confidential transactions. He ain't add that shit. This is gross ass lies. You're like, stop fucking lying. And
so, but everything we've done here has been real. Everything that Rich has done is real, and Hex has done is real, and that's why I've like 100%. I would have never done none of this shit. I would have never got on stream with you guys and done all that stuff in any crypto. I didn't have enough faith in the crypto space to even continue on with it because I've seen the back rooms.
Preach.
I've got friends that have built scam exchanges and scam coins, and they've gone to jail and all this other crap. I thought, crypto is just a freaking racket, man. I'm going to stay as far away from this thing as possible. I'll keep my little bit of coins that I got in here, but I am definitely not putting any, real money in it. And then again, like I said, somebody who was down, and it was Richard, and I said, okay, now I can get involved. And this is going to be we ain't seen nothing yet, guys. This is going to be a fun motherfucking ride. Because wait till we really get to flex on these guys. Because right now we're just proving ourselves, and pretty soon they're going to be at our feet. And that's what's going to be awesome, because I've told you guys all this before. You guys are the crypto influencers now. Hexicans are the crypto influencers. And all of you smart motherfuckers up here, you guys need to be making streams and putting that information out there and showing everybody how smart we are. They don't need me out there just talking shit and slapping people around. They need you guys out there giving them the good information. And that's why I built what I built, so I can showcase guys like you, because I knew we were full of it, man. We have so many good, talented, smart people in this community that is going to go out there, and you guys are going to take over. Forget all those other bastards that are out there in crypto. They're lying, they're cheating, they're stealing, and they're about to fall on their face. This is going to be their final fall. And you guys are going to still be standing. And then you guys are going to put the information out there that people need. You're going to help fix crypto. You're going to help fix the wreck plebs and pick them up and dust off their little scraped knees. And you guys are going to show them what crypto is all about. So,
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Put me in, coach.
Amen.
We have it so good, we might not even realize we have it. How many people lost HEX to an exchange failure? I can't think of any.
Yeah.
Nope.
How many people are out there getting the shit scammed out of them, losing all their money to exchange trade and losing all their money to margin trade, losing all their money to exit scams, promise coins, rug pulls. Fucking, it's everywhere out there. Millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars lost every month. Every month, every week, there's millions of dollars lost.
Who does that anymore? Like, the HEX has been out for a year. Like,
HEX
what are they?
A year, perfect now, perfect, 100% uptime. You can't ask for more. It's a damn dream. It's a damn dream. I love it. It works so good. So when people get a taste, they want more. And here's the thing: if you got into Bitcoin early, anything that you did with your money, you lost. Oh, you invested in Tesla, you lost. Oh, you invested in anything, you lost, because you can't beat 4 million X. You can't. And the HEX is the same kind of shit. Like, any money you didn't put in HEX, did you outperform HEX with the money you didn't put in HEX?
No.
Seems unlikely. It seems unlikely. So you look at shit that costs money and you're like, could have some more HEX actually.
Yep.
And then because
I do that for everything.
Richard, give away some money. Like
Richard,
pizzas.
I'm 53 years old, and nothing I've ever done, and I've done some shit, have ever outperformed HEX.
True.
53, and nothing I've ever done has outperformed HEX. So freaking
nice. Thanks,
hats
man.
off. I mean, that's.
I can't. At some point, I imagine we're gonna have like a bunch of Lambos pictures. So I've only received one Lambo picture so far. Video.
Let's go all electric, guys. Come on.
You said something, Rich. You said all these scams, all the rug pulls, and all this shit that's going on there. The way I see us right now, and I just have this picture all the time. I was in a school called the Playhouse West in Hollywood. It was an acting school. When I got out of the Marine Corps, I went into Hollywood for a little bit.
We saw your video.
Robert Duvall was part of that school, and he has this famous scene in Apocalypse Now, where the fucking beach is just wrecked. The helicopters are flying, the missiles are going off, fucking things are blowing up, and he's walking around like ain't shit happening. Like, you ain't shooting me. I'm immune to all of this shit. And I don't know if you've watched that scene, guys. You go to YouTube and watch that scene. That's what HEX is doing. We are walking through crypto's freaking destruction, and we're standing there, and bullets can't touch us because of what Richard said. Nothing has happened to HEX. all the shit that they said was going to happen has just bounced off of us, has blown up around us, has gone off all over the other.
Remember when if you free claimed, you'd be doxxed and you'd be hacked and you'd lose your coins, you'd lose your privacy. Remember all that shit? Oh, actually worked perfectly fine. Oh, remember when big payday would happen? Price would go to zero? No. Nope. Yeah. We did a new all-time high like a week and a half ago. Oh, remember when what else? What was some other bullshit?
The fucking lawyers, man. That one right there, that one sits in my fucking craw like you wouldn't believe. The day that my man launched his fucking coin, these guys want to give him like freaking, it was like they were getting ready to execute you right there. It was like
I got so much respect.
Gangbang a guy, sleep deprived, shaking. Literally
it was
shaking.
horrible. It was horrible. And none of that stuff came true. You know, here you are. You were supposed to have been gone already, bro. You were supposed to be on some island somewhere spending the, $20 million.
Yeah, forgot about that.
But look, now here you are sitting in the middle of a bunch of guys that just decided to get involved in your coin. You don't know us. You're sitting right in the middle of us, hanging out with us, talking to us.
Yep.
Doesn't look like an exit scam to me.
It keeps getting better. You're like, yo, hey, like everything keeps getting better. And you're like, yeah, guys, look, we've got anonymous hacks if you want it. We've got a referral program if you want it. We've got these cool charts that didn't exist before, like real-time payout per T-share, real-time share price chart, and USD. USD got added. Everything keeps getting better. I thought shit was supposed to get worse. Price keeps going up. I thought shit was supposed to suck. No, like everything's going fabulously. It's like, what more could you want? The only things that are sucking are things that aren't us and don't have shit to do with us. Coin ranking sites are sucking. Exchanges are sucking. They got shit to do with us. That's those motherfuckers' problems. That we ain't control that shit. They're in control of that shit. They suck, not us. We're fucking awesome. I can't think of much more that you could do to improve HEX. It's fucking amazing.
Absolutely.
Is there any other bullshit those guys said? Exit scam, price to zero, rug pull, lose all your money from claiming.
Where did the ETH go?
Where'd the ETH go?
Security.
Those are featured t-shirt memes, man. All those should be t-shirt memes.
You're like, hey guys, EOS was a security, and what happened to EOS?
They got their hands slapped.
Ow.
That was a security.
2 million.
You gave your money to a hand slap with the expectation of profit solely from the work of others. They didn't. They got a hand slap plus a waiver to continue doing exactly what they were doing.
And a waiver. It's like,
go
ahead and keep doing what you're doing.
The real part that was the most disgusting, because I was there in the beginning and on the launch phase, it was literally the most disrespectful thing you can do. You took the money and then you went back and invested the money into the chain you said you were supposed to compete against and destroy. Like, this is the biggest bitch slap you can give somebody. And you went to buy some Bitcoins, right? So you're sitting there.
Talking about what the guys did with the EOS money they got.
Yeah.
The EOS, like everyone
They
thought.
became billionaires too, by the way.
Because they were supposed to invest it on the chain to make it more valuable. So it was kind of like doing the real thing, and they fucking didn't. And then it's like,
What a nice promise.
But you see, that was my tuition. That was my last tuition. No more promises. Finished product only.
And here's the funny
thing. That bitch. 30K went in that bitch. But hey, you learn, you move on.
HEX and I do everything to talk about shit that is finished and complete and give no hopium bullshit. Yeah. So were you warned that USD would be added to the HEX backend? Nope. The shit just showed up after it was done. You're like, hey, check it. It's done. Cool, huh?
Very cool.
Were you warned that Staker app was going to have a referral program? No. The shit just showed up. We don't sell you this hopes and dreams bullshit where people get scammed. Hey, fuckboy, Charlie Lee, fuckboy. You said you're going to add confidential transactions to Litecoin. Price pumped on that. You probably sold that shit. Mm-hmm. So you just profit on lying to people now, right? Yeah, that's what you're doing? You profited from lying to people. You misleading them. You saying you're going to do shit, you ain't doing it. That's fucked up. That's not honorable. That's not wholesome. That's not good. That's the reason there are securities laws to prevent motherfuckers from doing that.
Yeah.
Hex isn't a security, and I go above and beyond and don't do that shit anyway. You know, if like I tell you shit that's already done. So like it's crazy to me that people will say crosswords to me while they're out there screaming in videos about $20 million Bitcoin and shit. You think that's responsible, man? Do you think that's responsible? It's not fucking responsible.
With a margin trading link on their freaking site.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You're like, well, you know, when your followers lose all their money, you ain't gonna be able to make commission on them no more. So enjoy it while you can, I guess. You know, or you could have been a Hex referrer and made millions, but instead you watching your fucking people watch your videos get fed into the meat grinder.
Yeah,
ain't good, man.
Hex enriches the followers. Everybody I know in Hex were getting mad gains. Nobody's crying, nobody's complaining, nobody's losing their money here.
Not one problem. Not one problem. Not one hiccup.
those
Not one
guys-
slowdown. Nothing.
Those guys with the margin trading companies, they're already rich enough, man. They don't
Mhm.
need more. They're good. They're already rich enough. They do not need more. I don't know what they're running up the score for. You don't got to feed no extra people into the fucking meat grinder. It ain't actually gonna make your life no better as a founder. Ask who's the dude that founded BitMEX? Black dude.
Arthur Hayes.
Arthur Hayes.
Arthur Hayes. Ask him what running up to high score looks like. He's a wanted fugitive.
Wow.
So you don't need to run up to high score. Just saying.
Yep.
You know, if he had wrecked less people, there's a chance he wouldn't have got fucked with. There's a chance, you know?
Did they catch him? Is he still on the run?
He's still on the run.
He's
But
still
like,
running.
I hope that he beats the rap, and I hope that, you know, he doesn't get fucked up, because look, did he put a gun to anyone's head that said you need to lose money margin trading? No, he didn't.
That's so true.
You know, people did that on their own. And did he put a gun to anybody's head? And by the way, look, they let people withdraw earlier. I think MEX, you know, margin trading, you lose all your damn money. Don't do it. But as far as what they could have done, MEX could have just closed up shop and fucking left. Been
And
like,
disappear with
insurance
the
funds.
crypto, yeah.
That's our money, because it is. They can do whatever they want with it. And yeah, just fuck off, everybody. We'll see you at MEX 2.
Yep.
That's what they could have done.
But honestly, if Arthur has done that, dude, he would have been tracked and probably killed. I mean, there's just no.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, look,
It would
other
be fun,
Texas
yeah.
can be
No,
saying
real talk. Yeah,
shit.
that wouldn't. Like right now, he has one last option: find a country that he can potentially bribe with some money so he can leave there legally. I mean, literally. What else? Is that a jail? That's his only
I
option.
mean, well, maybe. I mean, his partner's out on bail.
you go.
So it's like, I wish the best for those guys. I hope they beat the rap. It's like trading is bad for humans. It doesn't make the world a better place. It makes the world a worse place. So, you know, I don't know that putting Arthur in jail is going to help that situation at all.
Yep. Because those guys are hypocritical. They're blaming Archer and they're about to do the same thing. They just didn't like it because he took their market share. That's the
Here
reality.
you go. Yeah. So like, yeah, you can't, you know,
that Archer was doing. Let's not
you
kid
can trade CME Bitcoin and get wrecked.
Mhm.
Legal.
Exactly.
If you do it with less AML and KYC with Arthur, then you're a bad guy. This is fucked up.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is right. Like so I hope he beats the rap, and I hope everyone stops margin trading. Yeah. Oh, by the way, list of things that have failed why Hex is 100% uptime. OKX didn't do withdrawals. Founders went to jail. BitMEX, founders went to jail. KuCoin, hacked. Binance, hacked. That was before Hex launched.
Mhm.
Well, they also got sued for laundering a bunch of money. What
All
else?
the food coins, rug pulls, and stuff on Uniswap.
All the food coins rug pulled, sushi rug pulled, jams zeroed
All of
out.
it.
Fucking DZX failed 3 times. Shit was hacked by the devs on launch.
All the stuff on SushiSwap too. All that.
Right, the founder of an insurance coin got hacked and lost $8 million of the insurance coin. So who insures the insurer?
I know, right?
Fucking HEXC options got hacked. Fucking like everything hacked, everything rug pulled, everything millions of dollars lost, everybody jail. You're like, okay, cool. Hex, 100% of time. Rug pulls, nope. Failures, nope. Jail, nope. Everything's great. Everything's great.
Nope.
Hex is goddamn amazing. Period.
I would like to see Richard and Noriel Rabini.
Oh, that'd be funny.
Crush him. I'd crush that little faggot.
I know.
Hiding right now.
But Arthur couldn't go up against him. Arthur failed when they went head to head.
I'd crush that motherfucker. I can't. If you want to see me lose a debate, man, you'd have to have me support some shit that was just damn wrong.
Yeah, good now.
Like pepperoni ice cream.
Your logic is on point.
Probably can't win that. But anything else, man.
How did you so good at public that you don't know about?
Bro, when I sleep, I'm arguing. When I
Exactly. Hey, that's what I like.
Bro, when I'm dreaming, I'm convincing people of shit. Always.
It becomes addictive. I hear it.
My life.
Arguing.
like when I'm sleeping, it's a life or death convincing people situation. That's my dreams, man.
It's like ladies that love drama, right? We like to argue.
Guys, this has been fun, man. I'm hungry. I'm gonna get some food. I want to thank each and every one of you, and I want to thank you specifically. Maddie, you've done a fucking amazing job with all this, man. I can't wait to start pulling cool snips and pull clips out of this and, you know, show some highlight reels and stuff. I've been working on that rebuttals list, so I haven't been watching as much as I want to, and everything I've seen has been fabulous. Joe Exotic, fabulous to hear about the positive changes you made in your life. Congratulations on that 1 year chip, man. You know, I stopped drinking for a long time, and then we had the launch phase end, and I had some champagne and shit that lasted for maybe some weeks, maybe a month or two. I'm back into not drinking. I don't drink no more. The shit sucks, man. I'm not interested in it. Makes you slower, makes you fatter, makes your breath stink, waste your money, waste your time, wake up with a fucking headache. None of that shit. I don't need none of it. You know, shit that ain't got alcohol tastes better. Period.
Thank you, Richard.
Motley, love your stuff. The necklace you got looks real cool. I heard he's got a somewhere.
Yeah, nice.
Yep. You know, Yashdeep, I'm glad to see you're out there educating people, you know, and you know, shit, you know more about my education than I know. I'm MIT. I'm like, shit, good shit, man. Kareem, your videos, your dancing, I love it. And the way that you show people a path to have big dreams and to be consistent, the dollar cost average. And, you know, when I first saw you, man, I thought you was like, when I first saw your picture, I was like, man, what's up with that funny profile picture? That shit look crazy. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Shit. And I thought you was just a fun party dude, you know, because you was dancing and having fun and shit. And then I actually listened to what you had to say, and I'm like, this motherfucker is on point. He understands the share system. He understands the ecosystem. He really gets it. And I was like, this is great. We got a badass party dancing motherfucker that knows what's up, you know, because only a few of us producing dance videos. It's Kareem, me. You know, we got one or two other good dance videos in the ecosystem. Funding Jim, he's just doing everything, teaching people how to make money doing arbitrage, teaching people how to save on taxes with Hexarico out there in Puerto Rico, you know, helping people get financing for their businesses. So if you ain't watched Funding Jim stuff, Gary does great stuff. You should definitely check him out. He used to be precious metals guys as well. He knows all the precious metals guys. RG3, the captain, he's constantly got live streams. Half the time I fuck his live stream up by just streaming right when it's about to start. I'm like, hey, surprise. Waste of time. But what can I do? Y'all motherfuckers are streaming constant. There's basically like 24-hour HEX streams now.
Yeah,
and I gotta stream at some point, so someone's has to get.
We're okay with it. We're okay with it.
Respect.
It gives me a break.
David Feeder, man, you're the appreciation that I received from you is the best I've ever received in my life. And when I think about whether I deserve praise and whether I deserve to feel good about myself, you're the guy I think of. Because if I'm able to impact your life in that way, that's the best I can do with my life. And that's one thing about being human is, man, even if you can't save anyone, even if you can't save everyone, if you could save one person, you know, if you could make one person's life better, that's everything. So I really, really appreciate having you on board, man. Like,
each one.
I think you're awesome. I really like you.
Thank you, Richard. You saved more people than you realize.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're going to be here for a long time. This
That's right.
15 years.
Let's go.
People say 15 like they ain't going to be open to stakes on the way. If you
Oh,
open
no.
it,
30
you're
at
gonna get
least.
another 15.
30
So,
at least.
I mean, it's we're going to be here for a long time, man.
Amen.
The code is built to last longer than our lifespans. So,
Richard, I kid you not, if the option was available for like a 30-year stay, you bet I would have one of them out there.
Yep.
I swear to God.
We reduced it to leave meat on the table for the new guys because the new guys need to be able to get some shares too, you know. And so there's this art to making it beautiful, and it's working. You know, people make suggestions. You should have done this. You should have done that. And you're like, okay, yeah, we should have done this. We should have done that. So had we done this and that, what 352x would be higher than, yeah? So what would we be at? Like what, 5,000x year one? You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, man. Maybe it's really good. You know, maybe it's really, really, really good as it is. And you guys, a lot of you, you know, people that started businesses and tried to do other shit that wasn't Bitcoin, they all lost money. They should have just held to Bitcoin. If you're just looking at it from a money perspective, not from an education, not from a lifestyle, not from a pride thing, but just from a money thing, there's a good chance that you can't outperform crypto.
Facts.
And there's a good chance that you can't outperform the top performing crypto. And if you go look up the charts and you see which crypto has made more gains in the last year than any other crypto, X wins, period.
Just like the pump.
Wait.
Mudley's head.
Not throwing any hints out, but
this is gonna be Mudley at the conference with like a head thing right here.
I'm gonna have to have a hype man right next to me carrying that.
That'll be a great screenshot. Can everybody point up into that thing? That'd be a great screenshot. We'll grab that later. All in the right direction. RG, Dappin. Thanks. I'll get that screenshot later.
Perfect way to conclude the conference.
That's a good thumbnail. There we go.
Yeah, perfect.
All right, guys. I love you guys. You're the best. I'm out.
Thank you, Richard.
Love you, Richard. Thank you.
Respond to me on Telegram.
All right, guys. Well, it's been a huge success. We're closing in on 7.5 hours for the stream. So we're going to go ahead and call it that it's been a super successful conference, and it wouldn't have been such without you. I want to thank each and every one of you. It's been a dream come true. And, so I really appreciate it. And, we'll be able to watch the replay. We got thousands of people watching the replays and watching live. So I think we've all done something really special here. We've already announced that the dates for the 2022 HEXchange Conference are going to be the same because we want to celebrate Joe Hexotic's second year of sobriety.
Thank you, man.
Amen.
Thank you.
Amen.
Thanks, brother.
Good job, Maddie.
Great job.
Good job, Maddie.
Yeah, good job.
Thank you, and Joe.
And Maddie's got a ETH address, some probably in the details, right? In the description.
That's right.
There it is.
Good man, Yash.
Yeah. Definitely donate if you can, even if it's not too much. I'm sure it's appreciated. And he's done
Silver, leave that thing alone, Silver. Leave it alone.
No need to follow it.
No need to freaking crawl up and proctologize that one.
All right.
Thank you
Good night,
guys
guys.
so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody. It's been a blast. And see you guys on Telegram.
Absolutely, brother.
Sounds good.
Everywhere else. Later, guys.
Bye, y'all.